Lady Farina's dramatic twists never fail to amaze. You can never predict whether her next song will be a rousing soprano or a melancholy contralto, nor where her whirling dance will next lead the audience's gaze. That was a snippet from one of the most popular editions of the Steambird.
I knew you'd miss me.
Farina has an entourage of hydro-proficient companions to assist her in various capacities. To show her gratitude, she occasionally invites them to her tea parties. With the world's doors open wide before her, the notion of a stage is not so narrowly defined. While Farina is in the party, the cooldown of xenochromatic Fontamer aberrant skills is reduced. Farina's normal attack can combo up to 4 sword strikes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Using a charged attack consumes a set amount of stamina to unleash her Pas Seul aura, dealing physical damage to nearby enemies, and changing Farina's Arca alignment. Periodically, when Farina's normal attack hits, a Spirit Breath Thorn or a Surging Blade descends on the enemy, dealing Numa or Usia-aligned Hydro damage based on her current Arca alignment. Her elemental skill invites the guests of the Salon Solitaire into battle to support her performance. When Farina's Arca alignment is Usia, she scatters a spray of celebratory bubbles, dealing AoE Hydro damage based on her max HP, and summons the 3 members of the Salon Solitaire. Namely, Gentilhomme Usher the Ball Octopus, Surintendant Cheval Moran the Bubbly Seahorse, and Mademoiselle Crabaletta the Armored Crab. The Salon members periodically attack nearby enemies, prioritizing the active character's target, and deal high...
找到你了。
잠깐. 이 사람이 사는 건 나야.
頭が切れるみたいだね。さあ、決闘といこうか。
The Genshin Impact Genius Invokation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. Top players from all over Asia will soon gather in Shanghai.
"要我帮你找的小王子杯的人已经找到了。
你换杯的人已经都安排好了。
啊？
A new day dawns on plays that are sensational and battles that are inspirational as we welcome you all back to day 2 of the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are your casters for today. My name is Stafa.
My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah. Glad to be here with you today, Stafa. This is the first time we're casting together, isn't it?
That is the case, and I'm very excited to do it. Yesterday I was casting with Rin, you were casting with Blep.
Yep.
Now we get to take the stage together.
Changing it up a little bit, right?
It's a new day. It's day 2 of the competition. For those of you who joined us yesterday, you got to see some really intense battles where LL Rise Falcon and Stranger emerged as the qualifiers to the knockout stage from Group A. But today, it's a whole new batch of 4 contestants from Group B.
Of course, so LL Rise Falcon took the upper bracket win. Meanwhile, Stranger won through the lower bracket. Today, we'll get into the players very shortly here. But there are very exciting matches coming up. This is Group B, Day 2. So,
of course, we'll get to talk about the players in just a little bit. But before we jump on into our matches of the day, we have a little video for you guys to watch. So let's jump into it.
The first Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. 16 top players will be invited to Shanghai to take part in this competition, where 4 of them are selected from the Dynamic Cup and 12 of them are from the Prince Cup. This time, the Asia Invitational will be divided into 2 phases. The group stage phase will take place from January 11th through 14th, and then the elimination phase from January 19th through 21st, with a total of 7 competition days. The Conquest format will be applied throughout the tournament. At each tournament stage, players will prepare multiple decks in advance and engage in one-on-one battles. In a best-of-3 game, both players must construct 3 decks in advance, and they must not use the same character card in different decks. After construction is complete, both parties reveal their decks, ban one of the opponent's decks, and then play a game with the remaining decks. During the contest, the winner of a game will no longer be able to use the winning deck, and the loser can choose if they would like to change to another deck. The first party to win with all their decks wins the game. In Best of 5 and Best of 7 Conquest format games, both players will need to construct 4 and 5 decks in advance, respectively, and the same steps as in Best of 3 are required to ban the opponent's deck. The Best of 3 Conquest format will be applied in the group stage phase. The 16 players will be randomly divided into 4 groups by drawing lots. 4 players in each group will compete in a double elimination format. The winner of the winner bracket finals will advance to the upper bracket of the quarterfinals, and the winner of the loser bracket finals will advance to the lower bracket of the quarterfinals. At the elimination phase, except for the finals which will use the best of 7 conquest format, all other games will use the best of 5 conquest format. The 8 players who advance from the group stage phase are divided into either an upper bracket or a lower bracket, depending on their performance, and a 3-day double elimination tournament will be held to determine the final champion. The total prize pool for the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is 500,000 yuan, and the ultimate champion will clinch a prize of 250,000 yuan. The Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational is about to begin. Who will ascend to the throne and be crowned as Asia's King of Invocations? Let us look forward to this epic showdown.
And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, we've already gotten a bit of a look at what the Conquest format has in store here after day 1 of the competition. Every player having a second life allows them to make up for some mistakes, and as we saw yesterday, that's exactly what allowed Stranger to move on in the competition.
yeah, so I mean, he lost his first life, and if he loses again, even further on in the tournament, he will not, unfortunately, make it. But he does have a chance to get through the elimination phase later next week.
Yep, so the same rules are going to apply today as well to a brand new pool of intrepid contestants. Group B, we're going to get into the players very, very soon. But before then, I think we've gotten a bit of a look at how the TCG meta is right now, right?
Yeah, we basically saw 4 different very meta decks yesterday, and I suspect the players are going to be bringing something similar today. There were a lot of combo decks and a lot of, well, the really aggro deck was finally official Nahida Linny. So I expect to see that, Yelan OTK, or Fatui Manifestation as you called it. I really like that name. 2 different variants of that. And then also the Dynamo, 2 Animo with Lynette, Jean, and Dia. I expect to see all those today. I'm wondering if we're going to see a bit more stall or some other aggro decks. I don't know. There is definitely more variation that we could see. But first, let's get into the players here.
On Group B, we have Ark from the Prince Cup, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia. Joining him, his fellow contestant from the same Prince Cup is going to be Z Crimlet. And we have Gold Olive from the Prince Cup Korea and Chikuwa from the Prince Cup Japan.
He looks so ready to go. Look at their poses.
I've always loved the energy that these players bring to the table, and they're gonna be competing in the same double elimination conquest format that we saw from Group A yesterday. Chikuwa will be facing off against Z Crimlet in match number 1, followed up by Arc versus Gold Olive in match number 2.
So that Chikawa versus Z Crimlet matchup is very interesting to me, considering Chikawa did not only qualify through the Prince Cup Japan, but took first place versus Kirisa, who is also attending here in a different group. As for Z Crimlet, he took top 4 in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup that I was actually casting over Malaysia with Blep. It was so much fun if you ever want to go back and watch the VOD. But I'm very, very, very excited to see the outcome of that match specifically. I'm glad it's first one up for us.
Yeah,
Very
I agree with you as well. I think we do have a little bit of like some affection for Chikuwa and Z Crimlet as well. I personally really enjoy watching Chikuwa because he's one of the most expressive players we have. And I believe you mentioned Z Crimlet reached an all-time peak of heart rate during his competition as well.
I might be exaggerating on this a little bit, but I believe that Z Crimlet's heart rate was at like 160, 180. We do have heart rate monitors here. If you weren't watching yesterday, just make sure you stay tuned today. They will be like underneath the players' names. You can like follow along, see how like nervous and under pressure they get during really intense moments. I believe it was Stranger that went up to like 173. I don't remember. It was someone though. It gets pretty high, but Z Crimlet is notorious for having a very, very high heart rate during matches, but he also has high placements, so yeah.
I mean, if it works, the results speak for themselves, right? But hopefully, it's not going to be as bad as we've seen before here, you know. Hopefully that he makes sure to keep his health in check, you know. We want to make sure that the players are able to perform at maximum capacity. And especially when going up against Chikuwa, who, as you mentioned, was champion in his respective Prince Cup, it's gonna be quite the high stakes that we're going into.
Listen, I mean, the players having high heart rates is very understandable. Like, they're nervous, they're excited, there's a lot at stake, you know. This is a very competitive tournament. They had to compete in different Prince Cups or the Dynamic Cup just to come here. And in order to qualify for one of those tournaments, it's already like hundreds, if not thousands of games, you know. So they've had a long journey to get here. If we see some high heart rates, I think it's very understandable.
Yeah, these players are the cream of the crop. And even the top players will get anxious, will get nervous at times. What's important is being able to overcome those emotions and come out standing victorious at the end. We got to see a lot of that yesterday. I'm really excited to see what happens today as well, especially with the meta that has been developing. Hopefully we get to see stuff that's a little bit different, but as we mentioned that, here's the decks.
Oh, so immediately, hang on, there are two very different decks here by both of these players. Chikuwa is taking Kokomi, Ningguang, Barbara. That is a stall deck. It is Ningguang stall, and then we see Diona stall for Z Crimlet. This is giving me flashbacks to the Winter Invitational in Los Angeles.
Yeah, not to mention both players also have the double Animo stall as well. And on top, we got finally as well as Mew. So this is going to be a very stall-heavy matchup, which, oh boy. And I think we've already seen that I'm not very good at dealing with stall decks, but these players definitely are.
I'm wondering if Chikuwa is going to opt to ban Mew, considering it's the only like faster-paced deck that Z Crimlet has taken. I mean, I would argue that... Oh, I was right.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, interesting. Z Crimlet banned the Ningguang stall. So, yeah, I was going to say that the Dynamo deck can be flexible in some ways. Like, you can go for a lot more pressure, like, early on instead of, like, stalling out. Like, it's very flexible. So, huh.
It's an interesting choice here. I think going for Mew makes a lot of sense for Chikuwa. Finally already matches up pretty well into stall, as we saw from the players' performances yesterday. But he's going to be starting things off with the double Animo deck, it looks like.
Yeah, I think this is a very standard list. This deck has proven itself yesterday and also in some recent tournaments this patch as one of the top decks. I anticipate it's going to perform well today as well. I'm sure that other players other than Chikuwa and Z Crimlet took it. So yeah, there aren't many notable differences in the support cards here. It's just very standard. You have Tenacity of the Millilith for the extra shields. You have Opera Epiclase, which can operate as a dice fixer as well as additional like slight ramp. Oh, and Z Crimlet also picked Animo, okay. So we have a mirror matchup right off the bat. Nothing... I think this is almost the same deck list. I think there's one extra Paimon.
There is one extra Paimon, but otherwise, yeah, it is basically the same here both players gonna be running the companion engine with Junior Zod.
Yes.
I don't see Yayoi, so this is definitely playing for more like companion support, right?
Yeah, so this is not a magical deck as we've seen with like Yelan OTK. This is focusing on basically getting your characters equipped and keeping them healthy, so that's why you have Tenacity the Milled. It will offer shields and additional dice. Also, you have Wagner there with the 3 weapons. The best weapons, by the way, so to use Wagner, you need 3 different weapons in your support cards. So we have Sacrificial Sword, Aquila Favonia, and also Foliar Incision. Foliar Incision is not the one you want to get. Like, you can equip it. It's like the best one to include as your 3rd option, but you're really looking to equip Sac Sword or Aquila Favonia. Especially Aquila, it will keep your characters nice and healthy while also buffing their damage a little bit. And that Lynette talent could definitely take people by surprise. You can equip it either on the 1st or 2nd cast of her skill, but basically, like, you normally go for it the 2nd time because it's like surprise factor, basically.
Yeah.
If you equip it right away, you're going to know that the 2nd skill's coming, so yeah.
Yep. Making sure that your opponent has less time to prepare overall tends to be a very solid strategy, right? The element of surprise always going to be an important thing in turn-based games such as this. But this is going to be a very interesting first match. In a way, we're starting off the day slow with a double Animo mirror match. So basically, Quadra Animo on the board to start off day 2. And it did look like their decks were basically the same as well. So this is something that we already highlighted, me and Rin, yesterday. When it comes down to those mirror matches, a lot will come down to that RNG as well as the turn order.
I mean, it's RNG, it's turn order. I mean, the dice and the card draw definitely will affect mirror matchups, but also there are little things that you can do in your play to kind of throw off your opponent, because these players are so good at playing these decks, right? These are meta decks. These are players who are veterans in their craft, right? So if you can throw them off guard, that's actually one way of winning. Like, if you do something that's like slightly less optimal, it might confuse your opponent. So there might be some mind games happening here. We'll have to see.
That is true, that is true. After all, if you don't know what you're doing, how can they? I'm hoping that's not the mindset these players are going in with. But of course, it's gonna be Chikua, it's gonna be Z-Kremlin. Playing stall does require a very like calm mind, right? Because compared to like aggro or combo, where it's pretty obvious, like there are fixed lines that you can go for depending on situations. Stall is basically the most flexible type of playstyle, and thus also the most difficult to pilot in certain circumstances, right?
It definitely is. There's a lot of doing nothing, or at least it looks like it's doing nothing. You're kind of like swapping between characters because you're trying to bite out your time while your opponent uses their dice, especially if you're playing stall against more like aggressive matchups or combo decks. Stall versus stall is basically just a really long game. We could even see a draw in this case, but I mean, we'll have to see. We'll have to see.
We will have to see. So let's start off our first match by throwing it into our video to introduce our players. Whoa, Z-Kremlin is just staring into my soul right there. Hopefully, that'll give him the advantage he needs. Also, Chikua, quite unusual to see him looking so serious in his introduction video. Because he's usually so, like, he's such a cheerful guy.
He's getting ready. I'm sure we'll see some expressions once we actually get into the game. But, you know, it is a stall versus stall matchup, so maybe. We'll have to see.
I was not expecting to start off the day with so much stall. I'm pretty sure everyone watching already knows how I feel about this archetype of deck. It's not that I don't like it, I'm just not good enough to play it, so, you know.
Well, there's always chances to practice. I mean, just think about it. This is a conquest format, right? So say that Z-Kremlin wins. His Mew was banned, the Mona Eula Wanderer deck, which is the only, like, mid-range aggressive deck that he brought, because otherwise he brought Diona Freestall.
Yep.
And so there might be a lot more stall. in store for us after this as well.
I do want to
Buckle in,
ask, right,
folks.
Zine Crimlet chose not to ban out the Finally deck, which was basically the top banned deck during day one of the competition.
Yes.
And we've seen how well it performs even into stall. So considering he's running 2 stall decks, do you think it was wise of him not to ban that?
So, I mean, just because it's a stall deck doesn't mean it's going to necessarily be a favorable matchup into everything aggro. I would actually say that the Dynamo 2 Animo deck with Lynette, Dia, and Jean would perform well into Finally, but honestly, the Diona Freeze has more control. So I anticipate that it was intentionally left open because I'm sure Z Crimlet knows he can beat it with that deck. So...
Well, confidence is good. Either way, it's going to be Chikua up against Z Crimlet for our first best of 3 series of day 2 of the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals. Let's just jump right into it.
Almost the same starting, like with
Whoa.
Paimon. Okay, different artifact, different weapons, to be fair. We already have some variation in this stall matchup. I'm interested in how Z Crimlet, look at his heart rate, by the way. Look at that heart rate. 170 right off the bat. Also, Chikua's heart rate's very high. But Z Crimlet did toss away his arcane. Chikua is still choosing what he wants to keep. I believe it was Stove, the one that gives card draw. So basically, that arcane legend was one added in recent patches. So basically, as each round goes on, if you play it, you get that many cards. So if it's round 3 and you play it 0 cost, you get 3 cards. It's pretty good. It's very consistent. You always know what you're going to get from it. So that's why players opt to take it.
I love the expression from Chico. You can always tell when he gets something that he wants. The moment the Mulligan pulled out the Dunyazard and Chef Mao combo, it just pumps his face. It's like, yes, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, these players' reactions are definitely going to be something to watch, as well as their heart rate. So, I mean, if you're following along at home, please tell us in the chat who you think is going to win this first match of this first best of 3 on day 2.
Both players first roll, no Omni, but Z Crimlet able to get arguably not so good as well, unfortunately.
Well, did he keep those cryo dice? I wasn't watching his dice rolls. If he kept those cryo dice, it might be because he plans on actually using that to equip, or perhaps to play Paimon. Sometimes you'll keep those off-element dice if you have 3 of them because you anticipate equipping stuff. And in a stall versus stall matchup like this, it's going to be about who gets their equips faster, because they're going to be the ones like sustaining the longest, right? So
the first thing that I noticed is that while Z Crimlet has started with Dea as per usual, Chikua has decided to set Jean as his first active character. You can see him nodding his head when he drew the Livin as well, getting basically all the ramp cards he's hoping for. But could you explain why he starts with Jean here?
Why does he start with Jean here? Probably to disrupt his opponent. I mean, normally you would start with Dia, right? And go for her skill, because it will give that damage reduction. Also apply Pyro, which you can then swirl. But Chikua might have something different in mind. It is a stall versus stall matchup, right? But as we saw earlier yesterday, you can kind of have like more pressure with this deck if you go for a different first line. So, I mean, it looks like Chikua equipped that Tenacity of the Millith on Jean. So we might just see Jean taking the front for a while.
Actually, I really like this because by ending on Jean with Tenacity, when Dea Summon hits Jean, he gets an extra dice, which feeds into Livin, I believe.
Yes, it does. It should. No, wait.
Does it?
Did it not?
No, it did not.
It didn't.
Okay. Unless Tenacity only activates on the next action phase.
It must not be affected by summons.
Maybe, man. We're gonna have to check the definition of that. Unfortunately, that's not gonna quite work out here. But considering this is a stall versus stall matchup, you would think that both players would just go for the normal line, right? I can understand starting with a different character like Jean so that, like, if you're going second against a more aggressive deck, you avoid elemental reaction, but it does seem a bit strange since it's unlikely that Z Crimlet is gonna go for really aggressive play anyway.
I really like Z Crimlet's position here, and yeah, we see Chikua swapping off of that Jean because she does have that Pyro aura, and he does not want Z Crimlet to swirl it, right? And so now we're probably going to see Chikua using Dia's skill, so he's kind of going the opposite way. I mean, he was always going to go for that Tenacity of the Millith equip there. And basically, he's probably going to avoid having that Pyro Aura swirled, we might see Lynette come out next. That's my best guess here. As for Z Crimlet, he wants to disrupt his opponent and swirl that Pyro, but I don't think he's going to be able to. We don't really want to refresh the skill either, so...
Yeah, now that we're looking at the state of the board currently, I understand why Chikuwa did decide to go for G. It's a slower start, but by eating that Pyro, he doesn't allow Z Crimlet to get that easy swirl. Z Crimlet goes for the attack anyway, and that switches Jean in. Unfortunately for Chikuwa, Z Crimlet also has no elemental application, so things are starting off on the slow end for match number 1.
That's how it's going to be, and I think... Ooh, so I thought Chikuwa might swap back to Dea and just have Z Crimlet waste his dice, but it looks like he's sending Z Crimlet into Lynette.
Would you argue that this may not be the best choice since Lynette can also swirl the Pyro on Jean?
There must be a reason that he's doing it. I don't know. It's hard to say what is the best or worst choice because these players are definitely going to know better than we would on the analyst desk. But we see a swap back onto Jean here.
And I am now getting extra confirmation on why I just cannot cast Stall. I feel like these players are operating on a different dimension entirely from me. And we're just kind of along for the ride. Chikuwa gonna be swapping back to Dea as well. We're gonna be seeing a lot of this, aren't we?
We are. So there's gonna be a lot of swapping back and forth. I am very curious about why Chikuwa stayed on Jean before though, and then the swirl didn't happen, but I think we're gonna see Chikuwa using Dia's skill here. Also, I anticipate Wagner is gonna come down so Chikuwa can equip that Aquila Favonia next turn, most likely on Jean, considering she has Snassi the Millith. Looks like Z Crimlet is putting down Leben, just ending his turn.
Yeah, going for ramp is the very obvious choice for Stall at this point. He's got perfectly 3 dice to feed into Leben as well. Chikuwa gonna finally get the chance to scale onto Dea, switches over to Jean to try and set up the swirl next round, but Z Crimlet does have turn priority.
Yeah, so I think that swirl is inevitable. It's always going to happen anyway. And of course, you know, Chikuwa is going to end on Jean to soak up that Pyro damage so there's not additional Pyro aura. But I mean, in a stall versus stall mirror matchup like this, like it's inevitable that you're going to be having swirls happen. It's just the matter of when, right? Also, look at Chikuwa celebrating. Wait, what did he draw? I was looking at Z Crimlet's cards.
He did get, I believe, Stove God and Lynette Talent. Actually, both players drew Lynette Talent at the exact same time. So that is interesting here.
So, I mean, we see that they drew both of those talents, but...
Ooh, Chikuwa's face. Look at his dice.
Ooh, that is not good. That's not good.
Meanwhile, Z Crimlet, ooh, look at his dice.
But yeah, they don't know each other have Lynette's talents, so they're going to be trying to take each other by surprise there. So Lynette's talent will deal 2 additional damage if you cast her skill a second time. So I mean, you can equip it on her first cast of her skill, but normally you'd want to wait until her second cast just for that surprise factor, because otherwise your opponent is going to know the damage is coming. So you're really trying to like play mind games and throw your opponent off guard here. But I mean, judging by Chikuwa's dice, it is so unfortunate. We might even see a double weapon equip in this turn.
Unfortunately, because of Wagner, his weapons are actually pretty cheap. So not going to be able to waste a lot of dice on equipping those as well.
Well, he could equip one and then use the Dendrotrice to equip the other, because Wagner has 3 stacks right now. It starts with 2, and then with each round he'll gain another stack. And so he can currently get a 3-cost weapon for free, which is why they're both 0. But once he plays one, he's gonna have to pay 3 dice again. So
that is fair. Sack Sword gonna be equipped onto Lynette. I get the feeling Chikuwa is gonna start doing a little bit of whacking here. Opera Epiclace coming back up as well to maintain dice superiority over on Z Crimlet. He does get a quick swap there as well.
So Opera Epiclace actually acts as a dice fixer here, because basically you get an Omni dice back if your equips, like the cost of your equips, are equal to your opponent or more than.
Yes.
So basically, by playing Opera Epiclace, it's like 1 random dice that he can't use. It becomes an Omni dice, so it's usable.
Always useful.
It's like half a best.
There's a reason why we see this card getting a lot more popularity now compared to like cards that would perform similar roles in the past, like Tenshukaku, for example, which has definitely fallen out of the meta in comparison. As of right now, Chikuwa has more dice than Z-Crimlet, but because of the way it was rolled earlier on, less of those are effective overall. I always consider, when looking at like stall versus stall, I always liken it to sort of a chess match. It does happen slowly, but it makes every move, no matter how small it may seem, a lot more deliberate.
Definitely, and I mean that's why in stall versus stall you normally see a lot of like swapping between characters. You're just trying to avoid elemental reactions being triggered and like mitigating damage as much as possible, which is the goal of both of these decks, because Lynette and Dia both offer damage reduction in their kits, and also Jean and Lynette have healing built into their kits, and that's why you include like weapons that will help you heal, like Aquila Favonia, but also boost your damage, then also like shield artifacts like Tenacity of the Millelith. So I mean you're basically playing the long con here and just like biding your time and waiting for your moment.
I do see a 4 damage hit from Z-Crimlet onto Chikuwa's Jean, probably the highest damage we've seen all day. Now, a question I do have, right? We know that the typical line for this deck is you start on Dea, you switch to Jean to start swirling around, and then use Lynette to finish. Jean, though, is technically like the more important character because most of the damage will be done by her. But in a mirror match situation, are any of these roles like changed?
In a mirror match situation, I feel like anything goes, because like if you and your opponent play the game like the exact same way all the way through, then it really will just be down to RNG and the luck of the draw. That's why I was kind of saying earlier, like this is gonna come down to like playing mind games with your opponent too, because if you do something that is out of line from expectations, then your opponent has to sit there and think like, what is your plan? Why are you doing that? This is not how you're supposed to play that deck, right? So I anticipate that we're going to see a lot of different lines being played. I mean, of course, after the initial like first 2 turns, like things normally go differently anyway. But yeah, it's just a matter of seeing who gets equipped first. And right now, it's pretty even actually.
Yeah, both players have 1 weapon, 1 artifact equipped. It's just that Chikuwa has it split on different characters. Z-Crimlet has them both on Jean.
Ooh.
Lynette Talent instantly dropping Dea down to 1 HP and switching back over to Lynette as well. This is actually a dangerous breakpoint, right?
Yes, it is. So, I mean, it's unfortunate that Chikuwa wasn't able to take out Z-Crimlet's Dia. It was just 1 damage short. And as we normally see with TCG, 1 point of damage can make the entire game. But I mean, if that Pyro Aura gets swirled again, Dia will be falling. And it looks like Z-Crimlet is choosing to protect Lynette here over Dia. So I think we're going to see another swirl here to take out Dia.
Yeah, one thing you could argue doing here is for Z-Crimlet to just switch back to Dea and let her like take extra damage just to eat some dice from Chikuwa, but it does look like he'll be sacking her to the potential swirl in exchange for more ramp for the next round.
Yeah, the double Wagner is a really interesting play. That tells me that Z-Crimlet is wanting to play one of the weapons in his hand faster. So, I mean, I think this is fine. He does have Lynette's Talent in hand, so I mean, he knows Chikuwa has equipped it at this point, and so he won't be surprised by that anymore. But on the other side, Chikuwa does not know Z-Crimlet has Lynette's Talent, so
I think it's a pretty safe bet at this point that Z-Crimlet does have it, though. And I'm pretty sure Chikuwa is going to be considering that. Right now, his Lynette is in a pretty healthy state, still on full HP, and he's still got 6 dice to work with. Unfortunately, none of them were Animo before this, so he will be forced to do a bit of tuning.
Yes. I think he's trying to figure out if he plays that Wolven or if he has to tune something else to cast with Lynette. I was wondering if he was going to use those 3 Dendro die to equip the Aquila Favonia, but it looks like not. Oh, the Wolven does come down here, though. There's your Elemental Burst.
We get the Boggle Cat box out. That's gonna do some good damage. Swirl with the Dea summon as well. And that will officially lethal Dea on the side of Z-Crimlet's board. So he's gonna be put at a little bit of a disadvantage now.
Yeah, I do think that Chikuwa has the upper hand here. Being able to play Lynette's Talent first was huge. I mean, I know I've been talking about equips for a while, but I think Lynette's Talent is a big one in this because it's a huge damage buff in comparison with the other weapons that are mostly like for example, Sack Sword will refund dice, Aquila Favonia heals, even though they do grant additional damage. It's that Lynette Talent that's really going to shine. And For Z Crimlet, he has Jean equipped instead of Lynette, so...
I can understand it somewhat. Jean does honestly a lot in this deck, and although Lynette is meant to be the anchor, Jean actually does most of the damage in the more typical situation. But that is definitely causing a bit of an issue right now because Chikuwa has just put all of his investment onto Lynette, and that is doing quite a bit of DPS over the Z Crimlet side.
Yeah, Jean's burst is up right now for Z Crimlet, so we could see some healing very soon. One thing to note too is that Chikuwa played Levin again, and so he has additional ramp, but those dice are they're so bad for Z Crimlet. Wait.
I mean, he had great dice last round, so I guess it's just what goes around comes around kind of situation. Because Chikuwa's side definitely looking better now, and he does have a dice priority as well, since he was able to play Libin last round. Stove God comes out. Tandoori might make a difference here with a Lynette talent.
Wait a second. So you have to skill first on Lynette and then skill a second time. Basically, Z Crimlet would have to use all the dice in his hand to skill Tandoori's skill.
Yes.
And I think that's what we might see here. So, yeah, Z Crimlet going for the skill on Lynette. It does swirl that Pyro and refunds a dice because of Sack Sword. So
let's do a little bit of math. The second cast of a Lynette skill with talent will do 5 damage. Plus Tandoori is 7 damage. Not quite enough to... Oh, but...
Sack Sword.
There is Sack Sword, yes. Always forget the weapon. So that would be enough. I would not blame Chikuwa right now if he thinks that Lynette is safe, but he pulls out the Lotus Flower Crisp anyway, so Z Crimlet cannot get that lethal regardless.
Yeah, I mean, also, Lynette heals when she casts her skill for 2.
That is also true.
I mean, this is why this deck is so strong, because, I mean, Dia has that damage reduction, right? And then also with Lynette's Bogglecat out on the board, that's more damage reduction. It does stack. And so Lynette is very healthy and will not take a whole lot of damage, even with Tandoori second skill, you know, with Lynette's talent equipped from Z Crimlet. So Z Crimlet is definitely in a really, really tight spot here.
Yeah, even with the full damage attack, 7 damage honestly isn't going to do much to Lynette. With the damage reduction, the Lotus Flower Crisp, at most, I think Lynette will take like 2 or 3 damage. And that's basically nothing when you consider the state of the stall board. So Z Crimlet is in a really sticky situation.
I wonder if he's going to go for it anyway, because, I mean, Chef Mao does come down. The only food he has in his hand is Tandoori, and I'm not sure what that one cost food is. Oh, it's hash brown. But he will get 2 dice refunded for playing 1, so that's pretty good.
This is a tricky spot. I personally wouldn't really know what the best play is right now, because you can definitely argue that Dia is kind of expendable here compared to the other 2 characters, but having her around to reduce damage is still pretty important.
Oh, so we see notes at the top right, by the way. Some of the players are taking some notes, if you're wondering what that is.
Those... Yeah, I'm looking at them. I don't get what they are. The players know though, so that's what's important here. Looking at the state of the board, I don't think it's impossible still for Z Crimlet to come back from this. We've already seen stall decks make miracles happen in the past, but it's going to be quite an uphill battle. There's a reason why I personally hate playing mirror matches. It just feels a little bit hopeless when you're behind.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, okay. So Lynette's talent equip, it does swap Lynette into Jean. So she went backwards. This might help. I mean, I'm looking at Z Crimlet's dice there. 4 cryo.
He can use it to play Paimon at the very least. Tenacity. He's already got artifacts equipped on both characters as well. Yeah, it's a very awkward spot for cryo.
I don't remember which artifacts are equipped onto Jean and Lynette. I don't know if one of them is Vorakush's Glow or if they're both no, they can't both be Tenacity of the Millilith. So, I mean, I feel like Tenacity of the Millilith might be better than whatever one of them might be wearing right now. So we could see Tenacity equipped. Paimon might be the thing to do here, especially since Chikuwa has exhausted a lot of his ramp.
The thing is, if he was planning on playing Tenacity, I think he would have done it already so that he could get the extra dice from Lynette being hit this round. So there's a better chance that he wants to go for the Paimon ramp instead. But if he does so, Chikuwa is still going to have 8 dice for the rest of the round. And that's something you don't want to give a stall deck.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, there's so limited options for him right now. And of course, I mean, if you're going to play Paimon, ideally it's with Dunyarzad's passive up. So yeah, Z-Kremlin is definitely in a tight spot right now. Chikawa is very healthy across the board, has tons of healing as well at his disposal. Slow swap onto Jean, just basically stalling out right now and seeing what Chikawa does. Well, here's a fast swap onto Lynette.
Ouch. That's gonna be 6 damage. We have to remember that Chikuwa's Lynette had the talent equipped from a couple rounds ago, so that consistent damage on the second skill is always going to be present. And that switches back to Lynette as well. Z-Kremlin, he does still have Tandoori. I don't think he'll get the extra damage from skill 2 anymore this turn. And even so, it's still gonna be that 3 cryo dice. So I'm really curious to see what he's going to do here, because even playing Paimon doesn't feel like it'd be the best.
Oh, are we going to see a triple tune here? We might into Lynette's burst, I believe. Also, Z-Kremlin's heart rate, I just want to point it out, it's so high right now. It was a bit higher a bit ago, but we do see Bogglecat coming down, so this will protect Z-Kremlin just a bit.
Just a bit. I will give props to Z-Kremlin. Like, his heart rate is high, but it honestly hasn't changed all that much since the start of the match. So although he's nervous, he hasn't gotten more nervous throughout the match, despite the situation that he finds himself in, and that's important. But regardless, he does still have to overcome these odds. Chikuwan knows for sure now that there's no dice left on Z-Kremlin's side, and that's gonna give him freedom to really do whatever he wants for a little while.
Chikawa is refreshing Lynette's burst, basically saying, no you.
No you, yeah. You have a Boggle Cat, I have a Boggle Cat. And that also makes it so that it does Animo damage again, so that it can swirl and get the lethal on Jean.
Yes, I was just looking at that. And look at Z-Kremlin's player cam. He knows it's coming, that Dia Summon is going to apply Pyro onto Lynette, and then Boggle Cat is going to... Oh, wait. Wait.
Ooh, his heart rate spiked for a moment there. He was very worried about Lynette getting another hit in, because if Chikuwa had enough dice to hit one more time on Lynette, Z-Kremlin would have lost the game right here. But because Chikuwa did not, Lynette at the very least will hold on. Oh, hold on, the healing as well.
It is Voracash's Glow. That's on Jean right now.
That is true.
At the end of the round, Voracash's Glow heals by 1. I wasn't sure who had what artifact on. Z-Kremlin did tune that earlier, Tenacity the Millith, but that would mean that one of those artifacts at least had to have been Voracash's Glow. So Jean does survive.
Z-Kremlin will hold on for just a little bit longer. We'll see if he can make the epic reversal here, but the odds have been stacked against him for quite a few rounds now. Chikuwa, I feel like it's gonna be very difficult for him to even attempt to throw this situation away, though his dice definitely have other opinions.
So I mean, Z-Kremlin's dice were bad last round, and now it's Chikuwa who is suffering a bit here.
They're just taking turns.
They really are taking turns, and it's always when Wagner has 3 stacks.
That's true. at the oh man, that's the last time you want it to happen, huh?
Double Mao, double Upper Epiclist. Unfortunately, Z-Kremlin had to tune, that Tenacity and also that Paimon, so got rid of some really important cards earlier, just to use Lynette's burst. But we'll have to see here.
Things are actually getting pretty close though. That last hit from Lynette was able to do a lot of damage with the swirl. So now Chikuwa's total health count is actually only 2 more than Z-Kremlin. So we are getting to a point where things are pretty close. Chikuwa still has that Lotus Flower Chris to work with if necessary. But I think this match is definitely coming to its last few rounds.
Definitely, and I just want to point out that Z-Kremlin is still sitting on that tandoori chicken.
Oh, that's true. I was trying to remember what that was. But tandoori chicken now, when all the characters on Chikuwa's side are so low on HP, could be a huge determining factor if he doesn't play that Flower Chris in a smart way.
I do think that Z-Kremlin might actually have the advantage if he manages to get Jean's burst off and gets to a bit healthier HP. I mean, Chikuwa's probably going to look to be sacrificing Dia here, because out of everyone on his current roster, Dia is the most exposable at the moment, especially if he can manage to use her skill, because that would basically, that's like what she's she's there for her damage reduction, also the pyro application for the most part. So
Chikuwa did decide to use Flower Crisp on Jean, so there's a chance he's looking to switch to her, but that could be a bad choice. He knows that the second hit from Lynette is going to be comboing. That's going to be 5 damage, plus the potential 2 from Tandoori. But with the quick swap, Jean will be able to push Lynette off as the active character at the very least.
So Kilo Favonia comes down because Wagner did have 3 stacks, so it's a free equip. Also, Opera Epiclase does give that 1 Omni die because the total cost of his equips ended up being equal to or more than Z-Crimlet. So he does get a little bit of dice fixing from that.
It is when you get to this point that counting for Opera Epiclase becomes very difficult because there's so many weapons and artifacts on both sides that, and both players have Opera on field as well. So whoever has it, the other person is basically wasting those location support spots and not really getting anything out of it. For now though, Z-Crimlet is still holding on. The healing on his character is really coming into play. Quick switch into Lynette. Is second skill with Tandoori enough to lethal?
I think it is, and we do see the quick swap Tandoori. Is this enough to take out
Yes,
Jean?
it is.
It is. There goes Jean. So, I mean, noticeably, Jean had her burst up for both Chikuwa and Z-Crimlet, but now that healing is gone for for Chikuwa, and he's left with Lynette and Dia at...
Yes, Lynette and Dia
So low.
at 3 health in total with no effective dice. And you can see his hand on his face in disbelief. He did not predict the Tandoori. When you're this late into this game, it's so difficult to remember cards like this. You often don't think about the possibility of that extra damage coming out of thin air. Most likely, most of the time, he's going to be thinking, okay, there's extra 2 damage from the talent, and that should be it. But because of that miscalculation, Chikuwa is now down to his last character, Z-Crimlet, looking good.
Look at his player cam. He's like staring into space. Like, did that just happen? His heart rate is so high. He's like, oh, I can feel the nerves through the camera. I don't know if you guys at home can feel it too, but it looks like Z-Crimlet is going to be able to take the win. That summon from Lynette should be able. It should be enough, I believe. No, he's sitting on Woven. He's sitting on Woven.
Oh yeah.
So he can Woven tune skill.
So Chikuwa needs to find a move that can potentially end the game
There's
in
nothing.
this one move. But
And you see Chikuwa face palming. He knows there's nothing he can do with that. Sweet Madame is not going to be enough. 1 HP won't be enough in this case, unfortunately.
the only thing he can hope for is that Z-Crimlet doesn't have another dice to go for an attack. But even so, it's unlikely he'd be able to survive next turn regardless. So he is going to tune his whole hand just to get that one last hit in. It does heal some HP. Will it be enough? No, Jean still has weapon. So with Gale Blade, that is going to be enough damage.
Tuning. And there's
Gets
the
the tune,
Woven. Oh,
and
you see
Chikuwa.
Chikuwa's reaction. That is enough.
His face, he knows.
-6. Lynette falls.
Z-Crimlet securing victory in game number 1 in a very extended series, but incredibly well played by both of these players. Z-Crimlet, despite losing Dea so early on, still able to keep his wits about him, maintain Jean and Lynette with all the healing, and secure the win in the end.
That was so impressive by both players. You know, we really thought that Chikuwa had the advantage early on. He definitely played a different line, and it actually turned out to be advantageous for him. He played a lot of ramp as well early, which like enabled him to get an advantage on Z-Crimlet. But I mean, he was able to turn the tides, right? So
I think Chikuwa definitely started letting his guard down just a little bit in the middle of that game because both players were definitely playing very respectfully when the game started. Chikuwa specifically even starting on Jean to try and avoid early swirls given to Z-Crimlet. But once Dea got taken out, I think he was definitely operating under the impression that he is able to afford to take a little bit more damage in exchange for more efficient plays, but not being able to calculate the possibility of more damage in the form of Tandoori really did cost him in the end, because once Jean was gone, a lot of that damage potential just disappears.
yeah, definitely. And I do think that there are 2 critical points to be made about Z-Crimlet's win. I think, you know, the Tandoori Lynette's skill was the main factor, right? But also the fact that it was on Jean. I think Chikawa was looking to use Jean's burst to raise the HP of all of his characters. And so just considering that Z Crimlet was able to take that Jean out, just enough damage with that Tandoori, basically, you know, Chikawa was left with 3 HP total across the board for Lynette and Dia, and that was just it. That was it, right? So...
yeah, when you're piloting stall decks, typically the idea is to go for like safer plays overall. So that was definitely a little bit more on the greedy side, quick swapping to Jean, switching them off of Lynette, and expecting that with Lotus Power Chris, there shouldn't be anything that can take Jean off of the board. But then the quick switch back, Tandoori comes out, and basically Chikuwa's worst nightmares were realized. And that really did cost him the game there in that one single move. So goes to show, even in such a long game like this, all it takes is one mistake.
All it takes is one mistake, and I mean, all it takes is one victory as well. So, I mean, these players have to keep track of like every single little card that your opponent might have. I'm not exactly sure if they have open deck lists in this format, but we know that the players had to submit their decks basically a couple hours before they go live, and so there's a good chance that they didn't have a chance to even look at those decks, so they have to think about what is normally played in those meta deck lists, and think about like, okay, so have they played a Woven? Have they played both Tenacity of the Millith? Have they played their weapons? Like, what do they have left? Do they have ramp? Do they have quick swaps? What do they have? And so that Tandoori chicken was really clutch. I'm not sure if Chikawa saw it coming, but I think it was really well played by Z Crimlet. I know he was sitting on it for a very, very, very long time, so the timing was just perfect. It was the perfect opportunity.
Yep, the stars aligned there for Z Crimlet. But going into game number 2, it does look like we're going to have stall versus stall once again, because now, after Z Crimlet won with the double animal, we are going to be seeing the Diona freeze stall deck go up once again. And Chikawa still going to be sticking to the same deck choice. Do you think this is wise?
Okay, so I do think it's wise. I mean, obviously, so in a conquest format, if you win with a deck, you have to play the other one that you have left, right? Because one of them is banned. You submit 3. One gets banned. One is picked. You win with it. You have to play with your third. So, I mean, Chikawa knows what he's going to be up against. So, he knows he has to win against Diona free stall in the first place, so why not go stall versus stall? I do think that the finally deck, official Nahida Lini, is not as favorable into Diona free stall as well, so...
Yeah, I think I agree with you. It's a deck that performs fairly well into double animal, for example, because no matter who you switch to, a reaction can happen. But against freeze, it becomes a lot more difficult to play as aggressively as that deck wants, which is why Chikawa decides to go for the safe option. But this is a pretty old deck list, right?
This is a very old deck list, and I feel like, you know, if you're going to be playing stall in patch 4.3, this is actually very viable. We saw it at the Winter Invitational in Los Angeles as well, in a very, very long stall versus stall matchup. I think it was like 40 minutes long or something. I anticipate this upcoming match might also be very long.
I mean, hope not that long.
We'll have to see. It's actually pretty fun to watch these stall versus stall matchups, and I wonder who's going to have the advantage here. I have to think about that a little bit.
Yeah, I think so as well. A lot of it does come down a little bit to that setup, because we know that Diona stall does ideally want to be able to get Xingqiu burst out at some point, whereas double animal will have a lot more access to tools throughout the game when necessary. But who knows, right? It is still stall v stall in the end. So we're just going to be jumping right into game number 2 to find out whether or not Chikawa can even this out.
And right away, Z Crimlet has Diona's talent. So, I mean, I believe that Z Crimlet has both Diona and Xingqiu's talent here. Diona is your main carry. And basically, you're looking to stall the game out and also control your opponent in some ways, because freeze is one way you can actually enable, like, controlling what your opponent does. Because if you're frozen, you can't act, right?
Yeah, freeze could be very effective here. If they're able to like freeze Jean or Lynette on very crucial turns, then it would make Chikawa's game plan a lot more difficult. But compared to like aggro combo decks, I think disabling one character affects the game plan a lot less.
Yes, and so, dice aren't the best, but I mean, Opera Epiclese is always a good dice fixer. Tenacity of the Millith coming down, of course. I mean, when you're in a stall versus stall matchup, you're really looking to equip your characters as fast as possible, so you can afford to take those extra dice. It's why you take those, like, like heavy, high-cost equipment cards, right?
Yeah, that's right. No, Xingqiu talent, I know that Diona talent is usually picked up here to get that extra shield. We don't see a lot of Xingqiu talent. That usually, I believe, gives 1 extra use to the Rain Sword.
Does, yes.
Which I guess makes sense for the defensive utility.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're going to be looking to freeze your opponent, right? And so Xingqiu works a little bit differently from Yelan, who's a very new character in patch 4.3. Xingqiu has 3 usages of Rain Sword without his talent, right? And so whenever you use a normal attack, you will apply Hydro after with those Rain Swords, and after 3 normal attacks, it will be depleted. So, I mean, it can last for the entire game. Like, in this deck, you try to use them sparingly. Like, you're looking to control your opponent and disable them from doing whatever it is they want to do. But, like, it's good to bring his talent because you're looking to equip your characters a whole lot, right? And so it's pretty good to have that extra Rain Sword.
I think especially as well because I think the Rain Sword extra usage on the talent refers to the skill in this case, not necessarily the burst. So that extra usage actually gives him an extra usage of damage reduction.
Yeah, extra damage reduction, right?
So I guess that makes sense, right? If you really want to stall and survive your characters, then that could work pretty well in this particular case.
Yeah, definitely. And I believe Zcrimlate also has already equipped Diona's talent.
Ooh. Yeah, I can see that extra 2 shield there. That is so much effective HP. Gonna be switching over to Barbara. Looks like he wants to set up skill. Now, one thing as well, the dynamic here is that Barbara skill can cleanse Pyro off of Dea's summon, which would make it more difficult for Chikuwa to swirl, but if he's not careful, he could be giving Chikuwa Hydro to swirl. So it's a bit of a balancing act.
I think we're going to see a lot of slow swapping here, by the way, swap stalling, because that is what Freestyle is very good at. So we see them swapping back and forth, but this is a very intentional dance.
It is a dance. We do get to see Barbara and Jean, now the active characters, the 2 sisters. Will Barbara finally be as tall as her sister? We'll find out.
Definitely.
Guess not. Xingqiu is going to be going up as the active character for now. Now, this is of course going to be kind of a chess match situation, but there's a lot more tools that these players can use now that it is not a mirror match. So it's not quite as like comparable when you are looking at this compared to game 1.
And of course, I mean, if Xingqiu uses his skill here, he's going to also apply Hydro onto himself, which could actually be not very good because if in Dynamo with Dia's Pyro application, you can actually get a Vaporized Swirl at some point in the game. So I think Secret wants to avoid that.
It always feels so awkward when you have like a part of your kit that you want to use but you cannot because there just so happens to be a solution on the opponent's side that will make use of it. So in this case, the Hydro application from both Xingqiu and Barbara, normally used to cleanse, can definitely be used by Chikuwa for swirl damage if Zcrimlet makes a mistake. So far though, both players just going very defensive.
Yeah, and this is what I expected. So we see Tenacity, the middle of the quib onto Xingqiu. We might actually see him be the active character as well as Diona for a while because Zcrimlet really needs to build up his elemental burst for that control element.
We have to note, Chikuwa does have the Lynette Talent Tendori combo himself now in hand, and he is going to straight up use it against Xingqiu. If he had 2 more dice, Xingqiu would have actually died there.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but I mean, Zcrimlet's definitely counting the dice here. This is not a magical deck that Chikuwa is playing, so the dice are a little bit fixed, a little more fixed than normal in this patch. So I think he could safely end on Xingqiu. I do think that it's a little bit dicey at the moment, though, for him.
Yeah, 2 health on Xingqiu is not ideal. He does have 2 Hydro Resonances in his hand, though, so that's a lot of potential healing. But because both Diona and Barbara are on full HP, he's probably not going to be popping those too soon because it would lose a lot of efficiency.
I do believe Diona's talent gives an additional
Whoa, look at Chikuwa's dice.
Wait, Chikuwa's... Wait a second. Wait a second.
Whoa,
that's
what are
perfect
those?
Dice. What is that? Have we ever seen dice rolls that good here?
Not often. Despite that, though, Chikuwa definitely not having a smile on his face. He knows that despite the perfect dice rolls, this is still a difficult situation he finds himself in, because all the shielding that's available on Z-Crimlet's side is making it so that it's not quite possible yet to remove characters like Jingqiu from the field.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I think this swap stalling is going to continue, by the way, because Chikuwa probably wants to avoid Lynette being frozen, but Z-Crimlet really wants to freeze her, so... But Chikuwa does have a quick swap in hand, so we might see a soul swap onto Jean, and then maybe a quick swap back on to Lynette to use her elemental burst. And yeah, so Z-Crimlet going back onto Diona, because, I mean, if that Cryo Aura isn't on the active character, then he needs to go apply it, right? So that's why he swaps back onto Diona. So if Chikuwa stays on either Dia or Jean, we're actually going to see Diona's skill.
So if Chikuwa does decide to go for skill here, he would swap onto Xingqiu, which Z-Crimlet probably doesn't want to stay on very much. But there's also the possibility that he just goes for a skill there, so that the Hydro Aura would consistently make it so that it's difficult for Jean to take the field.
Did you catch what the one-cost food card is in Z-Crimlet's hand? Because, I mean,
no.
I think if Diona gets pushed onto Xingqiu and that is a Lotus Crisp, then I actually think it's fine if Z-Crimlet goes for, like, a normal attack. Basically, you really need to build up to Xingqiu's burst as well as Diona's burst, so... I think it would be safe, actually. It's not ideal. I mean, he's at 2 health, but he has those 2 shield points as well, so...
But that situation not gonna come to pass, because Chikuwa does decide to quick swap to Lynette instead and break the shielding on Diona. Because Lynette already has the Cryo Aura on her, it also means that if Z-Crimlet does decide to attack, the elemental application would be wasted. So I think this is still a smart play from Chikuwa.
Yeah, and it looks like instead of going for the swirl on G, or for Lynette's burst, I should say, Chikuwa went for the skill, probably into double skill. Z-Crimlet knows that that second skill is coming, and it's going to send Diona into Barbara. So that's why he equipped the Lotus Crisp on Diona. He's anticipating the extra damage. So even if Chikuwa used Tandoori, it would still leave Diona at pretty decent health. I think it would be 2 plus 2 plus 1 plus 3.
Yeah, I lost count a long time ago. It's a difficult spot because usually there's much more obvious lines to be able to predict what the players want to do for when you have an aggro or combo deck on either side, because the game plan becomes that much easier to read. When you have double stall though, both players are effectively just reacting to each other. There's no clear like, this is the game plan, this is the win condition. No, it's all about how well you can play around the opponent. And that's why it's quite difficult even for us to kind of tell what should be the game plan.
Well, in this case, the game plan is just stalling out your opponent as long as possible. And I mean, this is not a mirror matchup, so it's going to mean different things for both these players. I think for Z-Crimlet, it's definitely going to be enabling those frees, especially on Lynette. Lynette is such a key character in Chikuwa's deck, because with that second skill cast, it's actually, like, it's so brutal, that damage, especially with that Tandoori in hand. And Z-Crimlet knows that Chikuwa has all of this. I mean, the Lynette's talent is already equipped, so Z-Crimlet really looking to freeze Lynette and not able to get Xingqiu's burst off or any hydro application on her.
Oh, Z-Crimlet goes for a normal attack here. I totally expected that this would be an icy pause just to get that cryo application onto Jean. It looks like Z-Crimlet is going to be prioritizing building up Diona burst instead.
Yes, I do think we're going to see a burst here from Diona. Okay, so Light of Foliar Incision coming on to Jean. I do think this is where her burst comes out, and there it is.
Yep. That's going to be able to allow Xingqiu to get just a little bit back caught up. And that much more difficult for Chikuwa to avoid getting frozen now that Jean has cryo, and there is that summon on the side of Z-Crimlet's field. Even going to end on Xingqiu just to make sure he gets that healing.
Yeah, one woven being used, so I know Chikuwa is definitely taking notes in some capacity of what Z-Crimlet has and doesn't have. One of the important factors in stall is basically exhausting your opponent's resources. You know, if they run out of cards, then there's not a whole lot of surprises they have in store for you, right?
Yeah, this is something that I do feel like players can do incredibly well, being able to keep track of what resources are left on the opponent's side. I know for sure that if I was sitting in their chair, I would not be able to remember which cards have already been utilized. But in a stall v stall matchup, that skill becomes basically a necessity. Especially when against someone that's of like an equal level of skill.
Definitely. And as important as Xingqiu's burst is, I do actually wonder if we might see a little bit more of Barbara from Z Kremlin, just because she's at a bit more, she's at 10 health, basically. So we might see him going to her for a freeze on Lynette instead, because it's a little bit safer, but...
Jin gonna go for Gale Blade, does switch over to Barbara for Z Kremlin, so if he decides to go for something on Barbara, he could normal attack just to get the freeze, if necessary. I think it's a bit difficult to get Barbara's skill out in this matchup, because we've already highlighted that the Hydro application would just give free swirls over.
We do see swap onto Diona. More swap stalling.
Do you think, like, explain to me why Z Kremlin wouldn't just go for, like, a basic attack freeze on Jean here?
It uses too much dice. Jean's not the one you want to be freezing here. It's Lynette that is the biggest threat here, because Lynette has that additional damage with her second cast of her skill, right? So Z Kremlin is definitely thinking about that damage, and he's thinking about Tandori. Jean is definitely, like, she's out here dealing damage as the active character because it's safer right now, but I mean, Lynette is definitely the one to freeze, if anyone.
I see. And of course, yeah, so Z Kremlin making sure that the skill is used on the correct target and making sure that he still maintains a certain level of dice advantage against Chikuwa, which he definitely does have right now. So he does decide to go for the Icy Paws again into Jean. That looks like he's not really looking to maximize efficiency anymore on the cryo application. It's more important, again, to keep the characters alive.
Definitely. I mean, I think we've moved on from swap stalling to just kind of like whittling down each other's like active characters. This might actually work in Z Kremlin's favor, but I mean, everything is going to depend on the timing of that freeze on Lynette, I think. Lynette is sitting there with her burst ready to go, and I mean, Dia hasn't even like... Have we even seen Dia summon in this game?
No, actually. I don't think Dia has taken the field at all this game. So that's quite interesting. You see an equip onto Lynette. So Chikuwa's still going to be playing mainly to make sure that Lynette can hyper carry. But with the cryo on her, it will become all about making sure that neither Xingqiu nor Barbara can put Lynette in a sticky spot.
So I actually think the reason for that is because if Chikuwa goes for Dia's skill in the Blai's Pyro, what Z Kremlin's going to try to do is cleanse it with either Xingqiu's skill, because it will apply Hydro to himself, or Barbara's skill. So, I mean, this is basically gatekeeping Z Kremlin from using either of those skills right now.
It's basically... I see. Okay, so Chikuwa is making sure not to set Z Kremlin's field on fire, so that when he pours water on himself, he doesn't stay wet.
Also, I saw Chikuwa playing some ramp here. I'm wondering what's gonna happen this next turn.
Will it be the same old, same old? That's the question, right? Are we going to see a bunch of swap stalling? Will we actually see a big hit? Because at this point in the last game, we were getting to see some big hits being traded. But I think considering what happened last game, Chikuwa is going to be playing this one a whole lot safer. And Diona stall has less aggressive movements compared to Double Animo in the first place. So Z Kremlin isn't going to go aggro either. Therefore, this is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen.
I do see Wagner is at 3 stacks for Chikuwa, so we might see an Aquila Favonia equip, which would actually be pretty huge. I believe that Light of Foliar Incision is on Jean, so I think it's that sword that would get replaced. But I mean, it could be either at this point. Light of Foliar Incision is a new card added in 4.3, where after you use a normal attack, it will refund 1 dice to you. So, I mean, it has situational usages, but in this deck, Aquila Favonia is probably the strongest weapon
I did
because it
kind
gives
of
that
have
additional
a
healing.
question earlier, right? Because we were watching Rin play this particular deck, Double Animal.
Oh yeah, I remember.
And Rin oftentimes couldn't find a situation where the Light of Foliar Incision could be played, right? Because as you mentioned, the other two swords are typically prioritized. So I was wondering why not just like run Beacon or another great sword so that maybe Dia could get equipped too.
Oh, that's a good question, but Zkrumla just drew a quick swap, which is actually going to be really huge in this match.
Will he want to use it now though? I feel like this, like considering how important quick swap is for getting these easy freezes, he might want to save it for when the total health pool on Chikuwa's side is a little bit lower and potentially use it as a way to start setting up for the end of the game.
Zkrumla does have 2 quick swaps in his deck, so I think this is the first one we've saw him draw. It would be pretty safe to use it, but I do agree that especially in stall versus stall matchups, like having that quick swap timing is going to be so crucial. Like a lot is going to be riding on the timing of those freezes on Lynette and now Jean, because I mean, if Chikuwa gets Jean's elemental burst off, it's going to make Lynette and her pretty healthy. So
it's a rough situation right
this is
now.
a very rough situation. There's a whole lot going on.
The players are still perfectly fine. They're very serious. There's a lot of calculations going on in their head right now. What I'm more concerned about is going to be my physical health after this series.
We swapped to Lynette. We swapped to Barbara to freeze Lynette. We're probably swapping away from Lynette.
You put your left foot in, you put your left foot out. You put your right foot in, you spit it all up. That's basically what's happening.
That is basically what's happening. Oh, here is Lynette's elemental skill. It does heal her by 2 health.
Ooh, Sumeru City. I haven't seen
Sumeru
Sumeru City and Tenchukaku in so long.
Yeah, Sumeru City and Tenchukaku are still pretty viable choices for slower decks because, I mean, they build their efficiency over time. If you use them later in the game, it's not as ideal. You want to get them out as early as possible. It's often why you'll see... Ooh, wait, we did get the freeze on Lynette.
Ooh, finally.
But that's why you see them with, like, Tubby decks, because Tubby's good at getting location cards out very quickly. But, yes, Sumeru City might still be good to play here, considering both of these decks are very slow-paced.
Yeah, that is the only Sumeru City that Zkrumlet has, looking at the deck list. He doesn't have Tubby, of course, so not really going for like a location engine. But I do have to wonder, right? Like you mentioned, Sumeru City Tenchukaku is still pretty good for these slower decks. But is there a reason why Diona Star would go for them over like the more popular options nowadays, like Magic or like Companion Engine and so on? Like we've been seeing in basically every other deck?
Magic and Companion Engine are really good in like combo / aggro decks that are looking to do things quickly. But I mean, so I was talking a little bit about efficiency a while earlier, right? But like the sooner you play Sumeru City, the more value you get out of it with each turn, because it's a once per round effect. Where
That's
basically if you have less dice than cards in your hand, your elemental skill costs 1 less. So I mean, it's good for saving your dice. You are kind of optimizing your dice usage in that case, but you want to play as early as possible because, I mean, if you play it later, you're going to have less discounts overall, right? So, I mean, if your deck is very slow, like this one's going to go on for, you know, until 15 rounds when the game automatically ties, then...
Has that ever happened in a tournament?
Not in a tournament like this. We've come very, very close. I believe that there was a game... in one of the most recent tournaments that went to round 14. I do think that the stall versus stall deck stall match that we saw in the Winter Invitational in Los Angeles went to round 13. So
has anyone in chat been keeping track of the rounds? Because I definitely lost count somewhere around some card burn. But Heavy Strike, yes, that is a more unusual option. I didn't notice it earlier today. He has 1 Heavy Strike in his deck, which is very unusual for stall, right?
I think it's actually pretty good. It's like situationally good, right? It can throw your opponent off guard. So, I mean, with that Heavy Strike in hand, if you cast it, like if you use the card, if your dice are even, it makes a charge attack, and so you get +2 damage. If your dice are odd, then it's not a charge attack, it's only +1 damage to your normal attack. So, I mean, you have to have even dice to maximize the effect from it. But yes.
Okay, so now that we're this far into the game, does any player look like they have an advantage?
That's hard to say.
Yeah, I figured that would be the answer, but I wanted to ask just to be sure.
I'm still waiting for that Kilo Favonia equip onto probably Jean. I wonder if we're even gonna see it, because I mean, once you have Light of Foliar Incision, you're just kind of refunding dice as you go. But I mean, I guess when you're stall versus stall, you don't really need that extra healing. Maybe we won't see it equipped at all.
You know, now that we are in a stall v stall mirror, I am actually seeing the value of the Light of Foliar Incision. I am actually seeing why you would run this sword now, because the dice you produce across so many different rounds of the game is a lot more valuable. So, okay, learn something new. I just, yeah. Eventually, I'm hoping this lesson ends, though.
So, I mean, Chikawa can swap freely onto Lynette now, right? Because that freeze already happened. Chikawa was able to basically give enough shields and healing to Lynette to keep her nice and healthy to survive that freeze. No one on Chikawa's team is actually... They're basically almost at full health right now in full equip. So, actually, I would say that Chikawa definitely has the upper hand in this case right now. But, I mean, Z-Crimlet could definitely turn the tides. Like, this is a stall versus stall matchup. The deck that he's playing is good at keeping healthy as well, so...
He also, again, still is holding on to the double Hydro Resonance in hand, so if he needs some on-the-spot healing, he always will have access to it. And even though Chikawa is definitely looking way healthier, a well-timed freeze will absolutely destroy any game plan he has. So that's always something that he has to worry about. He already made some mistakes in game 1 that allowed Z-Crimlet to make the comeback. I'm expecting that he's not going to allow that to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, Z-Crimlet is forced to swap onto Barbara here to avoid Xingqiu being taken out by that second Lynette skill. But I mean, if you look at Chikawa's dice, there's only one Animo there and 2 Cryo, so Chikawa is sitting on those 2 Wovens. Yeah, those dice can come out of nowhere. I think he's saving them for a very important time. I'm almost wondering if we might see a tune into Lieben, maybe? Oh, Chef Mao. Okay, so he used Sweet Madame, which is 0 cost, and then Chef Mao gave that Electro die, so we can play Lieben now.
Chikawa has also still been holding on to that Tandoori chicken in his hand the whole time. Again, that breakpoint going to be 7 damage in total if Z-Crimlet allows any of his characters to be exposed at 7 health or less when Chikawa has Lynette active. Then that is a very big... Oh, he's going for it.
He's going for it, not with the Tandoori though, but this will swap Barbara backwards onto Xingqiu. Chikawa is still sitting on those 2 Wovens. I wonder if Z-Crimlet is going to feel safe here on Xingqiu. This is going to be really, really important decision for him to make.
I think you probably need to consider some healing now. Z-Crimlet no longer has to worry about the extra 2 damage from Lynette's skill for this round at least, but he definitely is aware of the existence of Tandoori, and considering how long the game has been going, it's a pretty safe bet that it's in hand. So yeah, get some healing up to make sure that Xingqiu is not at 5 health or less, and then he ends his turn.
I immediately saw Chikawa noting down the Hydro Res, but I mean, I do think we might see the 2 Wovens. No? He's ending, okay.
Now, he was holding on to those just in case Z-Crimlet made the mistake of leaving Xingqiu out without healing.
Yeah.
But since he didn't, better to hold them onto another situation where a mistake might happen.
Definitely. So, I mean, Z-Crimlet has those 2 Omni going through Vanarana, and that will be proccing Tenchikaku. So he's going to have 3 more dice to use at the start of this next turn. Those dice rolls are not looking very good for him, though.
Okay, yeah, that definitely gives him enough elements to proc Tenchikaku. So as you mentioned, that's going to be 3 extra dice. He's going to have 11 against only 8. On the side of Chikawa, but again, he's got the double Woven in hand, so it's basically 11 versus a potential 10. Switches to Diona. Probably just not reapplying Cryo. Maybe build up the burst if necessary too.
Yeah, I think he wants to get those Cryo applications out because they're a bit harder to do. There hasn't been anything from Xingqiu this game. he's really looking to use. I mean, at least I thought he would be looking to use Xingqiu's Elemental Burst, but it looks like Zkrumlet is opting to keep freezing his opponent with Barbara normal attacks instead. I think again it's to avoid that Hydro Aura on his team because he is against 2 animal characters. This is such a tough matchup for Diona Freestyle actually, now that I think about it. Because that self-Hydro application from both Xingqiu and Barbara is really critical, I think.
Yeah, if Zkrumlet is able to overcome these odds and still secure victory, he will definitely deserve that spot in the upper bracket finals. Sacrificial Bow finally going to be equipped onto Diona. Pretty important piece of equipment. Honestly, I'm surprised it took this long for it to come out. But that's going to allow for Zkrumlet to start producing a little more dice every turn as well to keep up with the Light of Foliar Incision on Jean.
Yeah, look at Diona sitting with Lotus and 4 shield points and 7 HP.
Yep. You want shield? She's got plenty.
And there's a normal attack to break the Lotus. And the 2 shield points.
Actually able to take off some shield as well, which is nice. I think that's very necessary. Zkrumlet will switch over to Xingqiu. He's also got 10 effective HP.
From Tenacity of the Millith, yeah. So, I mean, Diona and Xingqiu both have Tenacity of the Millith equipped right now.
So what's going to happen now is that both these players are actually going to play even safer because now that the game has gone this long, it's almost guaranteed that they will have at least one quick swap in both their hands. And we do see that they do. They don't know that for certain, but it's a pretty safe bet. So they cannot move in any way that allows for an easy freeze or swirl in 2 turns.
Well, whether or not they looked at the deck list beforehand, I think they can anticipate what the other player is playing. Because, I mean, these are veteran players. They're very familiar with these decks. These are very, like, meta decks right now. Maybe not so much the Diona Freestyle, but definitely the Tuanamo, the Dynamo deck that Chikawa is playing. So, like, we've seen Chikawa writing down notes. We saw the player notes on the screen before, so they are definitely keeping track of what their opponent has played, right? And Zkrumlet should know that Chikawa is sitting on those 2 Woven, Quick Swap, and Tandoori Chicken. I really do think that Zkrumlet is aware of it, so that's why he used that Hydro Res early. There's
the
Xingqiu's talent.
That took a while.
That did take a while.
Now this is going to be a dangerous timing. Lynette just used skill. She will be able to do second skill Tandoori with the double Woven if Zkrumlet is not careful. He does switch to Xingqiu. 9 health will be enough to survive, and you could see Chikawa kinda sit back a little bit. Literally the only character that can survive that right now.
Needs to do math. So, I mean, Tandoori is an additional 2.
It is 7 damage. Unfortunately, Xingqiu has 9 health. Actually, not 7. 8 damage because she also has weapon.
Kill Favonia being tuned. Going for normal skill, not using that Tandoori. I actually think this is fine. You know, noticeably, you know, Chikawa is very healthy right now across the board, and Zkrumlet keeps having to play catch up because the damage output from Lynette, despite that being like on the stallier side, it does actually have more damage output than the deck that Zkrumlet is playing. So Zkrumlet knows he has to be careful because Chikawa will keep like slowly whittling him down, right? So.
But I think it's also precisely because Zkrumlet knows that he will never outdamage the double Animo deck that he's playing so safe and making sure that his characters are just topped up. Because the more observant among us will have noticed Chikawa just drew his last card. His deck is gone. So Zkrumlet
no more cards.
should logically know exactly what cards Chikawa has in hand.
Yes. We are definitely nearing the rounds where we would be experiencing a draw. There is the icy pause from Diona, and I mean, Zkrumlet does have her burst up right now, and that Sacrificial Bow will refund that cryo die. So things are getting a little bit dicey. That cryo application on Lynette is going to be super critical.
Well, ideally wants to skill at least once on Lynette so that he can threaten with that second skill Tandoori combo. He's been holding on to that for the longest time. But leaving Lynette vulnerable right now also is very dangerous. You can see Zkrumlet, he's counting. He knows that it's nearing the potential climax of the game.
He is doing some math right now. Noticeably, his heart rate lowered over the course of the game. I guess the stall versus stall is just relaxing him. He has things under control, but I mean, Sikoa is definitely waiting to play. Oh, here we go. Just as I was saying it, Tandori is coming down. It looks like he's going to go for Lynette's elemental skill. I do think that Zekrumlet is going to be forced to use a quick swap here in order to freeze her.
Honestly, it's not a bad idea. Chikuwa did decide to go Tandori on the first skill cast instead of the second, so it did 2 less damage than it could have potentially. Hydro Resonance, second one comes out. Chikuwa.
That's so good. And you see Chikuwa's reaction, he does not like that because the other thing he was going to do after Lynette gets frozen, he's going to swap to Jean, use Jean's elemental skill. He does have a quick swap in hand, so he could have potentially sniped Barbara there. But considering the Hydro Res, Zekrumlet is, matching those breakpoints. Like, he is keeping his characters very healthy right now. This is very interesting to watch, actually.
Yeah, we are now reaching the point where, like, for example, in a chess match, the players only have a few pieces left to play with, and so it becomes easier to tell what needs to be done. Chikuwa does still have the quick swap, but that's the only one he has left. And that it's more precious than gold right now.
Definitely, and we do see Zekrumlet swapping onto Xingqiu. The last thing to do here is actually to go for Xingqiu Burst. I mean, Diona's Burst is up, Barbara's Burst is almost up. He's slowly building those energy points. The thing that this deck at the bottom does best is control and freeze its opponents, right? We have not seen that Xingqiu Burst yet. I'm wondering if Zekrumlet is going to make the decision to go for it at any point.
I don't think he has to anymore. Both players are going to be doing a bit of swap stalling here. Chikuwa going to try and make it so that Zekrumlet has to enter in before he does, so that he can at least get a Gene skill out without threat of being frozen. And he does still have 4 more dice than Zekrumlet right now. So some good maneuvers here, plus the fact that he still has the 2 woven could allow him to make things happen this round. But they really need to happen for him this round.
Yeah, they really do need to happen for him. I also wonder if Zekrumlet was switching to Xingqiu to look for a Shatter onto Chikuwa. I don't remember if the card burned earlier was actually Zekrumlet's second quick swap, or if it's still in his deck somewhere. I believe it could have been the second Leave It To Me. So if that's the card,
it was Tenchukaku.
It was Tenchukaku. Okay, so I mean, that Shatter could do a lot of damage, especially if Zekrumlet is able to use Heavy Strike.
Right now, Chikuwa just going to be switching between Dea and Lynette because he knows for sure there's probably the chance of a second quick swap. Unfortunately, Zekrumlet doesn't actually have it in hand right now, so Chikuwa is safer than he thinks. But as long as he makes sure that he still has 3 dice left over once Zekrumlet ends turn, then at the very least, he can do some damage.
I actually think, like, I know I talked a little bit about this earlier, but I think this dance is so interesting between, we haven't seen Thea's skill, we haven't seen Barbara's skill, we haven't seen any attempts to go for Xingqiu's burst or Xingqiu's skill.
Have we seen any bursts?
No, I mean, we've seen Diona's burst.
Okay, 1.
But I'm just like, I'm pretty sure the reason that we're not seeing Dia's skill or, Barbara Xingqiu is because, like, those elemental applications are actually so bad. Like, I'll talk a bit about that after the game, but it's so interesting to me how this is working.
Ooh. Jane finally comes out. Chikuwa thinks it's finally safe enough now that Zekrumlet is running out of dice. Gonna actually go for the basic attack. That's quite interesting. I thought that it would be something else.
No, so Chikuwa wants to take out Barbara here, and so I think he might actually use those woven and finish Barbara off. But Zekrumlet drew woven, so he's gonna play it and swap away.
Yeah, I think this is a very smart choice. Okay, and now I realize Chikuwa went for normal attack to produce dice with the Light of Foliar Incision. So that comboed with Woven, there'd be 1 more attack, which would be enough to lethal Barbara with Weapon. But Zekrumlet still playing very smart. That Woven came in clutch, able to switch 1 last time. And now, although Chiku does have the dice to do an attack, Xingqiu needs 2 attacks to take down.
Yes, and so Zekrumlet drawing that Woven at just the right time, it puts him in a pretty good spot here. It looks like Chikuwa is going to play that Woven though, and is tuning.
Tuning.
I think we're going to see Jean's skill here. Yes, and so that's going to send Z Kremlet into Barbara and also leave Xingqiu at only 1 health. I think Chikawa decided that this was worth it and that, you know, Z Kremlet is always going to be looking to keep that freeze on Lynette, right?
But that has to feel terrible, right?
It must feel terrible.
You're literally tuning 2 of your last 3 cards. He has 1 woven left in his entire game plan.
The last quick swap.
Wow.
He's out of cards. They're both
the
of
last
these.
quick swap literally at the bottom of the deck.
Both of these players are out of cards. I didn't catch. So there is actually a point in time in this match where you can see like what round you're on, and I didn't catch what round we're on, but I know we're nearing that 15 round limit, right?
I'm not sure either. I should have kept an eye on that, but honestly, I don't think it's as close to 15 as we thought. Chikawa gonna be reeling a little bit because he realized that was a mistake. Leaving Jean out like that, like tuning those cards, getting that last attack just to not really do much, and then leaving Jean vulnerable to a freeze at the start of next turn. This could be the end, potentially.
Barbara Burst is gonna bring Z Kremlet's team up by 4 health each. So actually, this is the healthiest Z Kremlet has been since the start of the game.
It is? I can't. Like, that is basically the last nail in the coffin for Chikawa, right? His characters are still very healthy, but without cards to work with anymore, any healing that Z Kremlet gets now is going to be so much more difficult to overcome. And Z Kremlet is still going to be playing it slow, making sure that he doesn't make any mistakes now that he is in this final stage of the game.
I'm wondering what Z Kremlet is going to do here. I mean, I don't know if we're going to see some more swap stalling. Chikawa is sitting on that last woven, but it's only 1. Z Kremlet knows he's played 1 woven by now, so...
What is
swap on the
switching?
Yep.
Maintaining dice.
Stalling. Yes. I mean, they're just going to keep swapping back and forth until that woven will no longer be relevant, I guess.
And we can see that Chikawa's remaining dice as well. He's got nothing he can use. At most, he can use the woven dice, get a normal attack out, but that's it. And Z Kremlet can probably quite easily play Libin or Ram for next turn, and then now that he will have dice advantage, it just becomes, oh.
All right, so Sumeru City is coming down. It is a little bit late to be playing that at the moment, but I mean, what else are you going to do with those dice, right? Yeah, Chikawa was not really able to do anything with the 2 Dendro, 1 Pyro, so...
So, just to let you guys know, if this does go on long enough that we hit round 15...
Round 10! 5 more
round
rounds.
10. 5 more rounds. Will this last 5 more rounds? I don't really think so, but just in case it does...
It might.
The way that it will work is that after round 15, it will officially be considered a draw, and both players are counted to get 1 win, which means that Z Kremlet would automatically gain the victory. That means Chikawa cannot afford to draw. He has to win this if he wants to keep himself in the upper bracket.
That ruling came because, I mean, of course, we're on round 10. It is very possible that we might go to 15 rounds here. And we do see Z Kremlet swapping onto Diona, probably to use her burst to get that cryo application out, some extra healing. But Chikawa responds with the Lynette's elemental skill.
What is the play here? Diona burst is ready again, and Z Kremlet just wants to top up on HP a little bit more. Yeah, he does. Goes for the burst, gets the heal, gets the cryo onto Lynette. One thing to note is that Z Kremlet doesn't have the best dice here. He is going to have to switch onto one of his other characters to use those Hydro. And he may be forced to tune to make use of the Dendro, unless he decides to just throw some dice into Libin at the end. Oh, actually going for the Aquila on Xingqiu.
Oh, he's going for it now. He knows that Chikawa is out of resources, only having that animal dice. So one thing to note right now, you use cards to tune, right? when you run out of cards, what happens? You can't tune anymore.
Yes.
So the dice rolls become that much more devastating. Chico's dice have not been good for the past couple of turns, and he knows it. Like, he is running out of resources. Meanwhile, Z Crimlet has been very good at keeping, like, a lot of cards in hand. Even, like, he hasn't strategized. What's he going to do with it? It's not like he can draw any more cards. Like, he has to tune it, right?
Yeah, that is just tuning fodder at this point.
He has a lot of tuning fodder, which means he actually has more effective dice.
We have to note he also does have still that quick swap and a heavy strike. So Chikuwa could still get caught off guard here. He's holding on to that final woven like his life depends on it.
Wow.
Vanarana gonna catch the final 2, so Zikrinlet maintains dice advantage.
I have to explain, I don't know how many casual viewers we currently have in our audience right now, but how masterful this game has been. There are a few things that us casters are still struggling to keep track of that these players are tracking impeccably. Like, honestly, just down to the last cards, like, they are taking physical notes about what cards they like each have played, how many cards they have left, what round it is, like everything. They're taking everything into consideration when they're making their turns, and it might look like a bit like dull, like swapping back and forth. It just looks like a lot of nothing, right? But it's actually like very, very masterful from both of these players, and I do think Z Crimlet might actually come on top here.
Yeah, like we already mentioned in game 1, a single mistake makes all that difference. So the fact that we are in round like 11, 12 now, and both players still have all 3 characters standing is insane. It is such a demonstration of their talent, of their skill, of the way that they're keeping track of the game state. But how much longer can they keep this up?
How much longer can they keep this up? I mean, I think the Tiana freestyle deck can keep it up for a while.
Zikrinlet has beautiful dice, I will say right now. His dice are incredible. And Chikuwa...
Yeah, Chikuwa, unfortunately, once again, has really not so great dice. They're not very usable, and he does not have any cards in his hand to tune. This is so unfortunate, and Z Crimlet knows that Chikuwa is in this position. Chikuwa can realistically only go for 1 or 2 normal attacks, and I think using that Woven is actually not great. Like, Z Crimlet has Chikuwa backed into a corner.
At the very least, with tenacity, he was able to generate that one more. So with Woven, he can get one more skill on Lynette or Jean, because Lynette is now frozen. And then after that, he just basically cannot do anything for the rest of the turn.
Oh. Swap on to Jean. I mean, we have not seen Dia skill. I'm wondering if those of you in the audience are wondering why this has not been the case so far. It's because actually applying the Pyro onto Z Crimlet would enable Z Crimlet to actually use Xingqiu's skill or Elemental Burst or Barbara's skill to cleanse it. Because they can essentially cleanse the Pyro aura off, so it's counterintuitive to go for Dia's skill.
In the same way, Z Crimlet isn't willing to use Xingqiu or Barbara's skill until he gets Pyro applied. So because of that, we have not seen these skills being used basically the entire game, despite how far we've come.
I really like the Aquila equip onto Xingqiu because, I mean, it buffs those normal attacks, right? And then every time your opponent uses any kind of skill or anything, you gain 1 health if you're the active character. And so Xingqiu is basically able to do a whole lot of damage here with just normal attacks and build up his burst. I think Z Crimlet is preparing for the end here because those freezes will come a lot easier once Xingqiu's burst is up.
So, let's observe Wagner with his 10 forging billets.
I mean, Chikuwa tuned the Aquila Favonia earlier. It was not going to play it. Jean has Light of Foliar Incision on, and Lynette has Sacrificial Sword. And I think those are the best weapons right now because Chikuwa was looking to refund dice rather than heal in the stall versus stall matchup. Wagner requires you to bring 3 different weapons in order to actually use them effectively to draw like a weapon. So, yeah, he's just gonna keep stacking.
Yeah, basically what's happening with Wagner right now is when you'd ask him to craft something and then you forget about it and then only visit him a few weeks later. It's like, oh yeah, I did have those crafting. Thanks.
Oh man, I think we're gonna see Z Crimlet going for Xingqiu's burst here.
Chikuwa pulls out Jean. He's basically saying, okay, I want to burst on Jean to get healing. This could actually be the perfect chance for Heavy Strike.
Wait a second.
Heavy Strike with lethal.
Wait, so a normal, yes, and that is exactly what's happening. So a normal attack already does 3 because of Aquila Fofonia on Xingqiu. So he doesn't even need it to be a charge attack to take out Jean. He doesn't need to use that additional dice to make it even.
For the first time in this entire round, a character falls.
Jean is gone. Z-Krumlet has the clear advantage here, guys.
The Heavy Strike actually results in the first lethal of the game.
And here we go. Z-Krumlet is ready to make the attack. Going for Xingqiu's Elemental Burst, freezing Lynette effectively, leaving her at 1 HP. And Chico is forced to swap onto Dia.
And here Z-Krumlet can just go for another normal attack on Xingqiu to get the freeze on Dea as well. And although he won't kill this round, that is basically going to be it for Chikua. He's got nothing left.
Ooh.
I can't see a way back into this anymore. I think this is going to be a clean sweep for Z-Krumlet.
Z-Krumlet sitting at 160 heart rate. He already is 1-0 against Chikua. Will be taking that second win here. Round 13. Round 13, folks. Like,
I don't think we're going into the draw situation.
We are not going to the draw situation, but even if we did, that would be a win for both of these players. That would be giving the win to Z-Krumlet regardless. So I think Chikua is going to be losing one of his lives.
I think so. We may be witnessing the first player from Group B to drop into the lower bracket. The game is not completely over, you know? Maybe after all this time, Z-Krumlet just makes a series of mistakes. Probably not. But Chikua can dream.
I think all you really do here, if you're Z-Krumlet, is go for normal.
Yes.
There's not really much else to do. I mean, if you do a normal on Dia here, it's already going to be applying. Ooh. It's already going to be.
Why?
Why? I agree. Why?
This
Why
is
not
just
quick swap?
Is he actually waiting for Chikua to run out of dice before he ends the game?
Are you serious?
Yes, he is.
He's just making sure that he gets the win, I guess. Because what else is that about? All he has to do, it's normal.
You can see the smile finally start to show a little bit on Z-Krumlet's face. It has been a long and arduous journey.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
But Xingqiu will be able to land the final hit here.
Here we go. Elemental Burst for
the handshake.
the last 2 damage, taking out Chikua's Lynette. Z-Krumlet going 2-0 against Chikua.
And in a beautifully played chess match of a game here, Z-Krumlet secures the clean sweep against Chikua to move on into the upper bracket finals.
Oh, that handshake. I do want to note again, by the way, that Chikua is the Prince Cup Japan's first place winner. So Z-Krumlet took out the champion of that tournament here.
It does look like Z-Krumlet is definitely setting himself up as the master of stall right now, being able to win out stall mirror matches twice in a row. So other players gotta look out here. Maybe it's time to consider banning one of these instead.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see, you know, so Z-Krumlet is going to be advancing into that upper bracket. He is effectively going on to his next set with 2 lives. Of course, Chikua is not quite out of this tournament yet. This is a double elimination format, so he has 1 more life, is 1 more chance to make it through. And considering his track record, I do believe he stands a good chance. So 2 players will make it out today to the elimination phase.
I'm just honestly so impressed by these players being able to constantly think about the possibilities, right? When the game goes on this long, you expect a mistake to happen, and yet I don't really feel like that ever showed up, even on Chikua's side, until the very end, where basically he had no cards to play anymore. But the whole time, Z-Krumlet, even in situations where it seemed like, oh, it should be safe to go for a slightly riskier move, no, he went for the safe choice every single time, and because of that, was able to keep all his characters alive, even against the more aggressive onslaught of the double Animo.
So there are a couple of points to make, just addressing again why Dia's skill or Barbara's skill never came out, and it's because Dia will apply Pyro with her skill, right? And Barbara and Chicho can both cleanse elemental auras with their skills and also Xingqiu's burst. And so basically they apply Hydro onto themselves when they do that. And so if, like, normally with, especially with Barbara, what you'll see happening is if there's like Pyro aura on her or on any of the active characters, she can cast her skill, right? And then if you end the turn on that character that has that elemental aura there, it will remove it, it will cleanse it with Hydro. And so it will also heal that character. So basically, Chikawa not playing Dia's skill was kind of gatekeeping Z Crimlet from using any of those abilities. That's one part of that. The other part of that is that if he never uses Dia's skill, then that means like if Barbara ever does like Hydro application to herself or Xingqiu does Hydro application to himself, then it's a 2-animal deck, right? So it can swirl it. It's gonna do more damage across the board with those swirls. So basically both of these players were in like this dance with each other, avoiding any elemental application like possible. So
it was quite a deadlock. But I do also feel like Chikawa could have played a little bit more aggressive because yes, you don't want to give them the free pyro to cleanse with their abilities, but it also meant that he wasn't really benefiting from the damage reduction that Dia would offer throughout the game.
Exactly.
He, like, if he timed it correctly, he could have even manipulated the Z Crimlet into ending turns on specific characters, so that unfortunately didn't come into fruition, and now we get to look at the post-match data.
Number of effective dice 3.8. That is the lowest we've seen so far in a win, and I think it's because the game went on so long. Like, this is more realistic. The reason why it's been closer to like mid 4s to 5 is because it's been counting the winner's dice, right? And like the RNG is gonna be a bit better for the winner in a lot of cases, I believe. But I mean, in a stall match, I think this is more like a true average because you have so many rounds to go off, right?
But look at the average rounds.
9! Stop, so many stall games.
I feel like I've been sitting here for years.
I also wanted to add one more point to that last game. And this was very masterfully played. Wait, okay, let's take a look at the heart rates first. Oh, wait. They were both really high. Z Crimlet had the highest in this tournament so far, 179. That is in
Looks like he's still living up to the stories that you've told.
It's consistent with Z
But it's a little bit lower than it was.
1 point lower.
1 point
One
lower.
point lower.
It's an improvement.
It's a
You know,
slight
baby
improvement.
steps. He takes it slow, like the stall decks.
Oh, I mean, that last game was so masterfully played, honestly.
We need a break. But honestly, GG well played. Congratulations to Z Crimlet, because it takes a lot of skill to be able to pull off this kind of performance, this kind of result, especially against, like you mentioned, the winner of Prince Cup Japan. Chikawa has a lot of accolades to his name as well, so I'm expecting to still see him perform once again, but for now, Z Crimlet's gonna be waiting for his next opponent in our second match.
I mean, I think Z Crimlet definitely deserved this win. While Chikawa was the Prince Cup Japan first place winner, Z Crimlet does have an extensive tournament history, so he's been playing in the Cattails gatherings for a very long time, ever since the first alpha, like before season 1. Which is huge. He also took top 4 in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup tournament. And so he does have an extensive track record with competitive play. So he definitely earned a spot here today in the upper bracket.
You did mention that you're quite close with like the players from Southeast Asia because you've been able to meet them. I believe we do have another player from Prince Cup Southeast Asia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau coming up in our next match, which is going to be Ark. Is there anything interesting to mention about him?
He told me this morning that he brought a spicy card. I have no idea what it is because we haven't like looked at that at all. But I'm kind of curious. I'm going to be looking for that card when those deck lists are revealed.
Yeah,
I want to see what it is. I am very curious.
Now, our next match is going to be between Ark and Gold Olive. We're not going to be jumping into that just yet. Let's take a moment to really bask in the glory of that victory again.
The double stall matchup, yes.
Because like, I don't feel like we spent enough time on it, right? You know?
Not at all.
I think we could afford to give it a little bit longer.
So, okay, I wanted to go back to that last match because I think there's an important point that we missed when we were talking about the results of the match, right? So there was the whole dance between not using Gia's skill or Barbara's skill or Xingqiu's skill and burst until the very end there, and it was very masterful from both sides. I cannot stress enough how amazing this was to watch. But I mean, so
Yeah, I know, I'm speechless as well. But it's understandable. Either way, we're gonna show you guys the highlights of these very long games, and then we're gonna jump into a break. When we come back, it's gonna be match number 2 between Arc and Gold Olive. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys then.
Is she here yet?
When she get here?
She's not coming!
You're wrong. She's here.
Si je pouvais vivre dans l'eau, le monde serait-il plus beau? Me pardonneras-tu, ô chère mère? L'eau dans son courant fait danser nos vies, et la cité elle nourrit, ainsi que toi, mon doux amour.
But what about your wish?
My wish.
If you become human, you can reveal your secret to no one. You will face suffering and loneliness. Is this truly what you want?
Le grand amour ne suffit pas, seul un adieu fleurira. C'est notre histoire de vie, douce et amère. Moi, je serai toujours là, à voir le monde et sa beauté, et ça ne changera jamais, jamais.
The adventure continues here on a beautiful day in Shanghai on day 2 of the Genshin Impact Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitationals. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to enter our second match. My name's Staffa, and along with me today...
My name is Leah, aka Windflower Leah, and once again, we are so honored to be here. This is day 2 of the Asia Invitational. This is the group stage, Group B, in fact. We just completed our first best of 3. If you are, just starting to follow us along right now on the stream, and we are about to get into our second one to determine who our upper and lower bracket contestants will be. Our
first match of the day, honestly, really started off the day in a way I was not expecting. Some very long games.
I like starting my day pretty slow.
That
relaxing.
Slow?
I'm pretty relaxing.
I guess so, right? I agree with you. Starting the day slow, pretty relaxing, pretty good. But let's get on into the action because we have Arc versus Gold Olive for a second match.
Yeah, so it looks like a whole lot of what we saw yesterday, doesn't it?
It absolutely is.
So, of course, we have Arc bringing Yelan OTK, which is that Yelan Thunder Manifestation Senora deck. OTK means 1 turn kill, so this is a combo deck that's looking to basically destroying 1 turn. And we do see Gold Olive taking the Fatui Manifestation version. I really love that name you said yesterday for it. Both these players are bringing Mew, which is Mona Eula Wander, and then both of these players are also bringing Finally, which is 5 for Fischl, Na for Nahida, and Liv for Linny.
So the only difference going to be that Yelan OTK and the Fatui Manifestation, basically Yelan versus Child.
Of course.
And both players going to be sticking to the same trend as day 1 as well. The Finally deck has been the most banned so far in this Invitational, and both players will get rid of it.
Well, with how aggressive that deck is, that is definitely an aggro deck. It can be devastating to play against, but of course Arc is going with this Yelan OTK pick. I do not see the spicy card in this deck, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't look all that much different from the usual, so you may have to look for Arc after this and maybe figure out what he was talking about. But it is a slightly different style as compared to the version we've seen like Blep playing, where the goal is just to draw as much cards as possible. He is running Covenant instead.
Yeah, so both of these decks, it's basically a mirror matchup.
Oh.
These are combo decks, so it's going to be a bit more fast-paced than the matches we just saw in that first best of 3, but both of these decks are using the Magic Engine. And for those of you who don't know what the Magic Engine is, you'll have to wait and find out because we're definitely going to see it. Now, the main difference between these two decks is that with Child instead of Yelan, it enables Fatui Resonance, which is that Fatui Conspiracy card. So, it's kind of RNG to determine like what elements you get, but the elemental application can actually be really good. Also, I do think the Yelan OTK deck is more of a true combo deck because you're looking to get off Yelan's burst basically as soon as you can and basically keep applying that Hydro Rite, but we will get into that a little bit later.
Yeah, we'll find out which of these decks is superior in game 1. But before we jump into that game, let's tell you guys a little bit about our participants. I honestly do love these intro videos for the players. Let's them look a little bit cool before we jump on into the game where they can look even cooler as they pull out some impressive plays. Arc versus Gold Olive, Yelan OTK versus Fatui Manifestation. It is basically combo versus aggro.
Yes, kind of what I was trying to say a bit earlier. So Yelan OTK is more of a true combo deck. Meanwhile, Child has a bit more flexibility. Because you can do damage in a bunch of different ways. But Yelan's burst is what you're going to be expecting to see from Arc for sure. I just want to note these players' backgrounds, by the way. So Gold Olive was top 4 in the Korea Prince Cup tournament. He actually lost versus Amanbo, who was here today as well, in a different group though. And Arc was top 8 No, top 4 in the Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan Prince Cup. Who's top 8 in Alpha 1 of Asia's Catskills Gathering.
So they were able to achieve pretty similar results in their respective Prince Cups. You could argue that that means that they're pretty evenly matched, but from what we've seen so far, there can be some variances in the way that these players approach the game overall. So I'm really interested to see who will come out on top in this clash between different Prince Cups. Arc versus Gold Olive, game number 1. Which of these decks will come out on top?
Definitely. I think, you know, it's going to depend on if Yelan gets her burst off or not.
That is true. Now, I highlighted with Rin yesterday that although Yelan Burst is a huge enabler for the Yelan OTK deck, it's actually a deck that performs impressively well even if Yelan is taken out before that burst can become available. It's all about being able to play around the utility of this rainbow deck.
Yes, so Thunder Manifestation and Senora are very strong on their own, actually. You don't need that combo to actually win. You are definitely right about that. But I think it definitely helps as well because that is... I mean, Yelan is good in this deck because she has card draw built into her kit, which enables Arc, in this case, to get out the magic engine faster and win the game faster. The dice rolls are looking good enough, though, for a skill into a normal attack. I'm wondering if Arc is going to opt to tune something, maybe?
Yeah, they definitely look much better on Gold Olive's side. His dice were really nice. Only the Animo dice not going to be useful here. But Arc, if he times it correctly, that Covenant Rock could actually allow him to build up Yelan Burst in turn 1. Maybe difficult to really find the right order to play things in, though. For now, it's just going to go for that manifestation talent to get some card draw.
Yeah, and also the Kavarena 0 cost card, they're going on to Yelan. So there's going to be a lot of card draw here. And once again, I'm wondering if we're going to see a tune or if Arc's just going to go for 2 normals. I definitely think he's going to stay on Yelan until... Wait... Hi,
Ooh.
Arc, please play slow.
Whose notes are those? Are those... Is that Gold Olive's note? It has to be, right? Arc wouldn't address himself.
I love that, actually.
That's pretty funny. If it is for Gold Olive, that's very cute, but we can't get confirmation of that. For now, ooh, Arc does get the minty meat rolls. That could make a difference, but his dice are just not looking very good. And now... with the Cryo Fatui conspiracy coming out, Yelan's at danger of freezing herself.
So, wow, that is probably the most unfortunate Fatui conspiracy element to have right now. Because, I mean, Arc is going to have to... It's once per round. So if he can trigger the Cryo on either Thunder Manifestation or Sinora, then he can go back to Yelan safely. But that Hydro Aura on her is still... so devastating for him. Actually, he cannot use that minty meat rolls and reliably like go for her burst right now, and he's 2 energy points off of getting it, so I think he's gonna have to figure out what else he can do.
Yeah, this is not good for Arc. Now, you have to note that both these players did feel comfortable enough in this matchup to go for their typical opening. We see a lot of players like maybe start with a different starting character because they want to avoid like reactions, but because they know that both of them will want to stay on Yelan and Tartaglia for a while, they felt comfortable to just stay and farm the energy. But with that Cryo element now, Arc cannot continue to do so, while Gold Olive still can.
Yeah, I mean, Gold Olive could have done this thing where he applies Hydro onto Yelan and then goes to Sinora and freezes her. But with that Fatui conspiracy being Cryo, it's already threatening Yelan very much so. So we do see Arc swapping under Thunder Manifestation. I think this makes sense given the 2 Electro die. I'm wondering if he's gonna go for a tune into TM skill, or if we're just gonna see like a normal attack on your Sod Maul.
Fatui Conspiracy is very annoying to have to play against. We've seen a lot of players have to do some very unusual things to try and get around the elemental application, but also Thunder Manifestation does a lot of damage, just straight up 5 damage onto Tartaglia there, dropping him to 2. So now even he is going to find it quite difficult to stay and get enough energy to burst.
I see Arc shaking his head. I think he's trying to do the math if he actually like wants to use Covenant or something. But I feel like we're just gonna see Mao come down in a pass. It's just unfortunate. Thunder Manifestation is going to be frozen at the start of next turn.
Yeah, normally the Covenant in the minty meat rolls is enough for another attack, but he would need to switch back to Yelan to do so anyway, so it's not really going to work out in terms of dice count. Therefore, end turn, get Mao set up. Dice gonna be looking not the best.
So I saw Gold Olive draw that Gilded Dreams, by the way, and that is the start to our very magical adventure in this almost mirror matchup. So Gilded Dreams is a very fun card where when you play it, you get one Omni dice and then you get one dice for your active character, like it's the same element as your active character. It's one dice that matches the element of the character you apply it to. And then if you have a rainbow deck, you will additionally get one Omni dice. There we go.
Yeah, it's precisely because of this one artifact that we see rainbow decks gaining so much more popularity. Because when TCG first came out, there was no real reason to play a rainbow deck. You really wanted the elemental resonance. Then when the location resonances came out, it became a little easier to play rainbow. But now with the Gilded Dreams, like Liar Song combo, Rainbow is just the way to go.
Yeah, so Liar Song is another card that is newish in these last patches, where if you play it, it's a 0-cost event card. It will take back whatever artifact you use it on, and then it will discount your next artifact equipped by 2. And so basically you can equip a 3-cost artifact for 1 cost, and then if you stack like Yayoi, for example, who's another, popular choice in both of these decks, you can basically equip Gilded Dreams for free and get a bunch of dice that match, the elements of your character, and it's a little bit too perfect. It's magic, right? So.
Yeah. Dice just appears out of thin air. That's why Leah calls it magic. We do see Tartaglia getting the freeze onto Manifestation. So Arc switches over to Signora, and Olive switches over to the Manifestation himself. Gets some extra dice from the Gilded Dreams, and gets the instant lethal onto Yelan. Wow.
Oh, and there we go. Arc was really, really hoping to go for Yelan Burst here, because, we do see Thunder Manifestation frozen. So that if Tui Conspiracy would not actually proc again this round. So I think he was going to go for Yelan Burst while he got the chance, but, that Gilded Dreams.
Yeah, that was a very effective use of Gold Olive's final few dice as well. He was at a pretty big dice disadvantage, having only like 1 compared to 7 on Arc, but with the Gilded Dreams was able to get enough for 1 more attack. And now that Yelan is gone, even with this 7 dice, Arc finds himself in a really difficult situation, because even though we mentioned earlier that Yelan is not hyper necessary for this deck, you typically don't want her to go down this early.
Yeah, it's very early for Yelan to be falling. Of course, Arc is sitting on a lot of dice, but most of them are Hydro at this point. There is something that could be said about potentially dice fixing with Gilded Dreams, but equipping Gilded Dreams for 3 is pretty rough in itself.
It could be used for tuning, since he can't use those 3 Hydro dice anymore, so at least convert them into 2 usable dice, then tune for 1 more.
Actually, so Tui Conspiracy did go off and apply to Signora, so I misspoke earlier. I wonder if Arc intentionally sacrificed Yelan there.
It's possible. Actually, playing Mao into Minty Meat rolls would give him enough for actually 3 more attacks with Covenant. So that could be a good amount of damage, depending on... Well, actually, he doesn't have a choice. It has to be Signora.
Yeah, so that other Mao is free to use. We could actually... It does have to be Signora, but... the other Chef Mao also hasn't been procced yet on Arc's side, so that's 1 extra dice that he could stand to get if he plays that Mao for free with Junior Zod's passive. It's just a question of if he will go for that now. With that Covenant, he could be sitting on a potential 3 normal attacks, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. So I don't know if that's what you actually go for. Just going for a normal attack, I think that's fine. A normal attack. Did I just say that?
Yes. As opposed to the special normal attack, that one.
Minty Meatballs, the minty normal attack.
He does have enough energy now for the burst, Usually you don't want to burst on Signora first. You want to ideally wait until transformation because the transform burst just deals so much more damage overall. But depending on the situation, we'll see whether or not Ark can claw back in this because he's at a pretty big disadvantage now.
Yeah, Signora is one of the new cards in patch 4.3, and I think she's actually really, really interesting because she's so flexible. Like, you would think that having like a character that deals damage in multiple elements could actually be hard to keep up with or something, or it could be limiting in some ways, but there's a lot of freedom here, especially with the state that she enters, the Crimson Witch of Embers. You can kind of choose when to enter it in some ways.
Ooh, the Lotus Flower Chris into slow swap on Tartaglia. If Gold Olive had a quick swap, that would actually have been enough to force the transformation onto Signora, because we have to remember that melee child burst, I think, is about 6 or 7 damage, which is a lot.
It is a lot, and you know, I don't think that Ark has enough damage. There's no auras on Child right now, so there's nothing Ark can really do to stop this Child burst. Gold Olive does have the perfect dice for it too, and so Ark is thinking really hard about what to do. He doesn't have any healing at all either. It's looking a little bit unfortunate. I'm wondering if he has to sacrifice Thunder Manifestation here and maybe go for Crimson Witch of Ember State Signora.
Wait, I just noticed that Child is in bow stance, so no, the burst will do, I think, about 5 damage, but it does refund 2 energy, and then the melee stance does like 6 or 7 damage. So there's a lot of damage potential right now, and Ark definitely doesn't have enough damage, even if he quick swaps back to Manifestation to take out Child because of the Lotus Flower Crisp. So Gold Olive has done incredibly well here to threaten Ark on a 2 HP character.
And right away, we are seeing the difference between this set and the last set we just watched. So before we had a whole lot of stall, and this is way more fast-paced. I believe we are only on round 3.
Yeah, I think so. It's just a different game entirely, depending on like what the matchup can be. Surprisingly enough, it's Gold Olive that actually has the higher heart rate, even though he's definitely in a better position. But it looks like Ark will choose to personally transform Signora.
And if only that was enough damage, but it isn't, and Child is going to be able to get that burst off. The question is, does Gold Olive want to burst Signora? I don't see any issues with it.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely just fine. It's not going to do enough to kill her, of course, but it'll do a good amount. 6 damage, gets the freeze, so now Signora can't do anything for the rest of the round. Will force Ark to slow swamp. If he has a quick swap, I think he would have used it by now. That's what Gold Olive is counting on. So yeah, this is proceeding all according to plan for him.
So also, unfortunately for Ark, I mean, he has to slow swap away because that Shatter from Child would actually take out Signora because Signora used her burst, right?
Yeah.
And so she's in that Crimson Witch of Ember state. And if she is not in that state, then it will revive her at 1 HP. But if she's taken out, now she's just gone. So Ark has to be really careful. He's choosing to go for that extra damage early. But I don't know if he's going to really have a chance to use it.
Ark, I believe that is gilded. Yeah, that is gilded on Signora. So he does have Yayoi Liar Song, War Princess. That should be able to get him a good amount of dice, but I don't think it's enough, right? Signora on Gold Olive side is still basically untouched. So the match not looking good. Gold Olive having the higher heart rate, but definitely performing well under the pressure.
Yeah, I think... Oh, that Boar Prince is getting tuned. But I think that this is really the only chance that Ark is going to have to do a whole lot of damage to Gold Olive. Because, I mean, I'm looking at that Fresh Wind of Freedom in Gold Olive's hand, too. So, at the start of next turn, he can basically play that and instantly go for the win.
Yep.
Because that will enable him to go twice in a row. So, we might see some magic from Ark. We'll see if that magic is going to be enough, though. Child's Burst is already up. Wow.
Going for Chef Mao. Chef Mao into Minty.
Most likely. That will
Would
give Ark
him
2 more dice. I mean, 1, net 1.
Yeah, so he'll have 4 dice after that. If he Liar Songs into Gilded, then he'll get another 1 or 2 dice after that as well. So I think he will be able to use the 3 attacks on the Minty Meat Rolls. And with Northern Smoked Chicken, he might even get a 4th with Covenant of Rock. So quite a lot of damage here.
He cannot use Northern Smoke Chicken because Thunder Manifestation satiated. We had this issue yesterday actually with the Yelan being satiated, could not use Northern Smoke Chicken for Bana, but so Gold Olive is equipping onto Signora and we will see
Goes
what
for the,
Arc does.
I
here.
haven't lost yet. Signora has energy, uses the extra dice to equip gamblers, and although Arc can still get another 2 attacks out at least, I don't think it'll be enough because it's only 1 damage. Right.
Here we go. We're gonna see Thunder Manifestation's Elemental Burst instead of any more normal attacks. I think this is best because I mean, without Yelan's Burst up, those normal attacks from both Signora and Thunder Manifestation are really not gonna do a whole lot. But we do see Covenant coming out. I don't know.
You can actually attack 1 more time with Covenant.
But
that would be 2 damage to Signora.
I do think that burst is 4.
Does the summon force reincarnation? Even if it doesn't force reincarnation, Signora would be left on 1 HP, so she would force transform next round. But Arc ideally wants a 1v1 situation between his Signora and Gold Olive's Thunder Manifestation. If he's not able to set that up, then Gold Olive has enough HP to get the... Ooh! An interesting switch.
I like this because if he didn't swap over, it would be game over because of that fresh wind of freedom. You take out Thunder Manifestation and then... Yeah, so there is a slight chance that Arc will be able to do something next round with that Lotus, I think, unless Gold Olive has a quick swap. I believe Gold Olive brought 2 quick swaps in this deck, so if he draws it, no quick swap.
No quick swap. No Lotus as well, so Arc actually still has some opportunity here. What he needs to happen is that as long as his Signora can survive 1 attack from Gold Olive Signora, he can actually force the reincarnation. It's tricky.
Also, when Signora is under 4 HP, the next round she will transform into Crimson Witch of Ember. So that reincarnation, that revive is actually gone for Gold Olive. But that means that Signora does more damage with her skill.
Does she? Skill still... her skill is still 2 damage and then 3 in the end phase, right? So Gold Olive Signora skill doesn't kill Arc Signora, but Arc's does because it would proc Overload.
Yes, so yeah, it's her Elemental Burst that does more damage.
Ooh. Okay, so Arc can basically guarantee take out Gold Olive Signora. Then Gold Olive switches into Manifestation and can take out Arc's Signora. Arc actually has a chance here. And he still has Lotus. Arc actually could still win this. I'm
trying to think about how, because
like it's Arc's turn.
Yeah, it's Arc's turn, but
attack on Signora. That's that's 4 damage actually. So Gold Olive Signora is dead. Thunder Manifestation comes out, gets the kill onto Arc's Signora. Then Arc puts Lotus on his Manifestation skill.
No, because Gold Olive has Fresh Wind. So Gold Olive gets to go twice.
Oh, right.
Yes. So,
oh, no. Fresh Wind.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see how Arc gets out of this. I think even if he Lotuses Thunder Manifestation, Thunder Manifestation's skill is going to do 3 + 4 for Electrocharge.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot about the Fresh Wind of Freedom. Yeah. And unfortunately, on 1 health, neither of Arc's characters can actually survive a hit from Gold Olive Signora, even with Lotus. So we see Gold Olive breathe a sigh of relief. He knows he has won here with Fresh Wind of Freedom, and Arc is hoping, praying. But the moment he sees the Fresh Wind, he knows that is it. It came incredibly close, actually, but Gold Olive will be the winner of round 1.
Yes, and Arc was praying there, just praying for that Fresh Wind to have been thrown out in the first turn when you're drawing cards, and it was not. He did have it, and there we go. Gold Olive taking the first game.
Ooh, that was sweaty. That was scary. And I'm honestly so impressed that Ark was able to bring it to that situation where if Gold Olive didn't have the fresh wind of freedom, he actually would have lost. Despite the fact that Yelan was lost so early on. This is what we mentioned, right? Yelan actually not that important in the deck.
Yes, and so one thing to note is that this is a conquest format, and so Gold Olive cannot play that deck anymore. We will not be seeing any mirror matchups, but Ark is free to choose the deck he just played, the Yelan OTK deck, if he so wishes. So we'll have to see what the matchup will be leading into match 2 of this best of 3.
Now, I believe that the other deck that Gold Olive brought is Mew, correct?
Yes, both players brought Mew.
Yes.
Mew has been a very, very popular pick. I think almost every single player yesterday in Group A also brought it. It also performed pretty well, if I remember right. So we're going to have to see how that matches up into whatever Ark chooses. Of course, you know, both players also brought Finally and also banned each other's Finally. So it does look like Ark is going to go with the Yelan OTK deck again. And of course, Gold Olive is forced to go with that Mew, Mona, Eula, Wanderer.
I was going to ask whether you thought that going for like the Mew mirror match would be the smart choice, but it does look like Ark has decided to go for Yelan OTK. Do you think this is the right decision?
I mean, either way, Ark is going to have to defeat that Mew deck that Gold Olive has, right? So why not just go with Yelan OTK at this point?
Okay. Makes sense. I think it's not a bad matchup, but it's going to be a lot more difficult here. Now, typically, being able to set up burst on Yelan is a very easy win condition. It's not necessary, but it really makes it that much more obvious what Ark needs to do. In the last game, he wasn't able to do it because of that Cryo Fatui conspiracy, but against Mew, it's also very difficult to stay on one character for a long time, right?
It is. I mean, so this matchup is going to be pretty interesting to watch. I think we actually saw it yesterday quite a bit. Normally, when you're playing Mew, you'll start with Mona's skill and go into Wanderer, and hopefully you high roll your dice and actually have Animo to use a skill and normal attacks and go for a kill. But, I mean, you can also, there's other lines you can play with Eula, but yeah, ideally Eula's the one finishing at the end. Like, Wanderer is going to be the one doing damage after Mona's skill comes out in most cases, so we're gonna have to see how Ark will respond to that. I wonder if he'll actually be able to get Yelan's burst off early enough. So
it did come very close previously, but now we get to look at the decks once again. So this is going to be the same deck list from Ark. He will be playing the same cards as before. I am noticing that fried egg now, and kind of wishing that he did have it in game 1. I think that could have made a difference.
Oh, you're right. It really could have made a difference, especially since he had the double chef mouth at one point. It would have basically been a free revive. And here we go, Mew for Gold Olive, a pretty standard deck list here as well. Noticeably bringing Fruit as his second catalyst, which enables, you know, a little more card draw, which I think if you're going into Yelan OTK, which has a lot of card draw, it might help you keep up with it.
And also the double Cox's art. We did see a lot of the Mew decks from yesterday bringing 1, but Gold Olive grabbing 2 does mean that he's putting a little bit more priority onto getting bursts on his characters. With the fresh wind of freedom as well, I'm expecting him to be playing pretty aggressively overall.
Yeah, I mean, Wanderer's Burst does hit pretty hard, so if you can get that burst off, then it could definitely be like the difference between a win or a loss there. So we're just gonna have to see how this one plays out, I think.
Ooh, I'm excited to find out what's going to happen. Gold Olive one game up, but it really was a very tight game that could have gone either way until the very end, despite how it may have appeared in the early stages. So it looks like these two participants are actually as evenly matched as we may have anticipated before going into the series. And we'll find out whether or not we're going to see another clean sweep, or whether or not Ark can bring things back to a tie.
Yeah, I mean, just a reminder, these two players are definitely evenly matched, both taking top 4 in their respective tournaments that they qualified for. And yeah.
We return to the Cat's Tail set. Again, a very beautiful set here. Thank you very much to our production crew for granting these players a chance to step into the Cat's Tail themselves and play as if they are in the world of Tevat. Ark versus Gold Olive, game number 2. Ark going to be on the back foot, 1 game down. We'll find out whether or not this game goes the same way as before.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to say. This matchup is going to depend on how, I think, if the Mona Eula Wanderer deck actually manages to high roll the first couple of turns, then I think it could beat the combo deck pretty easily. But I mean, if Arc can get the magic engine off fast, then also Yolan's burst, of course. Then I mean, yeah, it's really anyone's game to win. I think we're just gonna have to see how it plays out.
See that Gold Olive, he's mulliganed. He's got both Timaeus and a Wagner. Probably don't want both of them in your starting hand.
Ooh, wait.
Ooh, Arc with double Chef Mao. He did have both Northern Smoke Chicken. He's only going to choose to keep one because one is enough for Yelan to get all 3 energy on round 1. But that requires staying on Yelan for the entirety of round 1.
Well, I mean, considering Mona Eula Wanderer will like 99.999% start with Mona skill, it's only 1 cost, and then, I mean, 1 point of damage, 1 point of 100 damage before you swap off. And, I mean, you could be looking for a freeze onto Eula after using Mona's skill, but, like, Wanderer is not really going to be targeting Eula in most cases if you swap to him, because he's going to do his skill to get that win favored, and then he's going to be attacking the inactive characters, right, with that with his normal attacks. So, Yolan is actually pretty safe right now. And it looks like, you know, Arc had the dice to go for a skill into a normal attack with Yolan, which enables him to draw an additional card. I'm wondering if we're actually going to see double Chef Mao Northern Smoke Chicken to try to fix his dice.
He actually could. Like, normally you would just play the Northern Smoke Chicken to attack. But because he's got double Chef Mao, he can play both, eat the Northern Smoke Chicken, get the 2 dice back, and now he doesn't even have to use Covenant to get enough energy for burst.
We'll see if he gets a high tour. If he has to tune, let's see if he's a high roller this game. Oh, there's a Geo. Oh! Nope.
He gets the egg, though. That could be something useful.
Alright. I think he had 2 Minty Meat rolls in hands. Tuned one of them.
Can't remember what he tuned, actually. All good. That means that Arc will be able to get that burst out. And even if Gold Olive does decide to switch to Wanderer and swirl like usual, it's not going to stop him. So that might actually force him to switch to
Eula. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I think, you know, Gold Olive is going to try to delay that Yolan burst as much as possible. And, you know, Mona's passive does enable her to quick swap to whoever. It is 1 free quick swap per round. So we might see a quick swap onto Eula and a freeze, except not with those dice. Not with those dice. What are those dice? And it is a swap on the Wanderer. I think he's just going to let the...
Not going to stop the Yelan burst. That could be a bad idea. We've seen how scary this deck can be if you're able to get that out. Arc, I think he's definitely breathing a sigh of relief here. Wasn't able to see the burst in game 1. He can very easily get it out this time. And it probably is the smart play as well, since the swirl is already...
Yeah, you know, Wanderer having that Instructor's equipped, so it does refresh 2 dice per round whenever you do an elemental reaction, which swirl does count as elemental reaction. So basically, he's fixing his own dice because Wanderer deals with normal attacks. You only need 1 dice that aligns with your character. So this is actually perfect for Gold Olive. But, I mean, Arc is able to get that Yolan burst off, right? So this is where this deck will shine. You will see the power of the Minty Meat Rolls combo with either Signora or Thunder Manifestation and Yolan's burst.
The unfortunate thing is that in getting that burst out, Arc is actually eating a good amount of damage from Wanderer. Thunder Manifestation already down to 6 HP. He can definitely afford to switch to Signora because basically Yolan's already done her job at this point. But normally, I think you'd want to go to Manifestation, right? Because Electro Charge just does more damage overall this early in the game.
Well, I am wondering if Arc actually wants to try controlling Gold Olive here because that burst is up and Wanderer has 3 dice. I mean, we know that those dice are really bad, right? They're not NMO, but Gold Olive does have cards in hand to tune. And so we do see a freeze coming out. Every normal attack from Signora is going to be a freeze onto Gold Olive's characters for the next 2 rounds because Signora is a catalyst character, will be applying consistent cryo, and Yolan's burst lasts for rounds rather than simply like 1 normal attack at a time like Sincho's burst does. So Gold Olive is actually in kind of sticky situation. I can't anticipate that he's going to be able to
Yeah, he's.
use Wanderer's Burst.
I think
Very
he is
effective.
just gonna have to eat damage here. You could have like quick swap to Eula to get the freeze, but he doesn't have enough dice, and even the dice he has are not the element he wants. So he's just gonna possibly be forced to end turn, let Vanarana catch the dice here, and just hope that Signora doesn't do too much damage.
I mean, so the thing is, Gold Olive is sitting on a quick swap, right? But you don't even like necessarily want to quick swap Wanderer Burst because Signora's just gonna revive.
Yeah, I mean Wander's frozen anyway, so.
Yeah, Wanderer's frozen for now, but next turn.
Ah, okay.
So Gold Olive ending first means he gets to go first next round. So we might see like a quick swap onto Wanderer and a burst onto someone, but like Arc has the option to either play Yayoi or just swap to Yelan and be like, okay, go for it. Oh, there we go.
Ooh.
Swap
Okay,
on
okay.
Yelan.
Was wondering if he might like play Yayoi Covenant attack just for a bit more damage, but yeah, I think this is safer.
You were wandering.
I was wandering.
You were wandering like a wanderer. Do you get it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Thank you. We haven't seen any decks with Sino, so I have to make puns in his name. Okay.
I see. You know, yeah, I get you. You know, justice for Sino.
Okay, so I mean, on Arc's side, he's definitely having a stronger start this game than last game. Was able to get Yelan's burst off, and this is going to be a very critical turn for him. Will he be able to do enough damage to take out Gold Olive's Mew?
He does right now. Gold Olive does have gamblers, so the Yelan is basically just a free 2 dice for him right now. I think he should definitely take it. He's also actually got Fresh Wind.
Yes.
Actually, this could be tricky for Arc because if you go Gambler on Eula, you attack Lethal Yelan, Fresh Wind, the second skill does 5 damage, so Arc is forced to go to Signora instead, and then she gets frozen.
That's a good point, actually. I think Arc should know that this deck is bringing Fresh Wind.
Oh?
Oh, okay, so...
Not the Eula play.
Quick
Why
swap.
not?
Hard to say.
I guess we'll find out.
We will find out. So Gamblers, this is going to give Gold Olive some more dice back. We do see Fresh Wind activating, so this will enable him to go again. And the question is, who does Arc pick here?
Unfortunately, it has to be Signora again. And I see now why Gold Olive went for this instead of Eula. It's because Wanderer can actually force the reincarnation. Eula would just freeze.
Yeah, that's true. I guess Gold Olive is trying to get as much damage out as fast as possible before Arc does his magic. And I mean, considering Gold Olive's dice, this is actually, it might work in his favor here. So...
I think that's just the play, right? You burst on Wanderer, force the reincarnation, then Pyro Signora does 2 damage plus 2 for Vape. Wanderer actually still survives.
Wait a second. Wait, what was the point? Wait a second.
What's happening?
You could have played Fresh Wind on Eula and taken Yelan out and swapped to Mona. I guess he changed his mind halfway through. That must have been what happened. I think he was going to go for the burst, but...
I feel like there was a misplay there because you either burst on Wanderer here or you just Fresh Winded on Eula.
Yeah.
That's weird. Okay.
It's fine. He changed his mind. I think he probably discovered a better line here. And I'm just waiting to see how Arc is going to respond. I mean, Arc is sitting on that Yayoi and Gilded, so, and Liar Song as well, and also Seed Dispensary. So we could see Seed Dispensary, Yayoi.
Yeah, why not?
Seed Dispensary, Yayoi, Gilded, Liar Song, Gilded.
You could even do a Gambler Seed Dispensary Yayoi to further discount Gilded.
You could put Gamblers down as well.
Yeah.
You put Gamblers on... You don't Boar Princess. You'd probably put Gamblers on Thunder Manifestation. Because you probably want the dice on Signora right now. So yeah, we do see Seed coming down. This has to be Yayoi, right?
I think so. If we didn't start with Gambler, then... Yeah.
I mean, you could play Yayoi then play Gambler. But yeah, I think Arc is just counting the dice in his head right now. I'm so sure. But we're probably going to see Yayoi come down and then Gilded on Signora. So Gilded Dreams, it does not only give you effectively 2 dice if you were playing a rainbow deck. But if you do an elemental reaction on the opposing character, and the character that you did it with is the active character, then you get to draw a card as well. We do see Gamblers coming down.
He uses the Yayoi proc on Gamblers instead.
Wait a second. Is that a mistake? No? Oh, okay.
This is lethal because you do still have the Yelan burst.
Oh, you know, he could Lyre Song the Gamblers and then play Gilder for 1.
He
because you don't have to play the artifact that you recall with Lyre Song.
Yes. I feel like Gold Olive's play is still a little bit weird because yes, he get the freeze on Signora in the end, but he could have done that anyway without losing Mona. Either way, it still puts Arc in a difficult spot because without a quick swap, he now will have to slow swap onto the manifestation and start doing electro charge damage instead, which is going to be a little less effective now that Mona is gone.
And Gold Olive's heart rate is definitely what is this?
Ooh, there it is.
Egg. Okay, Yulan's back. I mean, Chef Mal also refunding. It was a free revive even. I think Arc is waiting for Gold Olive to use up the rest of his dice, but yeah, I was going to say Gold Olive's heart rate has been pretty high this match. I think he realizes he made a mistake there with using that quick swap earlier because he's not able to quick swap onto Wanderer. He does have to slow swap. And I'm honestly not sure what you do here. Do you just go Signora, right?
I'm still hovering over the weird play with Fresh Wind of Freedom. Because if Gold Olive had, if he had done that, Mona would be alive. Now he could have switched to Mona instead of Wander and gotten a quick swap off of her after Yelan revived. And Gold Olive would be in a much better board state. Instead now, Arc's not doing too bad. He's actually clapping. He wanted that to happen.
He did want that to happen. I mean, Gold Olive did get the Gambler's refresh there, but has one more stack of Wind Favored left. But I do think that Arc is in a good spot right now. Does have the Lyre Song, Gilded, and also Covenant. I think he's in a pretty good spot at the moment. Unfortunately, Signora has the Gamblers and she's frozen. But that skill on Thunder Manifestation will be enough to take out Wanderer. Now it's only Eula left.
Yeah, and it'll do 2 damage to Eula as well, applying Hydro. And I'm pretty sure that next turn, Arc knows that he's basically...
Covenant. Lyre Song.
Oh, yes, he can. That's
Lyre
it.
Song, play Gilded, or even just go for... I mean, you can Gilded. You can also go for normal, I guess. No, because that's a dice fixer, and skill is enough to take out Eula.
I'm pretty sure that Fresh Wind play did cost Gold Olive the game a little bit, but Arc beautifully done. Literally, when we were talking about the decks, the Fried Egg could have saved him in game 1. It saved him this game instead. He basically used it as a way to safely swap onto the Electro Manifestation through Yelan.
I mean, he had double Chef Mal up, so it was a free revive. It was just... It was a no-brain play, right? So, I mean, I know you weren't casting with me yesterday when all the egg plays were going on, but I know you were watching along, and so egg is a very interesting card. It's so situational, right? And it can be life or death. Yesterday, it didn't quite save Bun Up, right? But it was life in this case. It saved Arc, so... It was very well played, actually.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I wasn't on stream. I was watching that game, and when that happened, I was like on my knees for Banab. I was like, I went through all 5 stages of grief with him, and I was like, yes, and then no. Fried Egg is great.
So we have another mirror matchup coming, by the way, because those are the only 2 decks left. Of course, once again, this is a conquest format, and so basically, if you win with a deck, you can no longer play it. Each player is submitting 3 decks total. They get to ban 1 per best of 3, and they have to play the other 2. So we're going to be seeing Mona Eula Wanderer versus Mona Eula Wanderer.
Who will be the better Mew in this case? I don't know. Like, I think Arc did a very good job of piloting it in that game too. I think Gold Olive was just a little bit disrespectful. He could have went Eula turn 2 to freeze Yelan, but he allowed the burst to get off, and then went for the weird Mona switch with Fresh Wind Those are the two moments I can remember that could have cost him.
Yeah, I think that Gold Olive changing his mind in the middle of the play, he was already in the middle of doing. Like, he was trying to do something, right? Like, when he used Fresh Wind, did a quick swap onto Wander, that is with the intention of using Wander's Burst. And so when he swapped on the Mona afterwards, that was kind of like a nail in the coffin, I think, because he no longer had that quick swap. He also used Dice doing that, right? Because it costs Dice to swap over. So, I mean, yeah, we'll have to see going to this next game. Maybe he's learned from his mistakes. He is playing the same deck again, so he has a chance at redemption.
So here we have Ark's Mew deck. We saw this earlier. We didn't notice he's got that heavy strike there in the back. Didn't get to see that in game 1, but that can also catch people off.
So I think the main difference between these decks is literally the single egg that Gold Olive took.
Ooh.
Also, no, Gold Olive takes 2 copies of Calx. Meanwhile, Arc only takes 1. So, yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's two copies of Calx and Egg. Arc does not have Egg. Arc only has 1 quick swap.
Yeah. He only has 1 quick swap. I think I saw he had 1 Paimon as well.
Yes. I mean, so the support cards of these decks actually matter a whole lot. They can kind of make or break a game depending like on whether you draw what you need and everything. So I guess this is going to, I mean, it's a mirror matchup, but we're going to see like a real test of the players' deck building skills here, right? So
Absolutely. I'm very excited to see what happens. These are both fairly aggressive decks, and we've already seen what happens in a mirror match between aggro decks where the player that goes second does sometimes have to start on a different character than usual just to avoid reactions.
yeah, I mean, it's not even like the character that starts second. And like if you're, especially in like Yulan OTK, if you are starting first, you can definitely at least get 1 energy point on Yulan. But I mean, it really depends on how you and your opponent are going to be playing around each other, because I mean, one aspect of Mew, Mona, Eula, Wander is that you can freeze your opponent, and so it's going to be interesting to see how these players use that to their advantage. But it's lots of quick swapping with Mona's passive.
Yeah, and despite actually thinking about it, you have all the quick swapping with Mona already, and yet Go Olive still does have the double Leave It to Me. So he definitely has a bit more flexibility here in terms of how he wants to move his characters around. We'll see whether or not that allows him to come out on top here. Now that Arc has been able to even things up and bring it to game 3. Remember the stakes, ladies and gentlemen. The winner of this match will go into the upper bracket finals, facing off against Z Crimlet.
See Arc taking a deep breath there. He knows that this match is important. Of course, just another reminder to the audience that this is also a double elimination format. So, I mean, these players have 2 lives, right? If they lose here, it's not over.
Well, the winner faces Z Crimlet. The loser will play against Chikua in the lower bracket semifinals. And it will make their journey a lot longer, so obviously you want to be able to secure a victory here and get the smoother path into the knockout stage. Either way, it's gonna be Arc against Gold Olive for the last time this series, Game 3. Let's find out who will be our next player moving on into the upper bracket.
Oh, it's Gold Olive's expression when he draws both quick swaps.
Ooh.
I mean, it's good to have at least 1 in hand, but you don't really need both of them. Also, can we call this a true mirror matchup if they don't have the characters in the exact same order?
A fair point. But then what else can you call it, right? Curved mirror matchup?
Mew squared.
I don't even know what that is supposed to mean, but I'll take it.
It's Mew squared. There's 2 Mews. It's Mona.
Okay, you know what?
Anyway,
so it's just Mew Mew.
It's just Mew Mew. I don't think you need Electro in this deck, Arc.
Yeah, that's not the most ideal, but he does have Paimon in hand, and I get the feel, because Arc runs 1 Paimon, and I'm pretty sure the turn you want to run Paimon in this deck is turn 1.
Turn 1 as early as possible, at least. You don't really want to be playing it after round 3 or so. I mean, it depends, but yeah, Paimon is one of those like high cost but high reward cards. It's ramp. You benefit from using it early on before anything is really built up on your opponent's side. So
yeah, he actually keeps the Electro dice most likely to play Paimon with. but he wasn't able to roll any Hydro, so that's a bit awkward.
Wait, no, I think it's fine because Arc goes first, so you play Opera Epiclase, you play Instructor's Cap. You can play Instructors or you can play Wagner. You'd probably play Instructor's Cap.
I mean, you don't even need to. Yeah, since
No,
he's going
Wagner.
first.
You play Wagner. You play Wagner. And then Paimon.
Opera into attack is... I can't count right now.
He's one dice short of actually using Mona skill though, so I think he has to tune. I wonder if he tunes Instructors here. I feel like you want to play Wagner because you should draw a card and you get to play like the weapon for free next round. So I feel like it's
definitely choosing between Wagner and Instructor.
It is.
He wants Paimon. You definitely don't want to tune Fresh Wind. That's just throwing the game away.
You don't want to tune Fresh Wind here. You know, both of these players choosing to take Fresh Wind. I do think that we saw some other variations, a different Arcane Legends yesterday during Group A, but it seems like the players who are taking Mew today are bringing Fresh Wind, so...
That is the more default setup. I think most of the time when we run into this deck in our usual matchups, it is going to be Fresh Wind of Freedom. It's to the extent where you expect this deck to have it, and it's more weird to not have it. So, like the players that brought like Covenant or Ancient Courtyard, for example, I remember one player bringing as well, is quite unusual. But yeah, he will decide to tune Wagner, play Paimon, Instructors, and then end turn there, yeah.
I think Instructors on Wanderer is just way too valuable. I mean, you don't really know. It's kind of RNG what weapon you're going to draw, so I actually think this was a good decision on Ark's part. And Ark's clapping like, woo!
Yeah, he's clapping because the fact that Gold Olive had to go and go for the attack there means that he has no ramp in hand. So Ark will definitely have dice advantage round 2.
Yes, definitely. He's going to be able to do a whole lot more in this next round with that ramp. Of course, with that Instructors equipped, he also will be able to proc that Opera Epiclase, so he's gonna have 3 more Omni dice going into next round. And Gold Olive, of course, as you said, was not able to match that.
We'll see. Oh
He's
my!
nodding.
Look at Ark! Look at his face. He's like,
That's the second time we saw that today. Like the perfect dice ever. And look at Gold Olive's dice in comparison. This is just. I mean,
it's not like Gold Olive's dice is even bad. This is pretty normal.
Actually, this is fine. He has Instructors.
Yeah, it's just that Ark's dice are so... Yeah, like that.
Yeah, like that, yeah. No, actually, Gold Olive's dice are pretty good here because when you're playing Wanderer, especially if you equip that Instructor's Cap, you're going to be refunding those Anemo dice, right? So, actually, Gold Olive's dice are fine because you do a lot of normal attacks, too. It's fine. Okay.
So the unfortunate positioning here for Ark's characters is that he definitely goes into Wanderer to start swirling, but this means that Eula is in danger of being hit by Gold Olive's Wanderer, and you obviously don't want Eula to take too much damage this early on, so Ark may need to consider his positioning.
Yeah, so I mean, this is actually one of those matchups where your positioning matters. Like, I was joking about it not being a true mirror matchup earlier, but actually that's right, because the way Wanderer's kit works is when he has stacks of Wind Favored, his normal attacks will attack the character next to the active character, like forward. So, I mean, in this case for Ark, it's Eula, and for Gold Olive, it's actually going to be Mona in this case.
So Gold Olive's positioning is way better here because Eula is just protected in between, and you're really not going to be on Mona for more than 1 turn at a time. So Ark's Eula is at way more risk of just being taken out by consistent damage in comparison.
Yeah, Mona is good like a meat shield. She's good Hydra application, and she's good like utility with her quick swap. Like sometimes you'll end on her, so you can quick swap to a character and basically protect that character and get them ready to do a lot of damage next turn. Like, so it's fine to sacrifice her. Like, you want to sacrifice her first before anyone. Also, Gold Olive has his burst up before Ark. He's not gonna get to use it though. He's walking away.
Not enough dice. So Ark honestly went really risky there. If Gold Olive just had like a dice in hand, he would have lost Eula on the spot. That was actually no. He was still safe because Wanderer ran out of his Wind Favored state. So I guess that was calculated somewhat. But allowing Eula to drop this low this early, I kind of like it, actually. He's got guts.
This is really, really rough for Arc because you don't want to burst on Mona and you don't want to normal attack on Eula because that Mona, like, as I was saying earlier, ending on Mona enables you to quick swap to a character at the start of next round. Also, Gold Olive ended first, so that would certainly be a Wanderer burst on the Wanderer from Gold Olive. So yeah, Arc is avoiding that by swapping the Mona as well. Look at their heart rates, by the way.
Yeah, it's definitely going up in comparison. Arc's still gonna be going for Animo dice. Gold Olive as well. Looks like their rolls this time gonna be a lot more even. But Arc still has those 2 extra dice from Paimon. So having that on round 1, really giving him a nice bit of advantage. Especially now that he's got 2 gilded as well.
Yeah. I'm wondering what you do here. I mean, Gold Olive is going first, but because Arc ended on Mona, you don't really want to use that quick swap to do anything to Mona. I mean, I guess you could go to Wanderer and burst. You could go to Eula and freeze, but...
I think it makes most sense to go to Wanderer and skill so that you can get Hydro on both Wanderer and Eula.
Yeah, and also refresh win favored because at the moment, Gold Olive has no win favored stack, so we cannot actually do normal attacks to the next active character. So
yeah, the goal right now is just to keep his Eula alive because I'm pretty sure what's happening now is that Arc wants to play more on Wanderer and Gold Olive is still setting up for Eula to be the finisher. So with the switch to Wanderer, Arc claps his hands again. So I always like it when players are this expressive because it basically validates that yes, they wanted this to happen.
it does. We can kind of get some insight into what he's thinking. I think he's taking notes right now too. So yeah, Wanderer's Burst is coming down on Gold Olive's side. This will be enough to take out Mona, but I think Arc expected this to happen. And I mean, Gold Olive's heart rate is so high right now, basically averaging at like 160, right? There's a lot on stake here.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like the burst play very much. Skill makes a lot more sense because regardless, Arc is going to be able to safely swap onto a character of his choice anyway, so at least refresh the win favorite. Keep the energy for a potential Cox play on Eula. There's no real reason to go for the kill on Mona here, and if he really wanted to, why didn't he go Fresh Wind of Freedom?
Oh, and here we go. Arc is choosing to go for Wanderer. Dude does have those 2 gilded in hand. I mean, can't really play both of them unless he manages to draw a Lyre Song or something like that. But with Timaeus at 3 stacks, he does get a free gilded, which is another 2 dice. So... And also, he does have active Instructor's Cap at the moment. So, I mean, he could equip Gilded onto Eula for 2 dice. And then every time he swirls with Wanderer, he'll get another dice back. That's a lot of dice.
Arc is definitely thinking about how to play around with Fresh Wind of Freedom here. If he bursts on Wanderer, it still wouldn't quite be worth it. Yeah, normal attack there. Okay.
Gold Olive does have a quick swap.
How much damage does Wanderer skill do up front? 2, right? Or was it 3?
It does 2, I believe.
So it's not quite enough to kill Gold Olive's Wanderer into Fresh Wind play yet.
We do see quick swap. I think it's going to be onto Eula to
Most
freeze
likely.
Wanderer. So, yeah, so Arc cannot use his Elemental Burst.
Yeah, this could be quite bad for Arc actually, because if Wanderer gets frozen, which is going to happen right now, the only thing he can actually do is switch to Eula, who would get lethaled, and then Gold Olive can Fresh Wind into another attack. And there's no.
Gold Olive's
Oh
out of
wait,
dice.
but he's got no dice. Yeah.
Absolutely 0 dice, and Arc is sitting on a whole lot of dice.
Then it's actually safe for
I
him
mean,
to swap.
unfortunately, Arc is not going to be able to use the last proc of Instructors, but I think Arc actually might have baited the freeze, because I mean, there's no way he missed the Hydro Aura on Wanderer, right? So he might have baited Gold Olive to use the last of his dice. I think it's time to see some gilded Eula burst action.
The 2 health Eula solo carry.
Oh, we'll have to see if it's enough damage. Okay,
Arc still has 8 dice. Unfortunately, most of them are Animo, but he can tune with Gilded.
He's gilded. Here we go. So 5 usable dice. Elemental skill.
Is
so
this enough?
The second elemental skill will deal additional damage from Eula, so I
gamblers.
Oh, wait, what?
Wow, gamblers!
Wait a second. Wait.
Gamblers, fresh wind of freedom.
Well, you don't even need the fresh wind of freedom because
Actually, he doesn't.
you
Yeah.
don't need it. You just win. Gold Olive already ended his round. Wait, that's it. And look at look at Gold Olive in the camera.
He can't do anything.
knows.
He
knows.
would normally need to switch to Mona to eat another attack, but he already has gamblers. What a roll!
It is just
What
enough
a draw!
dice. It is just enough dice. Here we go. I wonder if he's normal attack. Normal attack to end it. Ark is clapping there. He knows he got the win.
No way. The Gilded Dreams Gambler's Earring card draw, securing the victory for Ark in a reverse sweep against Gold Olive. We're gonna have Ark moving on into the upper bracket finals versus Z Crimlet, and the players hug it out on stage. Great show of sportsmanship.
I really like the sportsmanship we've seen in this tournament so far. I mean, this is only day 2, and some of these matches have been such a treat to watch. I mean, of course, Ark really losing that first match here against Gold Olive, right? And then went for that reverse sweep, totally unexpected. Congratulations again to Ark.
Yeah, like it was just beautifully done, and Ark really showed us what he was capable of in this series. Even in the game that he lost, it got very, very close. If he had one card that he needed, then he may have been able to win that one as well. But having the egg in round 2 to quick switch, having the gamblers come out as the final card draw to end the game, and as well as all the great rolls he had, seemed like fate had something in store for Ark today.
I mean, I couldn't have put it any better. I really feel like, drawing the right cards and getting the right dice rolls at the right time is definitely a component of doing well on Mona Eula Wander, because I mean, so much of it is dependent on actually being able to get your characters up off the ground. Wander really needing those animal dice in that second round to kickstart things, and I mean, the Gilded Dreams into the card draw into gamblers was just, it was beautiful to watch, honestly. So
I think there were definitely some moments where Gold Olive did end up like either playing too greedy or making mistakes that were not necessary. We saw a lot of that in game 2, game 3 as well. Using Burst on Mona and then not following it up with Fresh Wind of Freedom. There were some weird choices being made, but we can definitely see the potential. He did win game 1 in the end. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens when he faces off against Chikua in the lower bracket semis.
I feel like it has to be nerves. His heart rate was very high. It was like around 160 for both of those games, And so I feel like when the stakes are so high, like this tournament is the culmination of everything that happened last year in the Pro Genius Invocation TCG competitive scene, right? And so when you are fighting for so much, and we saw his reactions and how emotional he was, I think it's understandable to make mistakes on the big stage like this. But of course, this is a double elimination format, and so Gold Olive still has a chance to redeem himself. As you were saying, he's going to advance to the lower bracket, and we'll have to see if he's able to make it through soon.
It also means that either Ark or Z Crimlet are already guaranteed to move on to the knockout stage, but let's first have a look at the post-match data here. And yeah, 5 again. We're getting some really high numbers on the effective dice in this invitational.
I mean, so I think this is like a testament to how, I was saying this earlier in the stall best of 3, the games went on for so long. Like there were like 13 rounds, I believe, in that last game. So like basically the average effective dice is going to be lower in those games because it's reflecting reality more, but when you're winning in just a couple rounds, it's like actually like going to be higher because you're high rolling more as a winner, I think.
Yeah, that is the case. And we look at the average and peak heart rate of both these players. Gold Olive definitely seemed quite nervous up on stage. That could explain some of the decisions that were made. Ark, his numbers are pretty high as well, but was able to keep it cool mostly, having an average heart rate of 140. As high as it may seem, is actually pretty good from what we've seen of the players here.
174, that was not quite as high as Z Crimlet, was it? I think Z Crimlet was 179?
Yes.
So, I mean, but all of these players in Group B are definitely running a very high heart rate, right? So, very entertaining matches to watch.
Yeah, that's gonna conclude the first 2 matches of the day. We now know where the players stand in terms of the upper and lower brackets, but they still got a few more matches to go. And by the end of today, we're gonna find out which two of these 4 players move on to the knockout stage.
Yeah, so I believe yesterday it was LL Rise Falcon and Stranger that made it through. Of course, Stranger being first place in the Korea Prince Cup tournament. So the stakes are very high. I'm wondering if Chikoa is going to be able to make it out in these next, upcoming best of 3s, or what's going to happen.
Yeah, a funny trend is that Stranger did end up losing his first game, dropped to the lower, then still made it to the knockout. So maybe, Prince Cup first place trend, maybe Chikuwa could do the same thing?
Maybe. I mean, that's a good point. I know Inzaki's going to be coming up in a later group. That's something to talk about on a later day, but we'll have to see if the trend continues there for sure.
But this has been already a really exciting start to the day. We started off with a series that was all stall, and then we went into a series that was all like really aggressive gameplay between aggro and combo decks.
Yep.
So we'll see what happens now, because the players are going to be mixing and matching. We're going to have aggro versus stall, and I think that is going to be very fun to watch.
That's going to be super interesting. I really wonder if Finally is going to be making it through again. I know both of these players in this last best of 3 banned Finally because it is such an aggressive, like, if you high roll with it, it's more high rolly than Mew is when you high roll with Mew. But against the stall deck, it actually doesn't do so well, right? So yeah.
I think it depends on the matchup, because we did see it do pretty well against Double Animo yesterday.
True, but
yeah.
But there is Diona Freestall.
Yes, so that
They're gonna have to deal
could
with.
be a bit more problematic.
That's why I'm wondering if it'll be let through this time.
Well, these are all speculations. We'll get our proof pretty soon, but that's going to be coming up in the next few matches. Unfortunately, we're not going to be the ones casting those next few matches.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be swapping off. So this was the first time we were actually casting together. So hopefully you guys at home watching the audience definitely enjoyed it. Soon, Rin and Blep will be coming up to cast for you guys. So please stay tuned for that. Both very, very talented casters. So
thank you very much, everyone, for tuning in. That's going to be it from the 2 of us, but Blep and Rin are coming on. That's going to be real fun, and then we'll get to see which players move on to the knockout stage. We're going to throw it over to the highlights and take a short break before we come back for the 3rd match of the day. See you guys there.
Journalism is a dangerous profession for anyone who pursues the truth wherever it leads. But no one embraces the totality of danger and truth quite like the Steambird's poster journalist, Ms. Charlotte.
Let's get this interview started.
Wherever there's a lead to a new scoop, you'll likely find Charlotte and her custom-made camera companion, Monsieur Verite. So if you're ever on a fact-finding mission, consider inviting her along. She will, no doubt, be of great assistance. Charlotte's normal attack can combo up to 3 strikes, taking aim at targets with Monsieur Verite, then dealing cryo damage. With her charged attack, she consumes a set amount of stamina and, after a moment's preparation, deploys Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage. Periodically, after Charlotte uses a charged attack, a Spirit Breath Thorn will descend, piercing enemies and dealing Numa-aligned AoE cryo damage. When her elemental skill is tapped, Charlotte's dauntless determination as an ace reporter kicks in. She snaps a quick photo with Monsieur Verite, dealing AoE cryo damage to enemies in front, and applying Snappy Silhouette to a limited number of them. Snappy Silhouette periodically deals cryo damage to affected enemies throughout its duration. When her elemental skill is held, Charlotte opens Monsieur Verite's viewfinder and enters composition mode. In this mode, the viewfinder range gradually expands until it reaches its maximum size. Charlotte can move freely and change direction during this time. When the skill is released, Monsieur Verite deals cryo damage to enemies locked in the viewfinder and applies Snappy Silhouette as if the skill were tapped. If the viewfinder has reached its maximum range, Focused Impression is applied instead, which deals greater damage and has a longer duration. Composition mode can only last for a limited period and affect a limited number of enemies. After unlocking the talent Moment of Impact, Charlotte's elemental skill cooldown is reduced when enemies affected by Focused Impression are defeated. The amount by which the cooldown can be reduced in this way within a certain duration is limited. Charlotte's flair for photography is the finest feather in her journalistic cap. After activating the special analysis zoom lens, holding her elemental skill does not trigger composition mode, enabling her to take photos in a rather unique manner.
Hard-hitting exclusive!
Charlotte's elemental burst forms a steambird sign from condensed ice, creating a newsflash field and dealing AoE cryo damage, while healing all party members by an amount based on her attack. While the newsflash field is active, Monsieur Verite will periodically attack opponents inside, dealing cryo damage. In addition, active characters within the field are continuously healed. The amount of HP restored is based on Charlotte's attack. Different people with their diverse perspectives offer fresh angles of approach on breaking news. After unlocking the talent Diversified Investigation, Charlotte gains a set healing bonus for each Fontanian party member other than herself. For each non-Fontanian party member, she gains a set cryo damage bonus. Reporting the news takes Charlotte right to the scene of unfolding events, and with her wealth of experience, she knows to expect the unexpected. Charlotte's elemental skill is her primary means of assisting in battle. By holding the skill, she can target more enemies and apply Focused Impression to them, periodically dealing cryo damage, and creating excellent opportunities for elemental reactions. When energy is full, Charlotte's elemental burst can quickly heal all party members to keep them battle ready, while also creating a newsflash field. Thanks to Monsieur Verite's periodic attacks, she is able to collect crucial evidence from every angle before it disappears for good. Journalism is said to have its roots in the business of intelligence trading, driven purely by profit. In stark contrast, today's journalists are expected to hold themselves to a set of high ethical standards: integrity, veracity, and impartiality. I do not believe people can be truly impartial. What is true to one person may not be so to another. My words, for example, contain numerous subjective opinions, which may sound like nothing more than a tall tale to others. If Charlotte were willing to interview me, I'm curious to see how she would deal with my subjectivity. I'm only joking. My story would bring her nothing but trouble. What she doesn't know can't harm her.
As long as I keep digging, it will shake the world like no other news report in history. Your credible source of the unbelievable truth. That's my journalistic motto. What's the news? To put it in adventurer terms, I guess for me, it's all about the thrill of the chase. All right, let's get this interview started. People aren't always very fond of journalists. You know what they say, lies are soft and malleable, but the truth is sharp and inflexible. The time has come for your interview. Ready to be a star? Breaking news! Hard-hitting exclusive! Truth bomb! Morning! Did you read the paper yet? No? No worries. I'll read it for you.
Hello, travelers! Welcome back to Genshin Impact's Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. I'm Rin Taicho. You can find me on Twitter, and I'm with...
This is Blep, at Blep the Cat, and we had a really exciting set. I mean, very different games, I think, from what we saw on day one. You know, we saw a lot of similar decks at day one, but we had some unique ones pop out from this day two.
The very first match that we... Well, first, then the second match we saw today with the... I'm going to say the incredible stall that we saw between. Sure. Just seeing that come into the stage. Because you told me earlier it's not very popular in this kind of tournament.
No, it's not. But I think it's one of the things I really love about these high-level tournaments is that you're not only choosing your deck to go against, a random field. It's this field of very competitive players. And one of the things as well, one of the things I want to point out is, these players are playing with open deck lists, so they've had a chance to look at the cards in the decks before, and especially in Z-Kremlin's match, one of the things you'll notice, if you watch carefully throughout the game, there's a lot of moments where he's 1 HP away from being killed from a skill, and that's very intentional.
It's very, very close to getting there, but always finding a way to jump back.
But that is totally calculated.
And speaking of, we can see their decks again. You think maybe that deck will get banned again this time?
I think so. So that deck actually... So here's the thing. It depends if Arc thinks Z-Kremlin's going to ban the Yelan deck. I think the Yelan one-turn kill deck tends to go well into the stall ones, but because Z-Kremlin has 2 stall decks, he's probably going to choose to ban that one. And maybe Arc will change it up. I mean, one thing to know about these 2 players, these are both from the Southeast Asia, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau, Prince Cup. They play together quite a lot. These 2 players know each other.
They know each other, yes.
And it's very fun when 2 players that know each other fight, because they're going to get each other. Oh, here we go.
Man.
Exactly as I predicted.
Come on. Well, that's great for us.
It's great for us.
The production crew and everyone. We won't have to see that again.
I mean, Z-Kremlin's going to make a name for us off this tournament to be the feared pilot, the only pilot of Diona so far. We haven't seen any other players bring her.
True. All right, so we got a Mew deck here.
Yeah, we've seen this one quite a lot already.
We saw this one last match, actually, a Mew mirror match.
Mew mirror. So try and say that really fast.
Mew mirror match. One team running Mew, another team running Mew. 2 as well. Now a third Mew is showing up here.
Yeah, slightly different variations from each one. Ooh, okay.
Ooh. And then we got a finally as well.
Affectionately called. Yeah. And I see Arc has placed the characters in the right order to fit that name. Very important.
Yeah. Can you explain the name finally to the
audience? So we have Fischl, Fi, Nahida, Na, Linny, Ly. It's a fun. I mean, the community loves coming up with names. You do need a way to refer to these decks when you talk about them every day. So if you're a newer player, there's a lot of words and names of decks to learn, but some of them are really fun. I like that name a lot. Not a fan of some of the other names the community come up with, as people watching at home might know, but finally is a good one. I think I'll put my stamp of approval on that one.
Some of the fun discussions the community has had is trying to find a way to abbreviate Thunder Manifestation. We have lots of names for that one. We had Manny, I think is the most popular one right now.
Look, we should probably not get into that on the show.
I want to get into this right now.
We have TCG to watch.
We do have TCG to watch. What would be that, or would you rather watching the Dionystall once again?
I might actually just rather watch the Dionystall.
All right, we're going to get to the video right now for the players coming up. All right, players are getting set up to go head-to-head. It was, what were the teams again? I couldn't recall.
We had the Mona Eula Wanderer deck from Z Crimlet, and Arc playing finally the Linny Official Nahida deck. The deck that's probably seen the most bans so far. A lot of players are afraid of that one.
Right.
But Z Crimlet, I guess, apparently not at all afraid.
Yeah, well, Crimlet has shown us like how cool he can be. Even watching his BPM throughout the match.
You wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I've heard that he is notorious for having like a really high BPM.
I don't know, the BPM's hard to track for the whole game because there's a lot of things happening on screen, but I think he probably does hold the record for the highest one and probably the highest average.
Yeah.
So if nothing else, even if he may not come with the title, but he's still got a pretty good shot, he at least has the title of the highest heart rate player here, at least for up until day 2. We'll have to see if day 3 and 4 bring us any more excited players.
Yeah, just to go back to that match where it was like 13 rounds. It was a round where you could not misstep once.
No.
And even right to the end, Crimlet just made sure the guarantee to make sure that he would secure that win would bring him here.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll see something similar. I mean, he still has access to, of course, the double Nero deck, which is a little bit less painful, I guess, to watch than the other one. Has a few more tools to get quicker, but we're not quite in that matchup yet. This matchup definitely goes in favor of the Linny deck. Being so aggressive, it can really put the pressure, especially forcing you off of Wander with Overload. Yeah, well, let's see how this is going to go. It's all going to come down to the coin toss, the die, and which characters they pick. So I guess it was pretty standard on both sides. You lead in with Mona and Official. Yeah, the opening round is going to look very similar for a lot of games. Arc is going to want to start off getting some ramp, getting some die, whereas Z Crimlet's going to want to do that, and the Arc is going to start on Official, and then he has an option of going left or right.
Yeah, the option, because you told me earlier, with the Finally deck, you can kind of like toy around with them and pressure them with overloads, going between Official and Linny, or get the really good setup with Nahida and getting her burst out.
Yeah, Nahida's definitely the damage route. If you want to pile on a damage quickly, you go to Nahida. Oh man, they're thinking so hard already.
Crimlet is already like capped at 170. Yeah, we just started. Oh my gosh.
Arc is surprisingly calm.
Arc's I think chill right now.
Part of that probably is, again, these two players didn't meet each other in the Prince Cup directly, but they definitely played together before. They're familiar with each other's play styles and matchups. So Arc maybe more of a comfort zone than playing against an unfamiliar player.
Right.
But not Z Crimlet. He's high as always.
High as always. All right. Die. Ooh. Okay. Arc's got a pretty good set going on there.
Yeah, he's got 5.
Crimlet. See how it
possible.
Goes. Yeah.
I mean, the 3 Hydra there is key, right? I mean, I think we saw in the mirror match before with Arc, when he didn't get that 3 Hydra to start, it was almost like a lot to overcome, but managing to get it out there. But, I don't know, Arc's hand is a little weird. I see that hair, it must be 2 copies of Yayoi.
Yeah, Yayoi.
But with no artifacts.
No artifacts at all. And that Ita card must have came in, because I would not keep that on my starting hand either.
I think he put away most of the cards in his hand, hoping to draw something better, but isn't. Yeah, you can see him leaning back there. He knows he's going to be an uphill battle. Luckily, the dice are in his favor.
Dice are in his favor.
That's what he's got going for him.
Could do a simple Official to Nahida combo there, and that's probably the best he can do right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, this is definitely dictated by his dice. Sometimes you have the option based on how your opponent opens, but because of his dice, he's almost forced into the Nahida route. And that's not great because you're doing a lot of damage to Mona early on, but that's not the character that you want to care about.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, Mona for the Wanderer Eula deck is like the most sacrificial one. She's only there to apply that initial Hydro and provide that quick swap, and then for the rest of the game, she's pretty much just out of action.
Right, yeah. Because she does, her attacks are pretty weak for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's not that big of a threat, other than her quick swap ability and like kind of giving Crimlet more options to play.
Yeah,
provided they end on that turn.
Yeah, lots of utility out of Mona. Yeah, we haven't seen Mona so much recently. You know, there's a lot of powerful character talent where their raw efficiency kind of overtakes the flexibility that you get from a character like Mona. We used to see it quite a lot in a lot of variety of decks, but this one's definitely taken over as like the premier deck for Mona and making use of a kit.
Yeah, just my experience with this deck. It was great just to have like an option. Like I can go from Mona to Eula to freeze, or I could go from Mona to Wanderer to like spread more damage around, provided there's Hydro somewhere.
Ooh, interesting. We see Arc going to Linny, even without any Pyro die.
Interesting. What is the play here?
Yeah.
Because, Linny's normal is just a physical attack, correct?
Yeah, his normal physical attack. He does have that, of course, alternate charge attack. And yeah, it looks like with this play, Arc is definitely going to tune
Yayoi, probably?
Probably one of the Yayois. We'll probably see him play the second one. The one key thing here, does he care about the I haven't lost yet? Looks like he is going to be important.
Prop arrow, correct? Probably the best way to go.
Yeah, Linny's prop arrow is going to come into play here for sure. It's going to force Z Crimlet off of Mona.
Actually, yeah, that's
which denies the quick swap.
Right, correct.
Which might be pretty important. And it's actually going to do double duty because there is going to be a summon coming down which will force Z Crimlet off of Wanderer as well.
Ooh, actually.
Oh, this is really nice.
Ooh, yeah.
So the play here Arc has made, you know, taking both hits of Hydro on Fischl reduces level applications, but because it's going to force his opponent off Wanderer and deny the quick swap, then it doesn't give Z Crimlet an easy way to swap. But Z Crimlet does have...
He does have LITM.
Yeah, leave it to me.
Yeah, leave it to me.
Perfect draw, wow.
Just learned that abbreviation today.
Yeah, lots of abbreviations in name. If you're a newer player to TCG, you're going to pick up on terms. You have to pick up on terms very quickly because, you know, it's a lot of long names. You know, when you talk about TCG, you got to be a little bit quicker than rattling off.
Usually, I would just go by like the face of the card, like the Ito card, which is like.
So it's been called for quite a while. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
But until I think it's when Ito actually came into the game that we needed to stop calling it the Ito card because we literally had Ito.
And Ito used to be like right at the top.
Yeah.
Just previous patches ago.
Yeah, I have not seen him. Maybe we'll see him again this tournament.
Would love to. Would love to see a return to bin, just for old time's sake. Not really, personally. All right, back to Crimlet. Crimlet kind of die looks a little rocky there, like literally.
A little rocky. I mean, still had enough for the Wanderer skill, and so now it's just going to start chaining together normal attacks. We see Arc swapping to Linny because, of course, Wanderer's normal attack hits the character to the right, which loops around here and will hit Fischl. So Arc trying to minimize the amount of swells by going to Linny here.
Right. So, unless you wouldn't want to tune anything either. All these are really good.
Probably want to tune. So
yeah,
that it's kind of forcing Z, like Arc's kind of asking the question: does Z Crimlet, did you roll enough Anemo die to skill again here? Because usually what happens in this situation against Wanderer is they have the option of doing normal attack or a skill, depending on what character you present. But because of Z Crimlet's dice, it doesn't really have the option of using another elemental skill without greatly cutting off a lot of his dice.
I wonder if Arc knows that right away, because that'd probably like the move you go to.
Yeah.
Provided you do have the Anemo die for it.
Yeah, the pause definitely.
Yeah.
Oh.
Do quick swap. Maybe a freeze to Eula. Yeah. I would put Gravestone on. Wait, hang on.
Okay, switching over the Gilded.
Yeah. Create more die.
The switch to Eula makes a lot of sense because of the Wolf Gravestone.
Right.
That Z Crimlet drew.
There it is. We're gonna lead in with a skill, of course.
Yeah, pretty nice.
That's 4 great damage. Now Eula becomes a threat now, just holding the gravestone.
I mean, only Nahida is really safe from that +2 damage from Eula. And, I don't think Arc can afford to let Linny go down. Linny is one of your primary damage dealers in this competition. If Linny goes down and you're forced to finish on Fischl and Nahida, they do pretty good damage early, but they're not the characters you want to end on.
Right, so Arc just pulled out Stove God early too, on round 2. Could you explain Stove God to the audience?
Yeah, it's one of the arcane cards. It's kind of like, if for those of you at home, if you don't know what arcane card to add to your deck, you should pretty much always play, it's the full name, Every House a Stove, called Stove God for short, because of course it features the mascot Gorba, beloved Gorba.
Yeah.
But it draws cards equal to the number of rounds, and a lot of the time you want to save that for round 3. On round 3, you can draw 3 extra cards for 0 cost. Round 2 means Arc wasn't expecting that quick swap,
Right.
and he's digging for something better to do with his dice.
Right, yes. And if you do have like a wonderful hand, you can let Stove God go all the way to round 4 at
Round
max,
4.
correct? Yes.
Yeah, it caps out at 4, which is
Yeah.
good. I think
Yeah.
it'd be kind of crazy just like draw your entire
Just
deck.
draw like 10 cards at like round 10 or
Well, I mean,
something
you know,
like that.
think about like that game with Z Crimlet in that,
Yeah,
Storm era, round
actually-
13, draw 13 cards from your deck. That'd be amazing.
I've never seen like a tournament match where everyone ran out of cards, but
No.
Crimlet was holding on to 9 versus, the opponent with 1.
Yeah. I mean, those cards end up mattering, you know, like it's easy to think about all these cards being played for the effects and how much advantage you generate, but as you run
Right.
low on cards, you're much more at the mercy of your die rolls.
Yes, the die rolls are like the biggest thing that will determine everything.
They can. Yeah,
For
they can definitely
sure.
swing the game.
Oh, hang on. Ark's doing something.
Yeah, Ark's counting. I think he's trying to see if he can take out Eula here with a official skill, because he has of course Gilded Dreams.
Right.
If you've been watching the game so far, you've probably seen that played quite a lot. You know, it's one of the
Yes.
cards that really allows you to generate a lot of dice in unexpectedly.
Yeah, it also definitely promotes multi-element decks based on what it does, because often we would see at least some kind of 2-pair same type element, so you
Exactly.
can get like the resonance cards from it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Resident decks have been in favor for quite a while, and definitely not so right now. And here's an Nihita skill.
skill on to Eula, add Sita Skanda to her.
Okay.
Official.
So it looks like Ark's trying to protect Nihita as much as he can, trying to set up official to be sacrificed most likely to Eula.
Yeah.
It's a pretty tough start for Ark here. I think Z Crimlet had a much better hand. Ark having to tune really early, and
Yeah.
Crimlet, you know, we kind of skipped over it, but he managed to draw that Wagner and Timaeus, dropping them very early, allowing him to draw not only probably the best artifact from his deck, but very good weapon in Wolf's Gravestone for Eula, so allowing him to get a really good start.
Ark's got some good pyro die. Maybe Linny can have a play here, but Crimlet's got something for Eula as well.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the lamp.
Ooh.
And instructors.
Unfortunately, we'll need to wait one more turn, I think, before that Wagner lets him equip that for free, but I believe...
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh. What is Crimlet planning here?
Well...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
8. Wow.
Yeah.
Massive.
Gravestone, Grimheart.
Yep.
Yeah, lower than 6.
Yep.
Yeah, everything was
Wow.
happening on that turn.
And that fresh one's going to make it super awkward. Okay, so if Ark switches to Linny here, Linny will go down to a normal attack, but if he switches to Nihita, we're going to see a freeze.
Yeah. So what happened? What was it? Fresh
wind.
Fresh wind, right?
Yeah.
Lets the player who eliminates the character on the side go again, which is huge advantage if you can set it up correctly.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's one of, it's again, fallen out a little bit favor because of the Gorba card, the Stove God card, but this is one of the best decks at making use of that. And kind of nice that the Mona Eula Wanderer deck kind of makes use of a lot of niche things. You know, Mona, you know, making full use of a utility. We don't see Eula in many decks, except she excels in this one.
Yeah,
and Fresh Wind.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the previous match, actually, I thought Eula had plenty of opportunities to really shine, but was looked over, unfortunately.
No, I think a lot of people think of this as a Mona Wanderer deck. The typical
Right.
start is you go Mona, go Wanderer, let Wanderer fall after bursting, and then freeze with Eula. But
Right.
Z Crimlet really showing us that there's a lot more play to
Yeah,
this deck.
there's definitely more options to look
Yeah.
at here. Yeah, both options right now for Ark is not good.
Not good.
Yeah.
I think Z Crimlet's deciding whether he just wants a skill or burst here. Seems like burst would be the most obvious play, yeah. Or maybe deciding which card to tune. Interesting that he kept Timaeus. I would have actually thought he would have tuned that away.
I think the burst is the right idea here. You'll get 3 extra damage, and we know there's no send-off on these things anymore.
Right.
So
yeah, that's another thing actually. I'm really interested to see as we go through the tournament. You know, look at these player deck lists. No one is bringing send off, and that
Right.
might leave it open for something interesting and unique like Nilo or someone that we haven't seen. quite
Actually,
yet.
we should mention that new players hopefully are watching this, right? Send-off is a
Oh, sure. Yeah, send off allows you to remove opposing summons. It actually doesn't work anymore against Eula's burst. It used to. Yeah.
Oh right, yeah, it just
They changed
removes the charges that show up on it.
It
now,
charges,
right?
but of course Eula's burst doesn't quite work like that. So Eula actually kind of getting a buff like that for since
Yeah.
before, but still not seeing too much play until Wanderer came out and people came up with this deck.
All right. So we swapped over to Linny, back to Crimlet.
Yeah, things aren't looking good though for Crimlet is at 174.
Yeah.
His heart rate is insane.
Yeah. Could you imagine if he had like an energy drink right now?
I don't think we should be allowed to give Crimlet any drink. He's banned from energy drinks forever.
No energy drinks today.
Okay, there's a tune.
Yeah, tune in. Maybe.
Put to see a normal attack.
Normal attack.
Yeah, I think all the cards in your hand are too valuable. You definitely want to keep the gamblers here.
Yeah. You also want to keep that one die just as an escape, just in case.
Mm-hmm. So Ark might be forced to sacrifice Lini, but it's looking so bad. I'm trying to figure out what Ark can do to come back from this game.
Looking at the bottom there. Well, Crimlet's only got one die. We do have...
True.
Oh, yeah, that's
here we go.
Yeah, the Ito card in play. We also have another Gilded ready to go. We also have Lyre Song still play. And we also have War Princess, too.
We do.
Yeah. And as well as Gambler. So there's still plenty of options here.
So it looks like Ark is going to be able to take out Eula here with Lini, with the Gamblers.
Could have Ark taken out Eula that turn?
No, I don't think so. I think it was one shot. So the way Lini works, of course, is he has a status. You can see that arrow on the bottom left here. Right now it says 2. Only got up to 2 after his burst, but it does buff his elemental skill by 1 damage. So his elemental skill would have done 4, which was just shy of getting...
Yeah, I think that's a good thing, though, because you didn't want to eliminate someone, because I'm pretty sure Ark is aware of the Ito card in Crimlet's probably inventory. So... Yeah,
but I think Crimlet here really also being aware of playing around Gamblers, especially. I mean, he could have ended on Eula here.
True. Very true.
Choosing to swap to Mona he knows that Mona is safe from Lini here.
Yes.
And therefore there's no chance of Gamblers. Because I think next round, if Z Crimlet lets that burst land, he's going to win. Like there's so little that Ark can do to fight 3 characters with Nahida of all characters.
I think you probably sacrificed Lini here.
I think you have to. I mean, if you go, I mean, it's 5 damage coming in from the Eula burst. If you let Nahida take that, it's just so much here. I think the only thing to think about is what do you do on Lini here? I think you just have to skill.
Yeah, you skill. You gotta apply something for Nahida to create a burning reaction on the next turn. Yeah.
Unfortunately, the damage going on Mona is not who you want.
Exactly.
Like, you ideally want to take us on Lay Wanderer. Okay.
Oh, hang on.
Let's start with Gilded Dreams.
Maybe. Is he gonna? No. Sorry, I'm thinking I'm stopping my thought at the same time. Interesting. Did Ark's deck have Fresh Wind?
No, Ark had the Stove God, which he used in round 2.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I wonder what he was looking for.
Yeah, he might have just played that to just give himself some more time. Because I think he's really thinking through his options. He's kind of, it's a make or break for him right now. So he's using up all his time to think through, is there any way he can get out of the situation?
I think the fact that he threw it back on Lini, I feel like he wants to keep Lini.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely, you need it. So the way it works, of course, the character you equip it on gives you the type of die. So if he puts it on Nahida, then it actually gives you Dendro die, which is not what you want. Yeah. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, so I was wondering what that food was in Ark's hand. It was a hash brown. Interesting. I'm actually surprised. Maybe the correct thing to do is hash brown Lini there, because then Lini stays alive, doesn't he? Puts him up to 6. Eula's burst does 5.
Yeah.
I wonder if it was more important to keep Lini alive just to force Z Crimlet to take Lini out with something.
That's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, interesting.
I think it really comes down to what cards show up for Ark on this next turn here.
Yeah. I mean, I think one of the important things to keep Lini alive, of course, is you have that Boar Princess. You know, if Z Crimlet neglects to take out Lini there, you have an opportunity to use Boar Princess to generate die. But with just Nahida, oh man.
That's what I was wondering. Is like, you should probably put that on Nahida then. Then if you needed to swap Gamblers in with Boar Princess.
For sure.
Some die.
Yeah. We could see that come up for sure. Oh, those dice rolls are terrible.
Yeah, Crimlet's got a much better die roll here. All of them, even the Omni too.
I think he left the Omni.
No, the Omni threw.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
wow.
He clicked that off as well.
Could be a misclick there.
Maybe he could have. Maybe he just kind of gave up, but
here we go.
We'll see how this goes. Crimlet does have a Lotus, though, to last a little bit longer, which would negate up to 3 damage, correct?
Yeah, 3 damage will be blocked. The only thing going for Ark right now is there's nothing for Wanderer to swallow anymore, so his damage is a little bit capped.
Yeah.
And of course that Instructor's in his hand isn't going to do anything.
Right. Okay. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, it actually might be closer.
There could be some options here.
Oh, I haven't lost yet.
I think I see the plan here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know what Crimlet can do right away with the Ito. If Eula gets taken out, then Wanderer will just burst.
Yes, Wanderer is just going to burst. So that's the Crimlet's plan. You know, beautifully executed. I think. You know, it might have been very tempting just to stay on Wanderer and try and get to his burst, but Nahida actually was able to put up quite a bit of a fight.
Too bad there's like not a move that Nahida can't do that
Right.
does not kill you
Exactly.
right here, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like there's a lot of play in having characters
Right.
alive, and this is why I was wondering, you know, did it make more sense to keep Linny alive? Because if Linny was alive in the situation, you could have swapped onto him or had another turn not to take out Eula here. But this is a forced play here by Z Crimlet.
Right.
Very good play.
So we should see the Ito come in and a bunch of tuning. And then, Arc kind of just, clapped, already resigned.
Yeah.
Good play. Good sportsmanship, though.
Yeah. Again, these two players are friends. Like, Arc
Yes.
knows he was very much on the back foot from the early game. He did his best. I think he almost came back. Like, if Z Crimlet didn't have the I haven't lost yet, Arc would have actually taken that game, like, very surprisingly.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Congratulations to Crimlet once again.
Yeah.
Another wonderful play from him. He's been performing super well during this tournament. Yeah.
He took the first series 2-0 and now is one game. He hasn't dropped a game today yet.
Yeah, and he's showing his ability to play like stall, aggro, combo type decks too, right? One of the best players I've seen so far are, for me, in just any tournament play. I'm familiar with him from other tournaments that I have casted before too, but to see it up close like this and to talk with you, because this is the first time we've casted together,
actually,
right?
we haven't talked about that yet, but this is the first time we've been in the booth together.
Yeah, because I usually host for EU.
EU Castel.
And you do NA.
Which I think, has Z Crimlet appeared in the EU
I don't
Castel
know if
before?
in EU, but I've definitely casted games where he has appeared for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So. I think he usually frequents Asia, but players do like to jump around.
Right.
Let's look at the picks.
We're going to go back to... Arc's going to pick the finally deck this time, but now Crimlet gets to... What do you call this one? I forgot.
I tend to just call it... I mean, it's double Anemo.
Yeah.
And so Lynette double Anemo. She's kind of the star of the show for this deck. You know, Jean and Day have been around for quite a while, and they're good utility, but it's really Lynette that has really taken this deck into really good places.
Yeah, especially her skill and her talent cards are really like strong, actually.
Yeah, and
MMO.
I think it's a pretty good matchup as well. I think into the Linny deck. You know, this really will come down to the draws because if the Lynette deck can stall the game out long enough, I think we've seen this matchup yesterday as well, and it did go in the Lynette deck's favor.
Yeah, well, sorry, touched my mic by accident. Was this deck played for Crimlet last round, or was this the one that got banned?
No, this was the one that got banned, I believe.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, this was the one that got banned, so he hasn't had a chance to play this deck quite yet. I'd really like to see him pilot it, especially.
Yeah, so once again, we get to see how Crimlet turns this deck around.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to favor stall strategies, right?
Yes.
He brings two slower decks and then, Wander. And actually, he's one of the few players that hasn't bought something with, like, Thunder Manifestation or Signora, who I think every other player has bought some combination of those two characters, but not Z Crimlet.
Yeah.
He knows something that we don't.
Yeah, definitely. Back to the finally deck on Arc's side, though. What do you think? What should happen for Arc there to really take control?
Arc's really going to open the same way. So we saw him go prioritize Linny in the previous matchup to get Overload to disrupt Z Crimlet. It's going to be the opposite of this one. He wants to pile on damage, which means Nahida is going to take the field for the early game. And then it's up to Z Crimlet to really mitigate all the damage from Nahida Seeds with his combination of cards.
Also, I learned recently that the Wagner got a really amazing buff, actually, to be able to draw cards provided you have 3 different weapons.
Yeah.
Like unique weapons in your arsenal.
Yeah.
But is lo-fi the right idea here?
Lo-fi?
Yeah.
The light of folio incision.
Yes, I call it lo-fi.
Lo-fi. It's a good name.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like finally a very good name. So the reason you run lo-fi, the light, in that deck is because you have to run 3 different weapons. It's the worst weapon, I think, out of the 3.
Right.
It's situationally good, but it's better than any other option. I've tried a couple of different things in that slot, but really light lets you make plays, if you make 3 normal attacks, it refunds you 3 dice, and that's 9 total damage. So one of the things about the Lynette deck I really like is, unlike typical stall strategies, like Z Crimlet was playing with Diona, where you just drag out the game forever, Lynette has the potential to really like turn the corner very quickly, right? You'll equip the talent, equip a weapon, and then suddenly damage comes out of nowhere, even though they've spent the game kind of like healing and preventing damage.
Right, but wouldn't like Favonia's sword also be a great option?
You would think so.
Yeah.
It gets really awkward because Lynette wants to skill twice.
Right.
And so she doesn't really make use of the extra energy.
Right.
And even for Jean, her burst isn't super important in a lot of matchups. In fact, a lot of the times you'll see with the double Nemo deck, they'll open with Jean, try and get about 9 dice into that second round on Jean, and then just force you off a character twice.
Right.
Because once they force you off a character twice, then you're low enough where swapping back to that same character is no longer an option.
Yeah. So in case people didn't know, Jean was one of the first cards I was introduced in the game, but Jean has an ability to force people off the character you started, or your active character, sorry, is a better way to explain it, which can really mess things up.
It really can.
Yeah.
And she's been in a bit of a weird spot because, you know, Anemo decks generally aren't defensive, and so again, Lynette has really helped with that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, with the self-healing now.
Self-heal,
yeah, exactly. And just that really powerful second strike if you have her talent card too. It's insane. And she can swap too as well.
Yeah.
So
she does it a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually kind of scared now. I'm going to see what Kremlin's going to do here.
Yeah, it's a very fun deck for play. You know, if you want to give something different a try, I think there's a lot of decks that play pretty similarly, but the double Nemo deck, the style, just having something like Anemo Resonance plays very differently.
I love that Dia gets a feature in this one as well.
Yeah.
Not the most popular card in the regular game, but here definitely one of the best defensive picks. Ooh,
wow. Okay.
That is a setup.
Yeah. 2 Tenacity of the Mills there. The premier stall card, you know, when you think about a stall matchup, that is the card you want to really have in your opener. But 2 may be too many. Yeah, there we go.
Definitely keep 1.
Okay.
All right.
Ooh. Zekrom does not want to see that tandoori chicken.
No, not this early here.
So pretty average opening hands, I think. Arc has a pretty good combo that we've seen a few times on camera as well. That combination of Seed Dispensary, one of the new cards, with Treasure Seeking Sealy.
I think Arc is looking for some Dendro here. Oh,
he's got a lot of Omni.
Yeah.
I mean, this is enough. He's got it. Yeah, that's all he needs is 6 usable die.
I think both sides are, they have good die rolls. Right
wow,
now.
Yeah, both sides rolling very well.
All right. Skill out to negate damage and soak damage back to Dia in case other characters get hit, which is quite nice.
And there's the 1-2 combo.
Yeah. Sealy out there to help draw some cards in, which should happen pretty quickly.
Yeah. One of my favorite cards, actually.
Yeah.
I love not only because it looks cute, it's because I love drawing cards.
Draw power is probably like one of the best things because you need your cards to like do your strategies. So the faster you can get the cards you want.
Yeah.
And Sealy only costs 1 to throw down, and easily you can get it by the second turn. You should be able to. Well, not
usually
second
round
turn,
2.
Round 2,
After using 3 skills, it'll draw you the cards. But a lot of decks are very good at using a lot of skills now.
Yeah.
So here's the pretty standard openers from each side. So Zekrom has an option of using a Jean skill here, but we're probably not going to see that.
Right.
Arc already does have enough dice to just simply go back onto Nahida and skill anyway. So we're probably just going to see Tenacity.
Yeah, Tenacity equip on the Jean. Okay. That's fair, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then turn there.
Jean, you know, in an aggressive matchup, Jean's healing is pretty critical. I think one of the things like we saw during the match between Chikua and Zekrimlet when Zekrimlet was using Diona, we saw Chikua not favor Jean's heal at all because that wasn't really the right place to use it. But this is definitely where you want to keep Jean healthy. If you can burst on Jean and get that 6 points of healing, it's really going to put the brakes onto Arc.
Yeah, and getting that turn advantage on Jean with Pyro applied to their active character.
Yeah, also very important.
Yeah, and to push them off. It's going to cause some problems for Arc here.
Yeah, Arc would really like to follow up the first Nahida hit skill with a second one. Of course, Nahida applies seeds to 1 character on the first usage, but if you hit that character again with the 3-cost skill, it'll spread to the whole team and mean you don't have to use the 5-cost as much.
So I would guess Kremlin's probably just going to skill here. Yeah, it's the best move to do.
I mean, this is the opening I was talking about where, you know, Zekrom has 9 dice, he's on Jean. He can force Arc off of Nahida 2 or 3 times.
Arc using Stone God early
Wait,
again.
what?
Catherine.
That's Catherine!
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see it in the list.
Yeah, I never noticed Catherine was there.
I made a whole video bashing Catherine, and now Arc plays it live on...
Yeah, what if Arc wins now?
I mean, you know, these professional players are proving me wrong all the time. I know enough about the game to kind of talk about it, but obviously not as much as these players who've spent like thousands of games training to be here on the stage.
I no, I love that because you
good.
know exactly what like the best kind of play that should happen, like almost down to like percentages and things.
Yeah.
Right. I like to do the things where it's like I want to do this thing that they're not going to expect, such as the Catherine appearance.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that comes into play here.
We have to see. I
Yeah.
think it's only the one copy too. Yeah, it's the single copy of Catherine.
Yeah, that's all you needed too, right? Okay,
And I think this is actually the perfect matchup to have
Mm.
Catherine, because Double Anemo is very good at throwing you off of a character.
Right, yeah, so you can,
And you want quick swaps to get you back.
yeah, exactly.
So Arkin next level. I think it's like almost he prepared for this matchup like days in
Yeah.
advance. He knew he was gonna win and get into this matchup against another Skull deck and then
Yeah.
break out this tech.
All right. Well, let's see how this plays in. On Linny right now, no die though to use unless you want to tune something.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a fake
Yeah.
out almost.
Could do a lot of setup though. Do you want to reveal that early?
I'm not sure. Let's.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to see what Ark has in his hand. He's probably gonna need to tune a couple of cards. I don't.
Yeah.
If that artifact, I believe
That's
it's a
Gamblers.
Vorukasha.
Isn't that Gamblers?
Sorry, the one equipped to Linny. I was wondering. If
equipped to
yeah,
Linny.
if he had
Right, right,
Gilded
right.
equipped, there'd be a way to fix his dice. We've seen that combination a
Yes.
few times. You know,
Right.
return Gilded to your hand, play it again to change out some of your dice, but not gonna be an option right now.
Yeah. Let's switch to Nahida.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, with no Pyrodite, this makes sense. We might just see another Nahida skill. But we're seeing kind of like the difference between the Lynette version of a slower deck versus the other ones where, you know, Zekrom is choosing to do a lot of damage early on. Like, actually, there's more damage on Arc side as the aggressive deck.
That's the interesting about a Crimless deck right now. It is a stall deck, but it can definitely like become a pretty aggressive deck.
Oh, yeah.
If needed be.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
if you're an Arc, you have to be sweating. If Zekrom has the talent
Right.
for Lynette here,
Yeah,
that will
oh.
take out Nahida.
Yeah, and that's probably what Ark is thinking about here right now. Like, do you want to tune and then sack?
Yeah.
Ooh, tough one.
I mean, one of the things I really want the viewers at home to appreciate is now we can
Yeah.
sit here and see both sides. We know exactly what the players
Right.
have, what their dice rolls
Yeah.
are, but remember, this is completely unknown when you're sitting in the seats. Ooh, tuning Gamblers.
Getting rid of Gamblers. Interesting.
He's choosing to keep that Catherine.
Yeah.
He hasn't played it yet.
Getting the Dendro application out there, though.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And that's going to do a lot of damage on end phase.
Yes.
Because we have, let's see, we have 1 damage from the seeds, and then it's going to be a quicken into Linny. I think that's going to put Lynette down to 4 if Zekrom chooses to stay on her. Which he might. So getting Lynette low but not dead is kind of the perfect spot because, of course, she has that 2 HP heal on her skill. But if you don't end the turn below 6 HP, you'll take 2 damage
you'll take
back.
2
So
damage
it kind of cancels itself out.
Yeah, Linny sort of also has like a similar mechanic.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they are related.
They're twins, right? Yeah.
Yeah, Linny does the opposite, where he'll take damage early and
Yeah.
then heal later.
Heal later, yeah.
Mhm.
It's actually kind of interesting seeing those two up against each other.
It is. Okay.
Oh,
this will
off
be
the
a swap.
Dia now. Okay. Probably to soak the Fischl.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, one of the reasons the Fischl Linny Nahida deck, the finally deck, is so good at dealing damage is its abundance of reactions. And so
Yes.
anytime you counteract a reaction, it's really delaying the game. And that's exactly what a slower deck wants to do.
Right.
Yeah, you want to survive to the next turn and then take damage on your tenacity shield, and then hopefully we're going to see a gene burst pretty soon.
All right. Wagner coming out for that. Ooh, actually. Saxord coming in.
Yeah, a much better
quite
weapon
clutch.
than Lo-Fi.
Yeah, Lo-Fi. I think it fits the name because the signature character, I'll hate them. He looks like he's kind of wearing a headset.
Oh, a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
Okay.
And actually, it is plugged in. It is a headset. What am I talking about?
You think they planned that like the whole time? Like this is just the slow burn where they've just snuck in that acronym secretly
Probably
from that weapon from
maybe.
day one.
Well, we got to remember this is originally done in Chinese, so you have to like kind of
true,
like
true,
translate
true.
over to here. But maybe it might have worked that way actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Both sides having a pretty decent hand actually, or
Yeah.
not hand, die roll.
Die roll. And
Pretty
actually, you know, Zekrom very astutely, we noticed on the end phase there, but Linny's Overload actually pushed Zekrom off of Dea into Jean.
Yes.
Which is exactly the character he wants to open on. So
Right.
Ark's gonna have a really tough time. You know, ideally he'd want to try and take out Jean here, but I think Zekrom's gonna get a chance to equip Sacrificial Sword, skill on Jean, and then heal, and still be pretty safe.
Do you do Nahida Burst here, though?
I think you have to.
Or do you switch over to Fischl?
Oh, to Overload?
Yeah, to Overload.
You could. I mean,
and you would
Catherine
you would negate the Tenacity as well.
You do negate the Tenacity. I believe it still triggers if you get hit later. It just doesn't trigger once you get swapped off.
Right.
It only matters if you take damage. The reason I don't like the Overload play is because you're facing double Anemo, which has Anemo resonance, which of course lets you swap back onto a character right away and act. So it's good, but like you have to count on them having Anemo resonance by now.
Correct.
And then if you're slowing down your damage to make that play, then you know it might not be worth it.
Looking at the hand here.
It is Ark's turn right now.
Yes. You got Tandori. Oh, never mind. Just
Yeah,
straight
there
into
is
the
the
burst. Okay.
I think this makes sense. This threatens Jean quite. I think, a Linny skill would be able to take Jean out. And we're going to have to see. Zekrom, you know, perfectly counting, you know, the breakpoints, the amount of damage that he could take on a character perfectly last game.
Yeah.
If he can identify a way that Jean is always safe in this situation, he might see him stay on Jean, but it looks like no.
Well, we're swapping to Lynette.
Okay.
Sax already equipped. Probably here.
Yeah, we're almost certainly going to see Sacrificial Sword.
Probably Tandori and skill. Maybe.
We're probably not going to see Tandori quite yet. I don't think Nahida is the important character. I think Zekrom lets all his eyes are on Linny.
Yeah.
He wants to take out Linny as early as possible.
Right. Yeah, probably. That's probably why they switched. He switched off Jean. Didn't want to like swap over to Linny either. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, that kind of would be playing right into Zekrom's hand.
Ooh, man, these are really big brain plays here.
It's actually close. It's notice how quickly the kind of HP totals reverse. We had Zekromlet having a bit of advantage early on, and then now suddenly all his characters are so low, and Ark is the one in the lead.
Yeah, everything. I feel like they're more balanced out right now. Yeah,
they're very even.
Yeah,
which makes the decisions even more important.
There's still that Catherine in play though, and there could be some fun reactions coming up here.
Yeah, having Catherine and Leave It To Me a little bit too much fast swapping, so we'll probably see Leave It To Me played before then.
Ooh, another
Vorkash's Glow. Also another very powerful card added recently. You know, lets you draw cards and heals your character. One of the really cool combos actually with having Linny and Vorkash's is because Linny deals damage to himself, it actually triggers the
does it?
The draw effect. Yeah, so Linny can actually trigger it on himself, one of the few characters that can. And not only that, the healing goes perfectly because he takes 1 damage and then you heal it right back up.
Right. So we see Arc tuned for Dendrodai.
It might have been a tuning for time. We see this occasionally from the, you know, in these very high stakes matches where players will tune a card because it gives you a little bit more time to think.
Yeah.
But he's almost certainly going to want to go off of Nahida.
Yeah. He's relatively chill for the BPMs we've seen throughout these games here.
Yeah.
Catherine is gone too.
Catherine.
All right, just to get a skill out, add more seed. That's okay.
Oh, that's okay. That's going to spread everywhere. And, you know, Daya is now going to go down to both of those seed procs.
Right.
Ooh.
Back to G. No dice, though.
No dice. I think this was Zekrom's plan all along to run Ark out of dice and give him an opportunity to use Jean's Burst. So we're almost certainly going to see that.
And off to Fischl now, too. Okay, what will Crimlet do here? What are the options? So normal attack, take out Nahida.
Yeah, going to tank damage on Fischl. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then we're probably going to see him tune Paimon or the sword. Probably too late for Paimon. He's going to hash brown.
Heal? A heal, yeah.
Yeah, he's going to Gene Burst here. It's going to really, again, flip the life totals like right away.
Back, Actually, going back to the stall strategy of this deck. Was pretty aggressive for a while, but able to turn on a dime here and go back here. They got healing. Actually, Crimlet might have this one, I think. Or actually, I shouldn't say that yet.
No, it's a little bit too early to say. I mean, of course, remember, Lynette does take 2 damage at the end of this round because she's so high. So she's actually at 7, not at 9.
Yeah.
But, you know, being able to get Jean's Burst off is already a huge advantage in Zekrom's favor. And, You know, he's probably going to hash brown here. He's thinking carefully about which character to hash brown.
Right, right.
You know, we saw him expertly do this in the Diana matchup. Oh, no, it's going to be a
never
swap.
mind. Hold the hash.
Yeah.
Not a bad idea, actually. Okay.
Yeah, Lynette's a great character to start on because, you know, she gets that 2 HP immediately. So she's really hard to take out. But still is going to... Wait, actually... Oh, that's huge. So...
What happened?
Okay, yeah, let me explain. So
yeah.
because Arc ended first, his summons go before Z-Crimlet.
Right.
And I think Z-Crimlet mathed it out where Lynette takes just enough damage to put her below 6.
Right.
So she doesn't take that 2 damage. And so Z-Crimlet basically saved himself 2 HP with that play.
Oh.
Brilliant. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
I know, right? There's a lot going on the screen.
Like, I understand why, but wow. To think that far ahead.
Yeah, I was expecting him to use hash brown there, but he kind of made his own hash brown with Lynette.
Saved a hash brown.
Saved
Magic
a hash.
hash brown. Magic hash.
Magic hash.
Oh my gosh. All right, but let's go back to Arc here. Arc is thinking about something.
Arc's in
again.
trouble. So Nahida has gone down.
Yeah.
You know, she's even though Rainbow decks still have elemental reactions, losing one of them really reduces your flexibility. And Nahida is one of the best characters at taking out multiple, you know, dealing damage to multiple characters, which he really wants to do. But Fischl is not a strong character to end on.
Oz is very reliable, though. So
Yeah,
now
Oz
we
is very reliable. Unfortunately, though, you know, takes a couple of turns to do its damage. And honestly, Z-Crimlet is going to start turning around very quickly and doing a lot of damage to Arc's characters. We might see a swap.
On the Gene. Maybe swap on the Gene?
I think so.
So they can avoid that Electro hit. Because they do have quick swaps left on Arc's side.
Yeah, Arc does have a quick swap.
Probably just wants to draw their dice out a little bit more before they start doing their moves. Does the Nahida buff there, I forgot what it was called, does it go away after this turn?
Yeah, it lasts one more round. It goes for 2 rounds,
so
and it's going to buff all elemental reactions by 1 damage.
So it's a round thing rather than a usage thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, Jean here, of course, has the tenacity equipped. That's where the shields are coming from. You know, if you're at home playing these slower decks, good rule of thumb, if you have a character with that tenacity equipped, try to put him out every single turn to soak up damage, because that's the way you get the most value out of that artifact, and that's how you beat these aggressive decks.
Yeah. You get a free die, too, out of it, matching die to your character.
Yeah. I mean, the die definitely is why it's so powerful, but the shields, of course, add up. Oh, here's
a quick swap. Okay.
I'm sad we didn't see the Catherine here, but unfortunately, no good window to play it. But leave it to me, we'll do the same thing.
Do you tune cards here?
I think you have to.
You have to.
Oh, having to tune Opera, unfortunate.
That's an unfortunate one.
Of course, Opera Epiclipse, it's kind of this funny thing where, like, a lot of decks are playing Opera because it's a very efficient card, but the more decks that play Opera, the more decks will face each other, and it always isn't going to work for one person, right? Like, you'll never work for both people unless you take turns playing weapons. But it's like it's pretty risky. The more players play it, the less likely you're going to be able to trigger
it. It's definitely I like that idea though.
It's a good idea. Yeah, I like
you
that
have
dynamic.
to, like, kind of fight for, like, okay, who gets the benefit from this? Is it being played in a lot of decks these days?
A lot of, I mean, any deck that kind of runs gilded and artifacts and weapons. I mean, I think one of the best decks right now at doing it is decks like the Anemo deck.
Right.
Because it runs weapons and talent cards and things like that.
Oh.
Okay.
Lotus on Linny.
Yeah.
7 die to go with Pyro added to them. But they do have a strong summon side thing going on there.
Right. Yeah, I think Arc's plan right now is to just survive this round, cross his fingers, and hope the summons combined with the Nahida Seeds and that buff from her burst is enough to kind of bring it into a round where he can sweep the opposing team.
Would Crimlet's play then to be equipped for Rukasha, Lotus, skill on Dia, that's who I was trying to talk about, and then soak up all the summons coming up here.
Yeah, we could see Crimlet kind of go to Dea and just take a lot of damage and then be left with 2 of the strongest characters.
Right.
I mean, at this moment, it's not too important to keep Dea alive. You know, her summon is down, and your opponent has that Pyro that you can keep swirling around here.
Right.
So Z-Crimlet's deciding, okay, going to Lynette.
Okay. Love to be proven wrong.
I mean, we could see the same play from last round where Z-Crimlet's going to use Lynette's skill and then take damage from the summons to mitigate all of that damage. But carefully think about the math. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Maybe they wanted them to end their turn.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
Zekrom was waiting for Ark to run out of dice. I think he also doesn't want to swap his opponent off Linny.
Yeah.
Because he actually wants to take out Linny here, if possible. Ooh.
So, would that be enough? 1 and 1.
1 and 1, not enough.
Not quite. That overload will go back to Dia, though.
We'll go back to Dea, and that's a
Yeah.
good character to start on, because then Dea can take whatever Linny throws. Linny, with 2 stacks of prop burst there, that's that status that
Yeah.
adds extra damage. It's going to deal 5 damage with his skill.
Mm.
And so absorbing that on Dea is going to be very good.
But the Seed of Skanda is on Dia, though. Wouldn't that do extra damage?
It will. I mean, I think... Wait, does Dea just go down here? Oh, yeah, Dea will just die at any
Yeah,
turn. Okay,
right.
never mind.
No, it's okay. Like, I just remembered. I saw that icon there. It's like, yeah, that's still going on.
Yep.
Unless you use Lotus, maybe? Oh, never mind.
You could use Lotus. I think it's better to save Lotus for... The
Yeah.
next round's going to be really critical, right? Both sides setting up for that round.
Okay, let's see how this goes here. Reaction off to Dia.
Mm-hmm. Gonna take 1 damage.
Yeah. 1 damage.
Ooh.
Oh, actually. Ooh.
Yeah, very well calculated here. Notice,
Yeah.
you know, Kremlin's going to start the next round with very few elemental applications. You know, Dea's basically soaking up 3 damage for free there with that overload.
Yeah. Then we go back this way.
Mm-hmm.
Bogglecat from Lynette's side will help soak up some damage, though, which is quite nice.
Yeah. Again, a very good... it just adds more defensive utility.
Yeah.
And cool thing to about Bogglecat, it's one of the few, you know, if you're used to looking at Anemo summons, a lot of them will infuse when they swell. But Bogglecat's one of the few ones that infuse when you take damage. We saw it infuse Pyro there after getting hit by the summons.
That's how that one works. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh. This match got really close all of a sudden.
I mean, it looks close, but, you know, when you're an aggressive deck versus a slower deck, if you're in round 4 and your opponent's not dead yet, you're in trouble.
Chances are, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Agreed.
not completely over. We see a lot of interesting tools in Ark's arsenal. So he has the Gamblers, he has the Tandoori, he has the Liar Song, so he could make something happen with that. But Fischl is not the greatest character to solo against, especially someone like Lynette.
Right. I wonder if you do just sack Linny here, though.
I mean, I think you have to at least use Linny's skill because that, you know, those 2 stacks of prop surplus that he has kind of like delayed damage. And right now, Ark needs every point of damage he can. He can't afford to waste anything. I think what he's thinking is, does he Tandoori?
I'm thinking maybe you gotta, because you have the Ito card, so Fischl can do a burst here if Linny goes down.
Yeah, Fischl. Oh, that's true. Fischl can do a burst. Although that would kind of be counter to Tandoori because Tandoori, of course, only works on elemental skills.
Right. But
I don't think that's enough. Ooh.
Quick swap. We're going to see an overload then.
Interesting.
Probably the Tandoori here.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we could see. Oh, no. Just going to be... I don't think...
Just a regular. Okay, but that saves from a die being generated on that side.
Okay.
Kremlin does have Lynette's skill, though.
Yeah, and her talent card.
Yeah.
Although not enough dice to use it. Of course, you're going to need 6 in emo die to do 2 skills. I think Ark might be saved just by Kremlin's dice at this point because he has so few usable dice right now.
Yeah.
But Kremlin might actually be able to survive this turn. We'll have to see. It's going to really come down to how well Kremlin can use those 2 Lotuses against Ark's Gamblers, because that's going to be the dynamic here. If Ark can take out characters with Gamblers, then he's going to have enough dice to finish the game. But if Kremlin can keep his characters alive...
Oh, that's a big one.
That's actually a really big draw here.
Yeah. I wonder.
That's actually huge. You know, we see the Gilded Dream, they're costing 0 because Yayoi is on the field. She's been out there for so long waiting for that Gilded Dreams. And that's going to be 2 extra die for Ark's side.
Yeah.
Which is an extra skill, actually. Yeah, here we go.
Comes up.
Gilded Dreams. And are we going to see a swap back onto... No, it's not safe to go back to Linny.
I wonder if you burst on Fischl here.
I mean, I think you have to. It does quite a lot of damage by itself.
No, you still have Liar Song, though.
You still have Liar Song. Yeah. You're almost certainly going to...
Okay, there's the burst.
So we'll start with the burst there.
We have an electro application this way.
Yep.
All right.
I think we're going to see Kremlin swap to Jean with the Lotus.
Right.
That's going to be my guess. Because you actually don't want to take out Fischl here. It's very tempting to use
Very
skill.
tempting right now, yeah.
But Linny is the one to be afraid of.
Especially with a full burst going.
Yeah. The only thing I think that can go wrong if Z-Kremlet swaps to Jean here is if there's a quick swap and he doesn't put Lotus on. But I think with Lotus, he's pretty safe. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's not even going to Lotus. Wow, he's not afraid of the quick swap.
Huh.
But maybe the quick, I think the quick swap might not matter anyway because you just follow up skill on Lynette.
Sorry, when you're saying quick swap, I don't see it. Where is it?
Oh, well, just like, just in, like, again, these players have access to the deck list beforehand, so Z-Kremlet knows Arc has 2 copies.
Correct.
And I think he had to tune one of them, so or at least he knows there's a Catherine potentially.
Yeah. That's right. He doesn't know if it's been burned or not. True.
Yeah.
Oh. Maybe that was just a bait. A red herring.
It could be. Well,
yeah.
I think Z-Kremlet's done a beautiful... Arc has the Gamblers and the I Haven't Lost Yet, both of which would be really huge right now for him. If Z-Kremlet had chosen to take out Fischl there with Lynette or even Jean, it could have let Arc use those 2 cards. But because Z-Kremlet played around it, he's now able, I think, to just finish the game.
That dice showed up, unfortunately. That's right, because TOTM was still there.
Yeah, I think Z-Kremlet should have this.
Oh, they're putting it even down. They're gonna.
Okay.
Okay.
I think this works.
Actually, yeah, no, that's a really good play.
Yeah, he doesn't have... Z-Kremlet doesn't have to rush. He has tenacity next round. He knows he's safe.
It's just Tandoori, and then the Bogglecats just apply Pyro to Fischl. And that's
then it's over.
Yeah, it's over from there, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's very tempting there to... I think some players back at home, you might be wondering why Z-Kremlet didn't choose the skill there. I think he identified that he loses to certain combination of cards on the off chance Arc has those exact 3 cards in his hand. But ending here is always going to secure him the win. He knows it. His heart rate is not dropping, though. Even in the face of certain victories, Z-Kremlet maintains his athletic heart rate.
That is a... Wow. I'm impressed once again.
Yeah.
Just got the right amount of die for
Maybe
it, too.
that's what it takes, Yeah.
Maybe
having a high heart rate gives you... Look at those dice as well. Like, wonderful.
Perfect die.
Yeah, it's going to finish it.
I like the efficiency, too. Don't just, like, spend everything.
Exactly.
Yeah. Actually, well done, Kremlin. Once again, taking the 2-0.
Has not dropped a game today, and that's gonna put that puts him into the upper bracket of the finals in the top 8.
And I think Kremlin is the first person we saw go 4-0. Actually.
Yeah. I think he's the only player not to have dropped a game.
Yeah, look at that.
Here we go.
The friendship. I love to see that.
Yeah.
Hopefully, hopefully Arc can like maybe come back from the loser bracket here.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. All the players, that we've seen lose once on camera still have an opportunity in the losers bracket, or the lower bracket, I should say. We still have 2 more matches to go, but that was a very convincing victory for Z-Kremlet, and is definitely one to be feared, I think, going to top 8.
Yeah. Seeing Kremlin play 4 different teams. Very different teams.
Very different teams.
Yeah. And then to be able to win each of his matches.
Yeah,
impressive. Like I can't.
He's comfortable, with a wide array of decks. Also comfortable bringing something that you would say isn't standard, right?
Yes.
A lot of no one else is bringing. I mean, we have 2 more days left, so I don't want to speak too early. But
right.
Things weren't looking great for us in terms of the metagame when we came into day 1. We saw a lot of repetition.
Right.
There's no kind of hiding that. But Z-Kremlet really showing that it's the meta isn't all there is. There's a lot to do with how you know your matchups and again playing into the meta game by choosing a deck that goes favorably into other decks.
Yeah, I guess when you predict like the same decks across everyone, you're probably going to have the form strategy over there, unless maybe you bring in other characters.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have an advantage.
Yeah, and if you know how to play the decks anyway, then even better.
Yeah.
No, that's I love seeing that when you go outside the usual and bring in characters that you don't normally see, like Diona, Barbara.
Xingqiu?
Yeah, Xingqiu. Well, Xingqiu was still pretty good for a while, but
he was.
Diona.
He's fallen. Yeah, Diona.
Yeah. In this, I don't know.
The patron of the Cat's Tail, where of course this duel is being held. So I'm sure she's very happy.
Yeah. So
maybe Z-Kremlet is sponsored by the Cat's Tail Gathering.
You'd think so, maybe, but definitely a great representative of the Cat's Tail Gathering.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think Z-Kremlet is definitely going to be one to be feared going into the top 8. And let's look at his stats. Average rounds. That's the highest we've seen. And
5.
I think 1 game probably
leaned it all the way across over there.
I'm actually surprised it's as low as it is. Like, I thought that would have been at least like 8.
Would it just be for this?
Oh,
set,
right,
though?
for the set.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Still pretty good though.
I would love to see this breakdown for like the entire
the
tournament.
entire tournament. I'm sure we might get something like that, but yeah, average elemental burst too.
Yeah, lots of bursting.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, you know, like you said, not having to use your burst unnecessarily, only doing it when it's absolutely gonna like benefit you in some way. I don't know, just Crimlet's play so far has just been very impressive.
I mean, look at that profile picture. Like,
he's staring right into my soul right now.
Yeah, you're sitting right in front of him.
Yeah.
He is fighting.
Look at that
Wow.
heart rate. Wow.
Oh, he almost hit 180.
Oh, I don't want to say hit 180 though, but I kind of want to see it. But I think that's only going to happen if someone can really push him to the edge.
That's true.
Yeah,
he's going to have
unfortunately-
to find his arch nemesis in this
Yeah.
tournament to really, if, you know, I bet when he drops his first game of this tournament, the game after that is when it's going to skyrocket.
Yeah, and that's probably when his awakened form shows
There's 2 health bars.
yeah, second boss health bar kind of thing.
You've met Z Crimlet. What about Y Crimlet?
Y Crimlet, X Crimlet, Crimlet 2.
Crimlet 2.0.
Sorry to joke around, but yeah, I said unfortunately, but actually maybe fortunately, we won't see that today because I want him to stay healthy and like see what else he can do in the days to come here. Because the next bracket for him, he gets I think 5 decks, right?
Yeah. We once we go into the top 8, we're gonna start seeing best of 5s, and I think in the best of 5s we're gonna see a lot more variety.
Right.
And then it's gonna be even more important about like what decks you bring and which ones you ban.
Right.
And I think the advantage that Zekrom does having in is if he's comfortable with a lot of different decks, he can really kind of like adjust his roster to be favorable against the field and make it difficult to ban out. Because, you know, if you like think about it this way, if you bring 3 decks of the same strategy, like your opponent can't ban 3 decks. Like
right.
They'll only be able to ban one of the you know 2 or 3 decks that may be the slower deck. And if you have just one deck that cannot win against any of your opponent's deck, you just can't win because it's Conquest.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think because it's a deck you don't normally see, so you don't normally know how to strategize against such a thing, right?
Yeah.
So you're probably not quite used to what's in the inventory, even though you might have got, because I do believe the players get to look at it.
They
right?
do, they do.
Yeah. So you get to look at it ahead of time, which is why Crimlet probably thought Catherine was still coming out, but still had like a safe route to go down.
Exactly.
It was very calculated, very calm, like knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, a very defensive player for sure, and you know, and that really speaks to the choices of decks he has. But you know, obviously very adept at piling it. You know, always be able to calculate. I mean, I think, you know, in that last round, that perfectly calculated tanking of damage on Lynette.
Yes.
At the end of turn, so it doesn't take the 2 damage.
Right.
Like that was a beautiful moment, at least for me.
Yeah. No. I understand too, because you save your hash brown, you are at the health that you're supposed to be without wasting your hash brown either anyway. So.
And it comes up, right? The hash brown came in later, allowed him to kind of bring, I think, Lynette back up to a slightly higher total than before. So every point of damage matters when you're playing those slower strategies, and the better you can take advantage of, you know, eking out every bit of damage, the better off you'll have.
Yeah. So, sorry about that. I had my thoughts all jumbled up.
Yeah, no worries.
We've
seen a lot today.
Yeah, to give myself a break, we're gonna go straight to the highlights from the match, and then we're gonna go to our break, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So, stick around for after that, and then we will move on to round 4, which is the, what is it?
So I think it's the lower bracket match between the losers of the first 2 matches.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you then. Don't go away. Make sure you stay where you are, because we will be right back.
Boss, we have a lead on that no-good thief. They call him the Sea Shadow. This is his arrest warrant. Unfortunately, he's got a good nose. He's unpredictable too, which is how he's eluded us thus far.
Stand up, you thief! Get back here! How's he so fast?
Going somewhere? Hey there! Coming at ya! This one's got your name on it!
Gotta cut my losses.
He's one step ahead. Thank you! So what if you flee by sea? Come on, lads, more speed!
Please, boss, put your umbrella away.
A proper send-off! Ready to admit defeat? Let's get you to the guards.
Boss? We might need to get him to a doctor first.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the most spectacular show in the history of Fontaine. Please put your hands together for our national icon, Fontaine's biggest celebrity, one of the 7 archons of Tibet, the Regina of all orders, kindreds, peoples, and laws, Marina de Fontaine!
Vocal cords ready, blood sugar replenished. Let the show begin!
Whether prince or pauper, researcher or reporter, any law-abiding citizen in Fontaine will find a warm welcome from the Spina di Rosula. And there's no need to be too concerned about owing them a favor. In the words of the current president, come on, let's be friends.
Count me in!
Her umbrella shields her from the wind and sun, but also doubles as a firearm. Her geovision adds an extra dose of firepower and is perfectly color-matched to the rest of her attire. Sometimes demoiselle, other times president, Navia's unique style always breaks the mold. Those with the smartest methods always reap the greatest rewards. Navia gains increased rewards when dispatched on a 20-hour expedition within Fontaine. Navia's normal attack can combo up to 4 consecutive slashes, dealing physical damage to enemies. Her charged attack consumes stamina over time to perform continuous swirling attacks, finishing with an especially powerful slash. After tapping her elemental skill, Navia opens her elegant yet lethal Gunbrella, firing off Rosula shard shots that can pierce enemies, dealing geo damage. The more Rosula shard shots that strike an enemy, the more damage dealt. When a party member obtains an elemental shard created from the crystallize reaction, Navia gains a crystal shrapnel stack. The maximum number of crystal shrapnel stacks is limited, and each time one is gained, the duration is reset. Casting Navia's elemental skill consumes all crystal shrapnel stacks and enhances the skill based on the number of stacks consumed. If 1 to 3 stacks are consumed, each stack increases the number of Rosula shard shots fired. If 4 to 6 stacks are consumed, each stack beyond the third increases the damage dealt by this Gunbrella shot. Hold the elemental skill to enter aiming mode, while continuing to collect elemental shards from crystallize reactions. When released, Navia fires Rosula shard shots. Navia's elemental skill has 2 charges by default. At set intervals, Navia will unleash a surging blade when she fires her Gunbrella, dealing Usia-aligned geo damage. After unlocking the talent Undisclosed Distribution Channels, for a short time after using Navia's elemental skill, Navia's normal, charged, and plunging attacks will deal geo damage that cannot be overridden. The damage dealt by these attacks is also increased.
A proper send-off from the Spina with love.
With her elemental burst, Navia gives the Spina President's order for a magnificent Rosula Dorada salute, unleashing a massive cannon bombardment against enemies in front of her, dealing AoE geo damage and triggering fire support, which periodically deals geo damage for a limited time. When a cannon attack hits an enemy, Navia gains 1 stack of crystal shrapnel. This effect can be triggered once per set interval. The Spina di Rosula has to deal with people of all factions and affiliations. That's much easier when you keep everyone on friendly terms. After unlocking the talent Mutual Assistance Network, for every Pyro, Electro, Cryo, and Hydro member in the party, Navia's attack is increased by a certain percentage, up to a limited number of stacks. Navia is a quick and agile thinker. Only the few who can keep up with her train of thought stand a chance of dodging her Rosula salute. In battle, Navia's main means of attack is her elemental skill, which relies heavily on accumulating crystal shrapnel stacks to fire off extra Rosula shard shots. This is a team effort, as Navia gains crystal shrapnel stacks whenever she or any of her party members collect an elemental shard created by a crystallized reaction. By using her elemental skill with enough crystal shrapnel stacks, she fires more Rosula shard shots and deals greater damage to enemies. When energy is full, Navia orders a Rosula Dorada salute, which provides continuous fire support and increases the efficiency of crystal shrapnel acquisition. As the cannonade continues, geo cannonballs fall like confetti to celebrate a well-earned victory. People have many preconceived notions of what a good leader should look like. Mature and grounded, powerful, even austere. The young and vivacious Navia is perhaps not what many would picture. But it would be a mistake to underestimate her just because of her beaming smile. She remains staunchly optimistic about the future of Spina di Rosula, the court of Fontaine, and even the whole world, despite all the trials she has endured. It's unfortunate when the path to a brighter future compels her to close her umbrella and turn it against others as a weapon. But all budding roses need thorns for protection.
Welcome back, travelers, to the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. I'm Rin Taicho, and I'm joined by
Blep at Blep the Cat, and we had a really cool series just now. You know,
Yeah.
Z Crimlet now advancing to the top 8 with an undefeated record.
Yeah.
Showing us some of the cleanest gameplay I think we've seen. I mean, today for sure, but you know, out of a lot of the competitors so far.
Yeah. From the last matchup specifically, though, to Ark's like defense,
yeah,
they really didn't have the best card draws. I just
No.
wanted to get into that really quickly because
Yeah.
both times they were forced to use Stove God twice early.
Yeah, round
Yeah.
2, not the ideal time to use it. You know, 3
Right.
is kind of where the tipping point
Yeah.
becomes like it's a very good value arcane card, so you
Yeah.
much like to do it. But I think, you know, Z Crimlet playing well, drawing well, and
Yeah.
forcing Ark into unfavorable positions.
Yeah, basically had to play catch up the entire time and like kind of work around. And on top of that, the die roll is not being very healthy for him either.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we have our lower bracket semifinals to get into.
And there's another popular deck that I learned about within a specific community with Kokomi, Ningguang, and Barbara.
Yeah, the only deck we haven't seen yet on camera. I think every
Yes.
single other one has made an appearance.
Yeah.
So we'll see if Gold Olive decides to ban it. You know, based on his options, I think that might be one of the worst matchups for him.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen Ningguang in a tournament either.
No, Ningguang.
Yeah.
This is one of the few decks where she kind of excels, but I'm
Right.
fully expecting both sides just to ban the Linny deck. It's kind of been
Ooh. Okay, actually, the Fatui
Unpredictable.
Manifestation I think is a good pick to
Okay.
ban, but to let Ningguang's
I
deck
mean,
come in.
I think that's good. I would love seeing different decks on camera.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
possible. You know, a lot of these players aren't always familiar with every single deck. You know,
Right.
the ones that have been making appearance are known, but maybe a lot
Yeah.
of not quite sure what to make of the Ningguang deck.
All right, so we
Mhm.
have. How would we? Oh, this looks a little bit different from what I'm
Yeah.
used to seeing here.
It's slightly different. You know, a lot of
Yeah.
the players have their own variations. I think we see a lot more food in
Right.
Chikua's version, running 2 Sweet Madams, which is pretty unusual.
I think there should be names for like when you run a certain amount of food. Because you have like the companion pack, right?
We have the companion package, yeah.
I think anything past 5 food you should call like the feast.
The feast?
Yeah. They brought a feast.
Finally
right?
feast?
Yeah. Finally feast.
There we go. We've named it.
Yeah. Then here we have your pretty standard Mew setup. Yeah. The Calx cards though, I saw a couple opportunities for Gold Olive to use that in the, I think, the 2nd round, right? Yeah.
Yeah. 2 copies is pretty unusual. You know, we've seen again. The Mono Wanderer Eula list, I think, is the list where a lot of players have brought it, but it has the most variation. I think yesterday we saw players choose Ancient Courtyard over Fresh Wind of Freedom. A lot of players today did bring Fresh Wind of Freedom, but we see Gold Oliver using Vanarana, which is a card that was very, very popular in 4.2. Right. Dropped off a little bit now, but choosing still to think as a very strong option for this deck.
Well, let's see how this goes. So the next round is about to begin, so let's get into it. As we watch the players get set up here, do you have any sort of predictions you want to, or sorry, not predictions you want to see, but any predictions you have?
I mean, you know, the Linny deck definitely matches favorably. I think we saw, was it Trimlet or Arc actually perform this very well, but the Overload is going to be very problematic for the Wanderer deck to deal with. You know, if you can force your opponent off of Mona, and then off of Wanderer as well. So we might see Chikua start with that line with Fischl into Linny, which is a little bit unusual for the choice here. But you know, maybe Gold Olive has some ways to counteract that. If he switches up his plans as well, can maybe like, you know, counter the counter, as it were. There's a lot of mind games that you can play with the opening characters here.
I think everything will be determined on the die roll for sure, because if you have the dice there for Nahida, then you might as well roll right into it.
Yeah, that's true. Although, you know, I think in Arc's game before, we did see him actually elect to tune 2 of his Dendro die away into Linny. You know, it really depends on what you think is most important for the matchup, and that's going to differ between players as well, right? Players have their own style. They've definitely played these matchups before. These are 2 very good decks in the metagame. They've definitely practiced this matchup, but they could come to very different opinions on what the best way to play it is.
Yeah, I think, once you get into a tournament setting like this, you don't want to follow by the book necessarily, right?
You'll be too predictable.
Yeah, exactly. So you need to be able to flex a little bit around, or flex your strategy around a little bit. So we have the starting hands here. Will any of these get shuffled back?
We'll see. Chikua's thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's very easy to... I feel like if you could see Chikua from across the table, he'd be really easy to read. So he has the good thing he's like far away from the table and
actually,
you can't read his facial expressions.
That would have been a very interesting setup if you were able to like kind of watch the person.
Yeah,
right? I guess they could have kind of just glance over if they want to, though.
Yeah, they could. But I mean, these you see how focused these players are, you know, on the opening hand. And we're about to get into the opening round. I mean, almost certainly going to see a Mona opening from the Wanderer side and official opening on Chikua's side. There's almost no reason to deviate from that.
Yeah, Gold Olive did lead in with Mona right now. Chikua's deciding what to do here, though.
Oh, is he actually thinking of something different? Or okay,
no,
he could have just been using that time to think through his opening line.
Probably
you know,
just opening the strategy up a little bit more.
Yeah, time is actually a resource. You know,
actually, Chikua's got a good hand for like the pretty standard.
Yeah, it's
playbook.
perfect.
Yep.
6.
Gold Olive elected to throw most of that back.
Yeah, he needs 3 Hydro. He has it. Okay,
perfect. There you go.
He has his 3 Hydro
and 3 Animo to top it off with.
You know, there's no worse feeling where like, you know, you're playing the Mono Eula Wanderer deck. All you need is 3 Hydro. Like that's all I'm asking from the dice. And when you don't get it, it's like, oh, it feels so cheated.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard some discussions about how maybe character choice should be done after the die roll for the first turn.
Yeah, I mean the order. Yeah, the order goes: you see your cards, you choose your characters, then you roll your die, and it does matter.
It does matter a lot.
Gold Olive has an incredible hand. So one of the things you want to do on the Mona Wanderer Eula deck is you want to use Mona's skill and then transfer as much of those 5 dice into your next round as possible. And he has Banarana into Liban as well.
Oh, I see.
Perfectly using up his last 5 dice. Even though he does have that 3 in Nemo, you know, to go to Wonder right away, that's not what he wants to do. But we see...
Yeah, you get some cards out of that. You get extra die to start off with.
Yeah.
Ooh, actually,
oh.
equipping early. Okay.
He's not going to use Liben.
That's the +1 and +1 more for elemental reaction, or is it damage?
It's a reaction.
Correct.
So by equipping that on Wanderer, each time he swells, he does +2 damage.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very aggressive, and I'm surprised he is choosing that route over the Liben, which is what I think a more standard way that you would play this matchup.
Right. I feel like kind of like a mix between aggressive but cautious at the same time.
Yeah, a little bit.
There was that too. The force swap over into Eula from the Overload.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is the same opening, actually, I think that Ark used in his game against the Mona Eula Wanderer deck.
Yeah.
You know, going to Linny, overloading them off of Mona, and then going back to Fischl to eat up that Hydro.
Yeah. But Eula can now put a quick freeze on Fischl to force a swap.
Yeah.
On Chikua right now.
But honestly, the freeze is not important, right? Like, you don't care about getting frozen on Fischl. You're not going to use her until the next round. And interestingly enough, you know, against Overload, the way you order your characters does matter. Again, in the other match we saw, I think it was Mona Wanderer Eula.
Right.
And so we saw an Overload from Mona onto Wanderer and then off of Wanderer onto Eula. But because of this order, I wonder if Chikua purposely decided not to use Linny's prop arrow because the summon would have pushed Gold Olive onto Wanderer instead.
Right. No, that's actually a really good play.
Yeah.
Gold Olive went back to Mona, though, to prepare for a quick swap here.
Yeah, interesting. I think, without another quick swap in hand, if he switches to Wanderer, then Chikua is just going to make the obvious play. So he might be setting up for the next round now, just delaying Wanderer a little bit based on Chikua's opening.
I think, as you mentioned before, Mona isn't the character you want to take out either. So she's kind of there to just soak damage at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're probably going to see a Mona skill here from Gold Olive. He does want to reapply that Hydro. You know, having committed that equipment to Wanderer, he's basically signaling that he's not going to use Eula. You know, there's no freeze going to be coming to play. He wants to start hitting with that Wanderer damage.
Right. So, yeah. Anything that happens here, though, Wanderer is going to get some swirls off, I think, no matter what happens.
Well, Chikua does have the option of swapping twice.
Right.
You know, if he swaps to either Linny or Nahida, and then after the Mona skill swaps again onto the last character without an element, he could play to delay. But, you know, we've seen him using a lot of dice to delay his opponent's strategy, but it comes at a cost. He's really slowing down his own strategy at the same time.
Yeah. So Hydro is applied to Nahida. Will Chikua swap to Linny, or will we see at least a Dendro application? Well, probably not a Mona, not the best. Okay, swap to Linny. All right.
Yeah.
So as you said.
I think that plays pretty nicely with Chikua's dice. It's not very good this round, so, you know, he'd have to tune a lot of cards to turn those dice into skills, and so might as well spend them, you know, on this swap and, you know, kind of wait and hope your opponent rolls a little bit worse next round. As we see, Gold Olive has very good dice for this round.
Yeah.
But he's going to put a tough spot right now.
Yeah, I was just trying to think. I'm trying to think like an alternate route right now for Gold Olive here, but
I think, you know, if Gold Olive had like, you know, 2 Libens or a Paimon and Liben, he would just slam them right now, end the turn, and then just wait until next round. But he needs to find a good way to use those last 3 dice, and he doesn't have that.
Yeah, probably the best thing you can do here. Just stay there. Stay on Mona. Don't move anywhere else. No applications, nothing.
Yeah, we actually saw this, I think, quite a few times in yesterday's matches where it's very unusual, but occasionally in an opening like this, you see Mona with 3 energy.
Yeah.
And you normally aren't building up to a burst at all, but just based on the way your opponent's playing, this seems to be the best course of action for Gold Olive.
I just noticed Chikua looked like really close to the monitor. Oh, what? Something happened. Something happened that I wasn't sure what he saw.
Oh, I think he's I wonder if he miscalculated that. So what's going to happen at end of round is the Overlord's going to send Mona onto Eula.
Yeah.
But then the Linny summon is going to send Eula right onto Wanderer at the start of Gold Olive's turn.
Ooh. So Gold Olive probably best option right now is to save 2 die, but use your extra probably.
Yeah, could be equipping Gamblers.
Yeah, Gamblers would be a good choice right now.
Yeah. Ooh.
Wait, hang on. Getting the burst out. All right. Actually, okay. No, that's still really good because that sets up Wanderer for like a really massive hit no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone's going to get taken out next round regardless.
Yeah, I think that's actually, you know, I like that play because Gold Olive has Gamblers. Normally, I think that would be a little bit risky.
Chikua is about to match Crimlin in the BPM here too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
He's almost going to... Is he going to break 180
Is he going to break 180? Will he be champion of heart rate today? I certainly hope not. I don't want to see anyone go past that. But yeah, no, that's
stay safe.
Actually, that is something that's amazing to be able to like turn bring out like a completely different strategy because you normally don't see Mona use her burst in this deck. Yeah.
Okay, we saw a lot of action happening. So what just happened was, Chikua had a handful of artifacts. He had that Ball Princess.
Yeah.
So he just generated out of thin air 3 or 4 dice. This Gamblers is going to proc, put it back up to 3.
Yeah.
This is, this is what players are so, I guess, upset about with the current state of the game right now. We have a lot of these artifacts that just generate dice out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Chikua did have to use up his entire hand, but he's able to get 2 more skills out of Linny, which might be not what Gold Olive was expecting.
Maybe to force, kind of go really aggro right now. Put a lot of damage onto that side.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it might be the best play here.
And I think this is going to be really interesting because Chiku is going to overload Eula onto Wanderer now.
And then,
now,
and then back over to Eula from Fischl and the Bogglecat.
That completely flipped everything I think Gold Olive was expecting. Did he plan that from the beginning? I wonder.
Doubtful, actually. Honestly.
Wow.
Oh, let's see how this goes, though.
Yeah.
Okay. But Eula does get to... that might not be the best move either.
No,
you don't want Eula to use that either. You want Wanderer to use that.
Yeah, Wanderer has that equipment.
Yeah.
And is not going to be able to use it. And this is kind of the risk with laying down that Mona burst as well.
Yes.
Like, Linny is probably going to go down, but Linny's done so much already, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's applied a lot of damage.
Yeah.
He's got that Gambler trigger off.
One second. Gravestone just showed up.
Gravestone? I think it's a... Eula's too low. And you can't, you really can't just spend 3 die equipping a weapon and not using it, and then equipping another
That's a
3.
big risk. I'm just trying to...
Oh!
Think here. But they do have Gamblers, though.
They do?
They can get some die back, and they have Wind and Freedom.
Yeah.
If they do their skill
that's
here,
true, yeah.
then they could do a really big hit on the next character. So the Gamblers did go on.
Yeah, you probably still don't want to equip Wolf's Gravestone here. The other 2 characters remaining are at 8 and 9.
Right,
So they're
correct,
too high to trigger that effect.
Yeah, but that still won't be enough, though, because I believe Eula first skill only does... Wait, no, actually, the Mona Burst is still on there, though.
Yeah, the Mona... Yeah, so this will take out Linny.
Right.
And this is kind of what the Eula is here to do. We have Hydro applied to all the other characters, so Eula's going to be able to freeze whatever character Chikwa puts forward.
Yeah.
Most likely Fischl here.
So hang on. So the next move is going to do 5. Gravestone adds what, 2 more?
Gravestone adds 1 more unless your opponent is below 6 health, which neither character
is right now.
Yeah, so we're not going to see an equip here.
Okay, if they did equip it, though, it would do at most 6, so correct?
Yeah, it'll go 6, 7 after the reaction, so not enough to kill.
I wonder if you push that, though. I wonder if you try to push that, though.
You could. I think it's more valuable to Eula's skill and then burst.
Right.
Because actually, this is going to be really bad for Chikua because he's not going to be able to use any dice this round.
Yeah.
Oh, he needs
coming
to,
out.
he
Let's
needs to
see
dig.
what we get here.
He needs a quick swap. He needs a quick swap. Oh, he draws it.
Just in time. Wow.
Oh.
Yes.
So he now actually has a good way to use up the dice for his turn. He can Tandoori, Gamblers, quick swap, and that's going to prevent Nahida from being swelled. I think that's his only option. If he doesn't do that, he's not going to be able to spend the rest of his dice anyway, so he might as well use that Tandoori.
BPMs are matching right now. They're in sync for a moment.
Here we go. Quick swap.
Okay, quick swap to Nahida.
Sure. I think he needs a Tandoori. I mean, he can do it
Tandoori
after
skill,
he swaps.
right?
Yeah, Tandoori skill will take
Gamblers
out
too,
Eula.
though. Gotta get Gamblers on. Yeah.
And that will prevent... Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
And that Gamblers is going to be really huge here.
All right.
Wow. So now Wanderer versus Nahida. And we saw how much... I said Nahida's not a great character to finish on, but at 9 health against Wanderer, she's going to do a lot of damage.
Ooh. What does Wanderer do here?
I mean, I think you just have to normal attack, but that takes out Fischl. That doesn't really help you much at all.
Wanderer had... can't remember what artifact he equipped. It's been so...
it's a weapon. He has
Was it a
1,000
weapon?
Floating
Right.
Dreams.
Correct.
Yeah,
That's an icon. Correct. Yes.
Honestly, like I think one of the things to really think about in this matchup is, a lot of it is coming down to Gold Olive spending 3 dice on that equipment and really not using it for the whole game. Like, it's only going to come into effect now, but Linny's already down. The swell damage isn't going to be as important. One of his really regretting, he had the option of playing Liben.
Yeah.
With those 3 dice or the weapon, and he chose the weapon. I was a little bit surprised at that, and this is kind of why if you commit to one character,
I think Liben's coming down.
Yeah, well, it's gonna get tuned.
Oh, Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, you want a skill here because it still buffs your normal attack damage, but I think the here's just going to do so much damage at end of turn.
Yeah, with that Boggle Cat still sitting there. I see your point, yeah.
Yeah, I think Chiku is safe. Wanderer shouldn't be able to do 6 damage at the start of the next round without... I think Gold Olive would need a heavy strike, which I don't know if he runs in his deck.
Does Chikua just not do a turn here though? Yeah.
Oh yeah, so he can
take
equip
turn advantage.
Lotus.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very heads up there. You know, the one card that Chikua could have lost to was a heavy strike from Gold Olive.
Right.
He didn't draw it, but that would have lost him the game had Chikua used a skill, but deciding to end there on a Nahida allows him to equip the Lotus Crisp and still... Oh no!
Oh, that's not good though.
Oh
Please.
No!
Chikua's praying.
Okay.
Okay, alright.
I think he just needed 3 usable die.
Yes. Wait, what does Nahida's skill do at 5 costs? Again, how much damage?
It's 3 damage, so 4... Oh, that's enough. Yeah, he just needs to do the 5 cost.
Yeah, just needs to do the 5.
There we
go. Here it comes, yeah. So Nahida will make Scaramouche go back to his room. And we get to see that other deck come up, actually.
Yeah. Next up, Chikua has to play
taking a deep breath.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah. So Chikua comes in with a victory.
So expressive.
Yeah. No, I love it. I love seeing that. I'm happy for him, too. Yeah.
I think Chikua almost didn't clutch that. I think Gold Olive, had he not spent that 3 die in the equipment, you know, you saw how close that game was. 3 dice is an entire skill.
Right.
Like, that's like 6, 7 damage. That's just how much health he had. So, that entire game came down to that round 1 decision.
Yeah. Die management is super important when you do things like this, because you only start with a. So at most, you can only do like 2 moves, and then maybe some setup after that, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah, that's why it's very important that magic deck, as you said.
Yeah.
Very important to do.
And, you know, part of it was also Chikua. You saw how much priority he put into avoiding that Hydro, right? You saw him swap onto Linny, so back onto Fischl, and then the next round he went Fischl into Nahida, into Linny, and then forcing Gold Olive to waste his die on Mona's skills and not able to utilize Wanderer, who he spent 3 equipment on.
All right, so Gold Olive is opting to bring back Mew into this, but now we get to see the Ningguang deck get into play here. I'm very interested to see how this is going to be played.
Has anyone ever in the second match after they lost ever swapped decks? I don't think so.
Today?
Or ever. I don't think I've seen anyone swap.
Seen some people.
Someone swap? Okay,
sure someone did.
Doesn't happen very often, which I think makes sense.
Yeah.
You usually pick the deck that has a good matchup into whatever your 2 decks or your opponent has.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, we see players stick to the same deck, but this is the first time we've seen this matchup on camera.
Yeah, and I'm sure Gold Olive is going to be a little cautious after probably watching Kremlin Smash. Like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, the deck with Ningguang, even though it does have Barbara and another Hydro character, is very slow as well. The dynamic is very different.
Right.
With Diona, because she doesn't have any high damage skills and healing, you're really just chipping away your opponent.
Yeah.
Right? You're kind of like dealing 1 damage here, freezing over there, during out the game. The Ningguang is similar, but kind of reverse, where you'll stall a little bit, and then suddenly Ningguang just does 10 damage to your face.
Yeah, like her, she needs to have the Jade screen up for that to work too.
Of course.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember what was in the deck. We will probably take a look at it very soon here.
Yeah, I mean, the deck lists are pretty, you know, there's a lot of equipment for Ningguang here. You have Sacrificial Fragments, of course, the Tenacity of the Millet, the Shield artifact, staple in a lot of stall decks. But basically, you know, your goal is to equip Ningguang with those 3 cards: her talent, a catalyst, and her shields, the tenacity. And then once you have that set up, she's really hard to take out.
It sounds very close to what Bin was a long time ago.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a variation. It's less combo-y. You know, your characters aren't going to go down in 1 turn, but what they want to do is use Ningguang to snipe off a key character. In this matchup, it's probably going to be Eula.
Yeah.
Wanderer actually is very bad at taking out Ningguang right at the end. So I think Eula is going to be the one to watch for in this matchup. You know, if you can freeze Ningguang before she bursts and maybe like pick her off with a shatter, that could be one way that the Wanderer deck comes out of this. But, you know, if Chikua can drag the game out, survive the Wanderer burst, then it's really going to be really tough for Gold Olive to build back up.
Right. Yeah, I'm just looking how... they're all catalysts on that team too, actually. So there's some variance just in case something goes wrong.
Yeah, that's actually a sneaky thing that the deck can do is it does run 2 Sacrificial Fragments, so you can use that on Kokomi or Barbara.
Yeah, that'd be amazing to see a Barbara, like a finisher. Yeah.
I mean, I think, you know, I've definitely... Barbara is not so much, but Kokomi, I've known players, you know, in some close games will finish on Kokomi. she has a buff for her normal attack on her burst.
Yeah.
You don't see that very often, but it does come up.
Yeah, and she can heal herself too from that as
Exactly.
well.
Yeah.
Very
She's almost
self-sustaining, yeah.
just as annoying as Ningguang is to finish
God.
off. And of course, one of the interesting things though about this matchup is normally Barbara and Kokomi, they can apply Hydro to themselves. They can cleanse reactions, but in this specific matchup, Hydro is the element being applied to you from Mona. So there's actually no utility here from being able to cleanse that Hydro from the Mona summon, and so there's less options for Chikua to kind of counterplay.
Yeah.
So one of this is actually a pretty poor matchup.
This is actually a pretty good decision on Gold Olive to run this team then for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if I wonder if Chikua is gonna regret banning this. Not banning this deck. We saw how much he struggled against the Diona deck with his Gene deck, trying to manage those elemental auras, and we might see a similar situation over here.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna jump right into it pretty soon here. So who do you think they'll lead in? Oh, obviously Mona will be on Gold Olive.
It's gonna be Mona. That's gonna be interesting. There's a chance because the Wanderer deck is slower in dealing damage. We might see Ningguang just build energy.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah, I think what Chico wants to do, build energy on Ningguang and try and threaten a one-hit kill on Wanderer.
True. Yeah.
Because they kind of can go toe-to-toe with each other, right?
I think that's what the Calx is for.
Yeah.
Just for that strategy specifically.
Yeah, because Barbara isn't going to be very good because of how fast the damage comes out. You don't want to apply Hydro to yourself because you'll get frozen with Eula.
Yes.
And Kokomi for the same reasons.
Yeah.
So we're almost... It's a good chance we'll see Ningguang just take the field, but it might come down to what cards he draws.
Yeah. Although, like, using a Geo without, like, a reaction,
True.
Though, it's kind of a waste at the
It
same
is a bit of a
time.
waste, yeah.
So maybe you might even see normals from Kokomi or Barbara to start out with.
Kokomi might be the one to use. Even I guess the good thing is because your opponent's going to apply Hydro to you anyway, it doesn't matter if you apply Hydro to yourself.
Correct.
So it lets you more freely use something like Kokomi's skill.
Fair enough. All right, yes, Chico was making that decision right now. I'm going to say Kokomi.
I think you're right.
Well, let's see. Gold Olive's calmed down significantly, though, judging by their heart rate.
Yeah, I mean, he's played this deck already quite a few times today, so very...
Oh, it is Kokomi. All right.
You're right.
Okay, let's see how this plays out with the die. We need Hydro. Can we get Hydro?
Oh.
One Hydro.
One Hydro. 3 Geo, though.
Yeah, 3 Geo.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what the follow-up for Chico would be.
Ooh.
Pretty good die for Gold Olive. I mean,
good,
he has 3 Hydro. That's really all you need.
Yeah, yep.
I didn't get a good look at his hand, though.
Yeah, I was too focused on the die roll, actually.
The round 1 is so crucial for the Mono Eula Wanderer deck because your setup is for the next one.
Chikua's got a wonderful
hand.
All right, here comes the Phantom right off the bat to apply Hydro to Kokomi.
Oh, Gold Olive has a very good hand here. He has basically 4 options to ramp into the next round there between Instructors and Banarana, Tamias as well, and Liben.
Actually, that's a wonderful setup for Gold
Yeah.
Olive.
I really hope he doesn't go for that weapon equip again. I see a weapon floating in his hand. I don't think that's the right call, but maybe against a less aggressive deck, he can force plays a little bit better. So maybe that could be an option.
Let's see here. So Dunier's out helping Paimon come out at cheaper cost here. Liben coming out as well, but only 2 die, so...
Oh, okay. So one of the things to note here, Chikua, by you equipping and doing all of that, he got to end first. So he again has the option of denying that Hydro.
Yes.
And we see Gold Olive equipping the weapon again, so I think we might actually see Chikua do the same move as before, where he'll prioritize avoiding the Hydro Swirl to force his opponents, Gold Olive, to use more skills on Mona and then let him get more time for equipments.
Very interesting. It's kind of... I kind of like how quickly Gold Olive adapted to a fairly strange, uncommon deck. Coming in. Sorry, I shouldn't say strange.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. It was popular for a while. I think a couple of versions ago was one of a pretty good choice for a slower strategy. But I think with Ito in the meta game, it had a very unfavorable matchup into it, and so it dropped off in popularity. But since then, we haven't seen a lot of Ito, and so might be a really good time for Ningguang to make a comeback.
Let's see. Chikua got a decent die roll to start with, but Gold Olive got a wonderful hand, it looks like.
Yeah, There's the swap.
Yeah, off to Barbara.
And we're going to see Gold Olive do the same open again, forced to use... there's got to be a swap over Ningguang. Like,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're seeing a repeat of game 1. Yeah. Wow. Ooh. Okay.
All right. 3 damage. Okay.
So Gold Olive not going to play the same game as before.
Maybe that's what's needed right now, though, just to kind of keep
I think
things
so.
different. Jade Screen is up on Ningguang, though.
Yep, going to be a little bit defensive. So one of the interesting things in this matchup is, you know, normally Wanderer hitting your off-field characters is really annoying, but in this matchup, you only almost care about Ningguang. And the fact that Wanderer is forced to hit Barbara or Kokomi instead of Ningguang could actually be a disadvantage.
Yeah. I see. So he did put instructors on because his skill is up. So he will hit a character adjacent to Ningguang there.
Yep, one character to the right, so
die,
Barbara tanking damage. But honestly, what you want from here, and we'll see Gold Olive finally able to kind of make use of that equipment.
Right.
So I like that he's adjusting his gameplay. I think one of the things from that first game was he tried too hard to make the swell happen.
Right.
Rather than doing this play, which was, you know, just Wanderer's skill. And then once Wanderer has that buff, he's pretty free to trigger reaction no matter what your opponent does next.
Chikwa is in a little bit of trouble, though. Barbara's a little bit lower than probably for comfort at this point. You don't really have that much equipment going on yet.
It's a really interesting. I'm not really sure what the best way to play this matchup is. You know, your opponent does damage so fast. Here we go. He's gonna dig for something.
Yeah.
What's
we
he looking
got?
for?
Oh,
tenacity. Okay.
Yeah, actually, the equipment is there, ready to go. I think maybe you get it on now, and you can ramp up right now because you got Paimon and Leap in here. Well, not completely though. Actually, no, you could throw out your extra die there.
You could, yeah. If you throw your extra die, he may be thinking of using the Hydra Resonance as well.
Right.
Tenacity could be a little bit slow, and now with Ningguang with the Hydra Aura, she is susceptible to getting frozen by Eula.
Right.
It's a tough matchup, I think, for the Ningguang deck. You know, one of the strengths and one of the reasons you run this deck is you have 2 ways to cleanse.
Yes.
And not being able to cleanse any elements makes it very difficult to have an advantage.
Ooh, all right, so Goldal safely back to Mona.
Yep.
For some options. Ooh.
I like that, you know, if Goldal loses Wanderer to maybe like a Star Signs Burst, some kind of Last Energy, maybe a Calx, that could really be lights out. And so doing this gives him more flexibility next round. He has the option of fast swapping onto Eula as well.
I think you go to Barbara and get a heal out. Oh, no, never mind. They're going to get Ningguang equipped. Okay.
Yeah, Barbara could be too slow at this point.
Right.
Yeah, I like getting that tenacity because I think you do. You know, the goal of the Ningguang deck is to get into a situation where Ningguang is facing off against like maybe 1 or 2 characters that aren't good at dealing single target damage. So ideally, Chico wants to run out Wanderer's Burst, and then still have Ningguang be left alive. That's his ideal situation right now.
Understandable. Yeah. And yeah, ending on Ningguang with the tenacity on right now, without any way to like swap off. Actually, quite ideal.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, the interesting thing about this deck is you do want to just slowly start building up to Ningguang's burst.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, look at that healing.
Yeah, look at that healing right there. Wow. And they start with 12 die, so they do have a pretty good start going on.
Yeah, I think this is one of the best draws that Chico would have. You know, Swell is good at dealing damage, but Hydra Resonance is just as effective at mitigating that Swell damage because it is spread across your entire team. So we'll see if Chico, you know, we saw Z-Kremlin being very good at, you know, calculating what points of damage is important. And so if Chico can figure out who is important to heal here to avoid one-turn sweep by Wanderer, I think Ningguang can slowly start taking over the game.
2 Chef Maos coming out, so there's going to be a hash brown play here, probably?
Yeah, honestly, 2 hash Maos with a hash brown is really huge for Chico here. Of course, Chef Mao is going to draw him 2 new food on top of that. And he has that egg.
Yeah, yeah, that feast. All right, we got some pizza and more pizza.
More pizza. So lots of healing. Oh,
yeah, I think this is actually a really good idea. Get healed up right now. Yeah.
Look at that. It's almost like Wanderer never happened.
Wow, really got erased by Urban Soul, didn't he? Right? You get it?
Yeah.
All right, Ningguang at full energy now, though, so that is a bit of a scare. But Eula could stop that.
We could, we will probably see a freeze from Eula. That's really the only thing that Goldolf can do. You can't swap to Wanderer here because you're just going to get countered by a Ningguang burst.
Right.
The other thing, of course, is because Barbara was the last character to get swirled, then Wanderer's attack won't be able to swirl again. He'll be forced to use elemental skill on Ningguang to trigger swirl, which doesn't do as much damage as his normal attack.
Right. I think, yeah, the best play right now is to prevent Ningguang from doing another action here.
Yeah.
But Ningguang probably doesn't want to burst on Mona either.
Probably. No,
Right,
no.
yeah.
Mona is going to be sacrificed. I mean, one of the ways that Gold could try and maneuver is we saw the Mona Burst not doing too much, but Mona Burst is one way you can really chunk through Ningguang's defenses very quickly.
Eula getting set up with a Grimheart here too could be quite advantageous, but unfortunately no die for Gold Olive to work with here.
Yeah, we're going to certainly see a swap off of Ningguang here. The question is to who? Who do you want to take damage on? Looks like it's Barbara.
Yeah, that's fair. Barbara is pretty good at self-sustaining.
Yeah. I think Kokomi is probably more valuable here because, again, there are games where you'll end on Kokomi. You know, we see that second sacrificial fragments in Chikua's hand.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we'll see it get equipped. He does have a lot of die.
Yeah.
And if his characters keep getting frozen, he's not going to have a lot of ways to spend it. So we could just see an equip onto Kokomi or Barbara here even.
What do you think would happen? What is Gold Olive's best move here, though? I think you keep the Grimheart for now and just swap off.
Yeah. I think so. You know, he has the option of going to Wanderer here. Wanderer's going to hit Kokomi, going to trigger another swirl and reapply a Hydro to Ningguang. I think that's pretty important. But Chikua can't play around that just by swapping back. He has a significant advantage in terms of dice over his opponent. So he has the ability to dictate who Wanderer is hitting.
Oh, switch back to Mona. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe a leave-in play might be coming up here.
It might be, yeah. We see this pretty commonly from the Wanderer decks. They like ending on Mona just because they have, they open that ability to quick swap at the beginning of the round to any character they want.
Mona's not necessarily the threat here either, so any damage on her is okay.
Yeah, but the longer the game does go on, the more it's going to favor Chikua.
Yeah.
So
leave-in does get played.
So Gold Olive has to be very careful here, balancing, kind of delaying his own strategy, playing around his opponent with just letting Chikua, Tenacity, and Sacrificial Fragments, that equipment combination, take over on Ningguang.
That's very interesting. Huh.
Yeah, we might see a Kokomi skill here. Get some Hydra application on the opponent.
Yeah.
Might even see Sacrificial Fragments being equipped.
Do you tune something, though, for it? You have to.
Oh, yeah, I think we could. Maybe we'll just see a normal attack even. But
attack.
I think you'll equip something here just because that's really the only way to use the die.
Right.
You know, you don't really care about Kokomi's burst this early in the game.
No.
Yeah, I mean, Chico is kind of running out. Yeah, it's going to be a normal attack.
Normal attack?
Okay.
Do they give the sac frag to someone else, though? Oh, never mind.
No, just going to be 2 normal attacks.
All right.
I think this makes sense, you know.
Yeah. An emergency burst ready to go.
Yeah, emergency ready to go. And a Ningguang.
Okay.
Again, so I like this quite a lot. You know, Ningguang doesn't have any elements applied to her right now.
Yeah.
So even if Gold Olive swaps over to Wanderer, he can't actually swallow anything right now with that move. So this is, I think, the best character to end on. We're also going to have those Tenacity shields come right back up at the start of Chikua's turn.
Does Ningguang lose Jade Screen after this turn, though? Because
I think it's permanent.
Is it permanent now?
Yeah, I think Jade Screen lasts until you take enough damage. It's not dictated by duration.
Okay.
So her burst is at maximum power.
Right.
And with that weapon equipped, I believe it does a full 10 damage.
Yes, it will do a full 10. Sac adds 1, right?
You know, I don't think any player's beaten the 2-digit record for most damage dealt in one hit. Could Chikua be the first person to unlock that achievement?
Correct. Yeah, it's only been like up to 9.
9 has been the maximum. I mean, this is the deck to do it. And he has all the tools.
Hang on.
He might be missing the talent card. You might need a talent card to get up to.
Yeah,
to 10.
I think it's 8 damage with the shield.
8. Oh, so 9. Yeah, he will
should
need
only
the
be
talent
9.
card.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Unless there's a reaction, though.
Forget about winning the game.
Yeah, just
can Chikua draw the talent to break the record for the most damage in a single strike?
Yeah, but you don't want to do it on Mona, though. That's the thing.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might just see a Jade Screen reapplied here.
I think that's the best bet. Plus,
But
you get some crystallization out of it, too.
I think it looks like Gold Olive is setting up to go on Eula. But again, this is one of the risks of like committing to the weapon so early is you're kind of forced to use Wanderer, or you're really not making maximal use of the die. And against a stall deck, not efficiently using your die is really a death sentence, right? Like you're just not going to be able to do enough damage to overcome all the healing.
That Grimheart coming in clutch right now, though, the rip right through his shield and Jade Screen at the same time. So it's not great either.
Yeah, and of course, Chikwa has already used up both Hydro Resonances. You know, Gold Olive knows that. Although we know that Chikwa has a handful of food, also has an egg. So we might see Barbara sacrificed at one point only to be provided by an egg. Unfortunately, if Wanderer goes down, Gold Olive's deck is not good at dealing damage to 1 HP characters, and so that can really come in clutch.
Double Vanarana, ending their turn. Not a bad move, I don't think.
Yeah, Gold Olive is playing this pretty smart. Basically, he knows it's not worth dealing damage to characters other than Ningguang. So he's just saving his dice to wait for his opponent to expose Ningguang to something like a we see that heavy strike in Gold Olive's hand. You know, if Chikwa isn't thinking about that extra 2 damage, that could really come in clutch at sniping Ningguang.
Yeah, maybe you try to get Ningguang healthy again here on this turn.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah, there it is.
Another mushroom pizza.
Yeah.
Does waste a little bit of it from the thing, but we could see a Kokomi burst, which I believe, did it get buffed recently to actually create a jellyfish if there's no jellyfish remaining? Was that the talent card?
I think
she got some adjustment recently.
Okay, yeah, I haven't played Kokomi in a while, so I can't remember.
I think a lot of players haven't played Kokomi in a while. But I believe it could have been the talent card, but we'll find out shortly if the burst comes out.
We burned Sack Frag. Interesting. Okay. Here comes a burst.
Okay.
Get everyone healed
look
up
at that
again.
healing.
Yeah.
So no fish, unfortunately.
No,
no jellyfish. So that must be the talent card. I think the talent card will resummon the jellyfish here.
Interesting.
Oh, wow.
I probably would have equipped that. Huh.
Okay. But
all right. But yeah.
More heal. I mean, it's almost
Yeah.
Chikwa just resetting the game for himself.
Right.
But Gold Olive still at pretty low totals on all of his characters, and that Ningguang burst is looming. Ooh.
Eula could use a really good burst here though, because there's no quick swap for Chikua right now, so you can really charge up the light sword.
Yeah, we might actually see Gold Olive though just swap over to Mona. So what Gold Olive just drew the Calx Arts, and that's gonna let him burst on Wanderer if he so chooses. That's actually not gonna be enough to go through Ningguang's shields though. Unfortunately, she's at a healthy 12.
There is a Gilded that has not been equipped yet though. There could be a ton of dice coming up.
Yeah, actually, the scary thing for Chikua this turn is his opponent has 11 dice plus a free Gilded, so 13. Fortunately for him, he doesn't have a Lyre Song, so he can't do the shenanigans with returning Gilded. But, ooh, there's that quick swap you were talking about.
So to Wanderer.
Oh, we're going to see a swell here? Okay.
Yeah.
Lotus Crisp.
Yeah, they're anticipating a hit coming up. I think... Oh, this is a tough one. Do you want to swap to Ningguang?
No, but what if your opponent, like, what if you just normal attack on Kokomi here? Like, I think you're okay having the burst go off on Kokomi. You have an egg as well. You could literally just revive Kokomi after getting taken out by Wanderer and be like, what now?
Right. Ooh. That's interesting.
Yeah, luckily Chikwa has a good set of dice. You know, he's running low on cards, and has his dice rolls been a little bit worse? Could have been a rough turn, but he has a lot of options now. Does he want to switch to Ningguang?
Yeah, do you want to switch to Ningguang and potentially take a burst, even though there's not enough die on Gold? Oh, hang on.
Yeah, this is what... This makes the most sense. You know, your opponent already equipped Lotus.
Right.
And this not only removes the Lotus and apply Hydro, but also heals your team for 1. That's just a lot of value.
Yeah, and I don't think you really want to give a free swap over.
Yeah.
Right now.
Well, I mean, he might be forced to. Like, if you're not going to burst on Wanderer now, when are you going to burst?
Exactly.
You know?
But it feels like such a waste.
It does.
Kokomi, right?
It does.
Although I guess she is the only other threat on this team.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what Chikwa was playing towards, right? He set up Ningguang in... he had a very safe window in the first 2 rounds because he avoided those Hydros.
Yeah.
Use that time to set up Ningguang and keep her as a threat, and then for the rest of the game is sticking on Kokomi, Barbara, and kind of forcing Gold Olive into suboptimal plays.
Heavy strike.
Ooh, it's going to hit. Yeah, okay.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Do Kokomi burst here to get the healing going again?
Oh, it could just be another normal attack.
Oh yeah, right. You could just do normal. Save it.
But this is going to be interesting. So Gold Olive is still going to be able to hit Ningguang with a normal attack. So we might actually see Gold Olive perform a skill into another normal attack.
Right.
Chikua basically needs to figure out how we can keep Ningguang alive this turn. We might even just see a Lotus Crisp go down to be absolutely sure that Ningguang does not go down this turn.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of math going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the Lotus Crisp on Kokomi.
Oh, interesting. He's gonna try and avoid the burst. Okay. That's pretty dangerous though.
Yeah.
Because oh, okay. Wanderer only has 1 stack of Wind Favored. That's the status that lets him hit off field. So he's only going to be able to get 1 more hit on Ningguang before Gold Olive has to refresh that status.
Right.
So I think Chikua correctly identified that, knows that Ningguang should be safe. He also knows, I think, his opponent only runs 1 copy of Heavy Strike. So there is not a follow-up one.
Right.
Oh no. Chikua's face palming. He's seeing something. I wonder if he thinking he should have just put Lotus on Ningguang here.
Yeah.
I mean, I think... Let's see. We probably won't see the burst from Wanderer here.
No, I don't think it should be wasted here.
Yeah.
Normal is the right thing to do.
One off.
Yeah.
Oh, but then the swell?
Yeah, that swirl's going to take her out, though. But
Okay, but Chikua can heal.
Yeah. Ooh. But to lose your artifacts to this pretty soon here might not be fun. Oh, hang on. It was only going to do like 1 damage,
Wanderer.
right?
Yeah, it's only 1 damage. So the thing Chikua just needs to avoid is, does Gold Olive have, you can never expect how much dice can come out of the opponent's hand. Does he have enough dice? Looks like no. So Chikua is going to survive this round, and now Wanderer has used the burst. Ningguang's at a very tenuous life total, though.
Yeah. Ooh, that's getting real close.
It was so... it was so good at the start of this round, and then how quickly it went down.
The Mona. Yeah, Mona is a great person to end off. Once again, gives you lots of options here.
Yeah, the one thing going in Chikua's favor, in order to make that turn happen, Gold Olive did spend the 3 charges on Timaeus. That's what let him equip the Gilded Dreams, getting him 2 extra dice for that round.
Right.
He also used up the 3 or 4 dice he banked on the Vanaranas from the previous round. He has no longer access to that, so he's back down to 8 dice this round.
Chikua's dice roll, though, not looking too good here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
He has a few cards he could tune.
Yeah, could tune a few. But still, ideally, you would like just to have a little bit more Hydra here at this point.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Kokomi's burst is no longer active, so not going to be able to get healing out of the normals, but maybe we can see a burst again.
Yeah. That's good. That should take out Mona, yeah.
I like that quite a lot. This, make sure that Kokomi doesn't go down to Eula.
Yep.
And then you can just start healing Ningguang up, chipping back up a little bit.
Very interesting.
Oh, but Chikua does have a quick swap. If Gold Olive goes to Eula here, Eula might go down to a Ningguang burst.
Yeah, that's probably the time to do it too.
That might be the time.
Ooh.
The only thing... okay.
Hang on. See what happens here.
The only thing that Chikua has to be careful of is, will Ningguang go down to Wanderer? Wanderer does still have that weapon.
Yep.
So that swell, I think, is going to be 4 damage. It's 2 plus 2 from the weapon, so it's not quite enough to take out Ningguang, but it is going to bring her back down to 1.
Yeah. Both sides have an egg too right now, so there could be some kind of randomness happening. Yeah, I just noticed. Okay. I think Chikua is probably going to swap to Ningguang and do the burst on Eula to remove her.
Yeah, I think that's very risky. Your opponents have 5 die. You haven't seen any Lyre songs from them.
Yeah.
If Wanderer can use 2 skills, that's going to be enough to take out Ningguang.
But now here's another thing. Wanderer doesn't have a way to heal right now.
No.
This might be a Barbara victory, I'm feeling.
Oh,
Barbara is still very healthy right now. I'm just kind of dancing around doing nothing here.
Well, she's taking a lot of hits. She's not doing nothing.
Yeah, but she's just... Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, not quite yet, but yeah.
Not quite yet. I think Chikua wants to take out Eula, but doesn't want to risk 5 die on the opponent's side.
True.
Of course,
Is it 5 die?
Yeah, there's 5 on,
you had the switch.
on Gold Olive's side.
Wait, what is Ningguang's burst cost? 3 die.
3 die. No.
Right,
I mean, like, if Chikua went for the burst there, your opponent has 5 dies. There's potential for them to generate additional ones, right? If they get up to 6, this kind of forces them to use up 3 more die on Eula. If they swap to Wanderer,
Right. Yeah.
then Barbara is just going to normal attack, and it's
Yeah.
going to be that. But
Yeah.
So I think Goldall is forced to use something here. He's going to have to tune for it.
Yeah, that Lightfall sword still floating around there.
Yeah, it's going to be a normal attack.
Yeah.
It's going to be fine for generating extra stacks. But this could be the window for the Ningguang burst.
Maybe you swap to Kokomi right now?
Ooh. Actually, you might need... So, because Chikuwa swapped to Barbara, Ningguang... If Ningguang bursts, then she's going to go down to the light sword at the end of turn. So I guess Chikuwa does... Oh no! The Crystallize is going to leave her at 1.
Yeah.
Oh my... Is this actually going to be a Barbara victory? There's no way.
Wait a minute.
There's no way.
Okay, here comes the burst. You have to. There's...
No, yeah, you definitely burst
yeah,
here.
You burst here right now. And then Ningguang is just going to take the hit.
Yeah, Ningguang's going to survive on 1.
Yes. But it will give... Ooh, hang on.
Oh, it's just a skill. Okay. Interesting.
What is...
Not going for the burst. I'm actually pretty surprised at that.
Yeah, that was not what I was expecting.
Because now Eula is going to be able to freeze Chikuwa on the return on the next round.
Right.
I think Ningguang does stay alive though, but at what cost? Like, she's going to be at very low. Wanderer's Swirl might just be enough to take out Ningguang.
Yeah.
I'm very surprised that there wasn't a burst there. But
yes.
Chikuwa playing very much into the stall strategy of dragging out the game as long as possible.
And remember, they do have the eggs still too. Okay, back to Barbara to soak the damage here.
Oh, I see. Okay, so the reason Chikuwa used skill there is because with Sacrificial Fragments, it only works on your elemental skill. So he wanted an additional die to go back onto Barbara. And so had he used Burst there, he would have to stay on Ningguang, but this lets him swap to Barbara.
Chikuwa also just got another quick swap.
Ooh, that's going to be huge.
That's going to be a very, very big right now.
Yeah. You know, the funny thing is, Ningguang's been sitting on this burst for so long, and now she's going to have to use it on like a one... Like, there's really no reason to burst anymore, right? Like, she's just sitting, I don't know, smugly on the chair there with that 3 energies. Like, I don't even need to use my burst.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't use the egg on Mona either. They're probably... Yeah, because Golol is still holding on to that.
Yeah.
There's still some options here. This could still totally turn around. It depends on if Wanderer can come out and do a really quick swirl on something.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
I think your best bet is to swirl on... No, that's still going to do enough, actually.
Yeah, I think Gold Olives... Like I said, the longer the game goes on, the more it's going to favor Chikuwa. And I think Chikuwa's played this in the right way. Oh.
The quick swap is a really big play right now.
Well, I think Gold Olive... you saw him express that. I think he wished he had drilled that 1 turn earlier. Like, I think he would have really liked to have quick swapped onto Wanderer.
Right.
Instead... because if he did that, I think he could have swallowed Cryo. Maybe not.
Here comes a quick swap from here.
Yeah, we might just see Ningguang here and her Jade screen. Uh-oh. I wonder if Chico is counting his dice. He might have realized that he doesn't actually have enough Geo dice to make whatever play he's going to make.
Maybe you quick swap to Ningguang and you Jade screen just to have another damage reduction.
Another damage reduction?
Yeah.
I think that's probably the play he's thinking
You should
about.
have enough die, because you'll take out Eula and then you can just take out Wanderer right after that.
Yeah. Although, we know, of course, Golem does have an egg.
True.
So he could use that egg to sneakily revive Mona and go over there. Force Chikuwa to waste another attack on Mona.
Yeah, that's a great play. That'd be very interesting.
You know, it's so hard. It's so hard to like figure out the right decisions when there's like so much on the line. The clock is ticking.
Yeah. And
you have to make a call, and you're not sure what the right one is.
Maybe the egg play might come in, but you only got 5 die though. That'd be very risky up against 8. I think Chikuwa has a victory here, but I wonder what Gold Olive's gonna do.
Yeah, I think the other thing Chikuwa has to be thinking about is something like I haven't lost yet. I believe. Oh no, there's actually no I haven't lost yet.
Not
in
that.
deck.
No, it's not in that deck. No.
Ooh.
Attack. All right. Eula is taken out. Okay. Does the egg come on Eula now though? I don't think so. There's no point at this point. I don't think. Wait, can Wanderer swirl freeze everybody?
Yeah. Well, Kokomi will be safe, but Kokomi is actually going to go down. But then we might see egg. So if I think Gold Olive is going to want to make the obvious play, which is to swell Cryo, freeze Ningguang, so take her out this turn, and then egg one of the other characters, and then swap onto them.
Some more die here. I wonder.
Yep. So using War Princess there to generate extra die, getting a free equipment off of Fruit of Fulfillment.
Yeah.
Which is actually an interesting choice. Not everyone is bringing that in the Wanderer list. We saw, I think, Gold Olive, Stranger, and Mango as well, all choosing to bring.
There comes the egg.
Here comes the egg.
Yeah.
But are we going to see Wanderer's Swell? I think so.
Wanderer's normal should only do 2 damage right now, right? But with the reaction, should it do up to 3?
It won't be. So Wanderer doesn't have the Wind Favored right now. He hasn't used his skill, so he can't actually hit Ningguang here. But the normal attack normally only does 1.
Right. But with Fruit of Fulfillment and then the reaction.
Right, that is actually 3. Yeah,
that should
but I think you want to use skill here because even though you don't necessarily need to target the other character, it does buff your damage.
So they're both frozen right
now. Both frozen.
Yeah, so they can't do anything else this turn.
But we're going to see that egg come into play.
The egg should definitely... Well, you definitely want to end turn here.
I think we're going to see an egg and a swap. Because I think it's too risky for Chikawa to end on Ningguang here.
Yeah.
I think he wants to wait one more turn so he has those tenacity shields back up just in case.
But I think what Chikawa is thinking of right now is Gold Olive can't do anything. There's probably nothing left for them to do. They can't generate any more die here. So what they're probably going to do is Ningguang burst onto Wanderer as just like a flex. Let Eula take Ningguang out if she can, but I'm pretty sure Barbara's just going to normal attack Eula at this point.
Yeah. Although not generating dice is a bit of is a bit presumptuous from decks like this. I mean, if Liaison could have been another skill, but I guess that's not enough to... Oh, there's a fresh wind.
Wait a minute. That just changes everything here.
I didn't see that Gold Olive had put that away at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
Oh, he just sat up in his chair. Oh, look, his heart rate is 186.
Whoa! 187? No, Gold Olive, please.
He's going to pick a 180. Oh,
actually,
Gold Olive.
Okay, hang on. Wait. Okay, so... Ningguang is likely... Oh, there's the egg, though. Okay, hang on, though. That removes...
Oh, no.
10 more die.
Oh, I think that egg is going to be huge. So, Gold Olive had a line where he could fresh wind into the last 2 characters on Chikawa's side.
Yeah.
But because of that egg, I think his hopes are shattered.
Yeah. Literally.
Literally shattered.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the disappointment. He was so excited for a second.
Yeah.
But it's okay, his heart rate is going back down.
Yeah,
so I think Chikawa is doing him a favor there.
That's good. Jeez.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Is that even still going to be enough to take Ningguang out, though? Graves.
This probably is not going to be, no. Yeah, I think it's 4 damage. Yeah, and Ningguang...
Unfortunate.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, well. Can we get the grand...
Well
the grand finisher.
Chikawa.
Yeah.
Very well done. Oh, wait, is this the 10? No, it's 12. He did it for the record.
Oh,
he did it.
He did, yeah, actually. Oh, look at that sigh of relief. That's stretched. Well done, Chikawa, coming back after an 0-2 to a 2-0 for himself.
Yeah, I mean, showing him. I know Chikawa was the Prince Cup Japan champion. Actually, both days, the champion of their respective Prince Cups have been taken out in the first round, fall into the lower bracket, managed to make a comeback, stay in there for the top 8. So Chikawa, though, I think still has another game that he needs to play before he can be in there. But he's clawing his way back after a pretty crushing defeat, I think, at the hands of Zekrimlet.
Yeah, I think that egg just showing up right in front of Gold Olive was what ruined everything.
Egg has kind of been like the highlight of this tournament. Like,
egg has been the kind of wild card. The thing
has,
either really good or really bad. It always shows up when your heart will go up and then, no, it went back down. Because, Gold Olive getting the fresh win and then what was the other card that they got with it? Because there was another good card that came out.
I think it might have been the Wolf Gravestone. Like, I think that would have been enough to take out Ningguang with some other help. But
yeah, that egg just coming in clutch. Yeah. The perfect time.
Unfortunately, we didn't see a Barbara victory. You know, I think there was
I was hoping for that. Yeah.
There was a potential there for Barbara to be the one to take out Eula there and then. But instead, Chikawa with a very stylish finish, the Adeptus Temptation into the Ningguang burst that has been saved for the entire game.
Yeah, and took the record for the highest hit so far. I think 12 damage.
Yeah, 12 damage. He set that record. It's going to be very hard to beat 12.
Yeah, I want to see the the heart rates though.
Oh yeah.
We're
Gold
gonna see
Olive.
some wild comparisons coming up here in a moment.
I mean, you saw that spike when he drew that Freshman of Freedom. You know, he put that back in the initial hand because I think that's a very good choice. You know, it's not a very good card against the Stall deck because they're so defensive anyway.
Yeah.
You're not going to be taking out their characters. You want to have that card be something more proactive.
Right.
But it came at the right moment, but maybe just a little bit too late. Like I think maybe if Gold Olive had drawn that card in the turn, he took out Kokomi.
Yeah.
That could have been a really big advantage in his favor, but maybe it was one turn late. I think that quick swap as well at one point, you know, he kind of like, went like grimaced, and I think that was also one turn late.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's all it takes against a Stall deck is these minor advantages to accrue, and you're kind of left picking up the pieces, trying to take out this like one character. I mean, we saw Ningguang go from 10 to like 4, back up to 10, and then back down to 1.
I think one at some point too, right?
Yeah, one health. I think after that heavy strike.
Yeah, and it being like a team that you don't normally see in this competition, so
Right.
when you see it, you're not quite sure. Even though you did get to see the deck list, right? You probably forgot about that A. Yeah, there's a record right there, 12.
Yeah, and Chico's like, bring it. Like, who can break my strongest single strike record?
All right. But we also have another record holder for highest heart rate.
Yeah.
Today.
I think goes. I was expecting Zekrimlet. I think Leo was talking about this in the first half.
Right,
you know,
right.
we saw. We were able to see some people play in Malaysia, and he had a very high heart rate. But Gold Olive, although unfortunately Gold Olive now is, I think, eliminated from the tournament, having taken his second loss.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh my god.
188. What
188.
the heck? Even Chikua hitting 182 is still pretty high.
Wow. Yeah, this was a high energy match.
High energy for like a very stally deck kind of at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the slower decks are the more stressful to play.
Yeah.
Because the way those decks win usually hang like on a nice edge. Like if you make one wrong move, if you miscalculate what your opponent can do by 1 damage, that's all it takes to take out a key character and have everything go wrong. So, I mean, I really respect players who play these slower stall decks because I think, you know, combo decks and aggressive decks, they're much more straightforward. You know, we have like the Linny deck, it's official and Nahito, official and Linny. You have these lines that are very obvious, but stall decks are very reactive. You have to see what your opponent is doing and then based on that do something different.
Yeah, I think if we can circle back to Crimlet to be able to like flex around like all 4 different roles.
Yeah.
To be able to do that too, because we had a similar deck with Xingqiu, was again Xingqiu, Diona,
and Barbara.
Barbara, right? Correct. Again, another Barbara. Barbara
is making a killing at this
Barbara
tournament.
coming back in the tournament here actually. Love to see it.
She's always been a very strong choice for you know those slower strategies. She's kind of the queen of stall.
Yes,
and
true.
she's really earned that title.
Yeah, Barbara was also in the bin deck. That's correct.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Barbara Ito Noel.
Wow.
Yeah. She's
Wow.
been. I mean, she's not very flashy, but
wait,
honestly,
wait. Hang on. Idol Door is always flash. What do you mean?
It's too bad. Yesterday, of course, we had one of our competitors who did like the Barbara dance for us in the introduction.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So maybe Barbara and Egg, they're secretly like the two things of this tournament.
Yeah.
Both healing cards.
Yeah.
Forget about damage. It's all about healing.
It's all about
food.
healing, sustain, and just like defense.
Yeah.
Right. Once again. Oh no, we're back to the bin meta at the same time.
No. Well, I think these games are very enjoyable to watch. I mean, it takes. I think one of the frustrating things about Ito was that he could sweep your team in one go, and if you felt very helpless.
Yes, true.
You know, with decks like the Ningguang deck and the Diana deck, like they do take a lot of skill to pilot, and we're seeing that here. I mean, this is the stage to showcase them against equally high-skilled opponents, just figuring out the right lines, you know, calculating your damage, managing your elemental applications, and honestly, in those 2 matches, that's one of the things that really stood out for Chikua. He really made a priority to reduce the swells from Wanderer. Right. And in both games, we saw Gold Olive go for that 1,000 Floating Dreams equipment on Wanderer, and Chikua played around that beautifully, you know, by managing those auras, limiting how much damage that equipment could do, and then using that to kind of come back and secure victory. 2 games.
I think if Gold Olive had a much more aggressive hand to start out with, though, like if you can rush the stall team really quickly, then stall team can't keep up. But that doesn't matter anyway. We saw one more round to go today. We're going to see the last matchup between Chikua and
Ark. Yeah.
All right. So don't go away. Stick around and we'll be right back.
This invitation is yet to be sent. He doesn't have a fixed residence, so addressing the letter has proved problematic.
Don't worry, I'll deliver it. If you find the target, report to me.
Yes, mademoiselle.
Oh. Spina di Rosula Special Delivery Squad. Mission accomplished. What would a banquet celebrating Poisson's reconstruction be without you? Come on, partner. Let's go. As long as I keep digging, it will shake the world like no other news report in history. Your credible source of the unbelievable truth. That's my journalistic motto. What's the news? To put it in adventurer terms, I guess for me, it's all about the thrill of the chase. All right, let's get this interview started. People aren't always very fond of journalists. You know what they say, lies are soft and malleable, but the truth is sharp and inflexible. The time has come for your interview. Ready to be a star? Breaking news! Hard-hitting exclusive! Truth bomb! Morning! Did you read the paper yet? No? No worries. I'll read it for you.
Welcome back, travelers, to the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. We are at our last match today, and I'll be casting Rin Taicho along with
Blep at Blep the Cat. And we've seen a lot of games today, and you know, thanks for sticking with us if you've been here from the beginning. You know, in a very long first match, but the next couple of ones have gone pretty fast. But no less exciting. You know, we saw a lot of action as well.
Right.
And we're going to be seeing pretty shortly Chikua take the stage for the third time today, I believe, right?
Versus Arc, correct? Yeah, I just got to get my notes corrected here. So we might get to see that stall deck again with Ningguang.
Almost certainly. I mean, it depends. I know, so having talked with some of the players here before, I know Arc is well aware of that deck. You know, he knows what that deck is capable of. It's up to him if he decides that it has a favorable matchup or not with the decks that he's brought. You know, there's a lot of strategy already in before the game starts, right? Just picking the right bands is so crucial in this conquest style format.
Yeah, but that deck, because it is very uncommon, a lot of people don't know how to play that, but it is equally hard to set up.
Yeah.
So do you leave that deck in there and then gamble on getting your cards correctly and then just rushing them as fast as you can?
I mean, the one thing is, though, one of the main weaknesses of that deck we saw was like kind of that Eula Wanderer, because you're not able to cleanse a lot of the auras there. You know, Chico has the option of banning that deck from Arc side and then just having, I think, pretty favorable matchups overall. One thing I do see on Arc, he does have that Yilan combo deck. Combo traditionally pairs very well into stall. So what I'm almost 100% Arc is almost certainly gonna ban the Linny deck. It's the one bad matchup for a lot of his decks. Chikua's ban could be a little more interesting. He might go for the Yilan ban because that's the one that has favorable matchups into there. So we might just see like a lot of play at the very beginning as well, just eliminating the bad matchup. So that's my prediction.
Let's see. I'm gonna guess maybe Ningguang will get banned here because maybe people are tired and want to go home.
Well, luckily Arc doesn't have any stall decks of his own to drag out the game too long. You know, even if it's a slower deck, if you're not playing against an equally slow deck,
so one of the stall decks do get banned.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
I would have really I guess Arc is not afraid of that Linny deck. You know, still the most banned deck so far. But Chico's ban, very sensible based on the characters that he bought. Maybe Chico was expecting as well that Linny to get banned, but we'll have to see.
I think that's good for Arc because Arc has the exact same deck, so it really depends on who's going to get the better hand on that one.
Right.
And then I believe the Mew deck can pair up against finally as well. Like, pretty even match.
I think it's still a little bit unfavored, although I think Arc did play that matchup already and was able to kind of use Overload to his advantage there to disrupt the opponent, but we'll see if Chikwa can do that,
Right.
and it is going to be that matchup.
Right. Okay.
And we see Ark here bringing the Freshman of Freedom variant. Isn't running, we saw Vanarana from Gold Olive in the last set, is using Opera Epicles instead, which I think is a pretty strong choice.
Yeah. Opera Epicles, sorry, Epicles pronunciation. That is a new card. Can you explain how that one works?
It's a complicated one. We'll maybe get to it once we get into the game and see it in play.
Right. Okay. So with that, let's just jump right into it. Final round. Is that what we're doing? Okay. Oh yeah. Hang on. Sorry about that. Now we're gonna jump in. So let's just jump right into it right now. As we look at the real-life Cat's Tail stage here.
Yeah, I actually had a chance to, the stage looks pretty impressive on camera, but I actually had the chance to kind of peek backstage at the full set, and it is something else entirely. Like, it is massive. You don't quite see it with all these camera angles, but I feel like it's going to be pretty intimidating just being on that stage to begin with.
Yeah, I haven't gotten a chance to go swing over there, so I got to go do that later, because I am making a vlog of this later, right? So maybe it'll come out probably in a
it's been an amazing
while,
amazing and unique experience. I think,
it has been.
involved.
I would love to just share it with other people. Maybe it might bring more people to the TCG scene as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But here we have Chikuwa, of course, the champion of Prince Cup Japan.
Looks much more calm right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a tough day, but I think he proved in the last set that he is worthy of that Prince Cup champion title. Being able to defeat Gold Olive in a very convincing 2-0 as well.
Yeah. But Ark here, also really good with a little bit of bad luck along the way, but maybe it might turn around this time.
Yeah, I think if you if you talk to Ark, he'll definitely tell you it has been plagued by bad luck for quite some time. But he's had a very good run in recent events, but we'll have to see how he does in this matchup. It is a tough one. The Linny deck proving to be a very threatening, aggressive deck against the Wanderer version.
All right. Well, let's see what happens here. Does Ark really have that bad luck, or does Bennett still have the worst luck in all of Genshin Impact?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, a lot of this is going to come down to what Ark has at the beginning of the game.
All right. I think these are pretty decent.
Pretty decent, yeah.
Maybe you want to get rid of that Ito right off the bat. I don't need
Definitely.
that.
Yeah, and that counts as well. So,
Oh,
wait.
Keeps it.
Okay.
Interesting. There might be a very risky, high risk sacrifice coming up here. Maybe Ramona, actually, yeah.
I mean, one line this kind of unlocks is he kept both Calx Arts and I Haven't Lost Yet, which is two ways to get instant energy. So he might be trying to surprise Chikua here.
Right.
I kind of like that because, one of the things you're looking for with the Mono Eula Wanderer deck is you want to draw a 2-cost card and a 3-cost card to use up your die. And he did already have Timaeus and Liben, so he's already set there. He doesn't need any other cards, so he can keep more situations.
There should be, there might be a sacrifice coming up soon, and I don't think Chikua is going to expect that either.
No. Yeah, I think it's definitely like you don't expect your opponents to keep those cards from the beginning. You might not be thinking about them early on, but we'll have to see.
Because you don't want to take Mona out. That's the character you don't want to eliminate here.
Yeah, we might see Ark play something like, in round 2 or 3, sacrificing Mona early on to unlock that I Haven't Lost Yet Calx Arts burst on Wanderer on someone unsuspecting.
It's going to be very interesting to see here.
Yeah.
I would assume Chikua's going to probably lead in with Fischl. Wait, they both kept Ito on both sides. I just realized.
I guess, both decks are pretty aggressive, so I think keeping the I Haven't Lost Yet there is a good way to kind of make a comeback, a counter attack on your opponent. So we'll have to see.
I just want to bring that up again. That card has been around since the birth of Genius Invocation TCG.
Yeah.
And it was one of the more broken cards,
really
I guess,
was.
back in the day. Can you explain what it used to do and what it does now?
Yeah, one thing it used to... So, its base effect, if one of your characters has gone down this round, then it grants 1 energy and 1 die. But it used to not be limited to once a turn. So right now you can only use 1 I Haven't Lost Yet, and the consequence of that is most decks only run 1 copy.
Right.
but before decks would use 2, and the famous kind of tournament event to happen, like in like, you know, you think you've got your opponent down in the ropes, and then they double or haven't lost yet, get 2 energy, 2 dice, burst you, and just completely turn the tables. Doesn't quite happen as often, but still a very powerful card.
Still a very powerful card. One that you don't play as often, like you said, but still can be in the right situation, can really turn the game around. Getting back to it though, we got Vorkasha on Linny here, expecting to take a hit.
Yeah, and this is the combo I was pointing out earlier. You know, Linny dealing damage to himself immediately triggers the Vorkasha.
Right, yes, correct.
Plus the healing puts him right back up where he started.
Yeah. Actually a very solid card too.
Yeah.
Or artifact, sorry.
And I think Arc here getting kind of the same treatment we saw earlier for Mona Eater Wanderer with Linny, right? Overloading off of Wanderer onto Eula. It's the unfortunate ordering of the characters. Had he flipped it around, had Wanderer been on the right, it would have been very different. Ooh.
This is a good setup here for Arc though. Gravestone coming out. We got Gamblers ready to go to. Probably not going to be played yet, but nice to have.
Yeah, unfortunately those two, you know, drawing the weapon isn't ideal. You most often want to have Wagner and then just play them for free. So we'll have to see if he chooses to equip one. It will commit him to one of the characters, either Eula or Wanderer.
He does have a die advantage right now, so it's not terrible. Not a bad idea, but do you freeze Linny here? But you don't want to really waste your die either. They can't heal right now.
Yeah, freezing Linny isn't a terrible idea. I mean, your opponent's kind of leaving Linny vulnerable here to that freeze, so it might be a good opportunity to equip a Wolf's Gravestone. Maybe, you know, because Wanderer has taken so much damage, and maybe because your opponent is playing into you try to use Wanderer, you just go for Yule instead, and that's what we're seeing.
So there is that freeze. The Gravestone isn't on yet, so that can come as a surprise to the next hit here. Chikua does have a quick swap though.
Yeah, the quick swap might be pretty important here in order to prevent any further freezes, but we'll probably see Chikua go to Nahida here.
Probably equip the Lotus as well, I would think, just to, you know, prevent any more damage or health loss at this point.
Yeah, of course, Eula's follow-up, the second time she uses her skill, does 5 full damage, so definitely a good opportunity to use Lotus, force Arc to kind of waste some of that damage.
Right. Okay, just goes to Nahida.
Yeah.
No, slow swap, that's what it's called. That's
just
the terminology for it. Yeah, I'm learning.
Ooh, going to Mona.
Off the Mona, though. Okay. Not a bad idea. Fortunately, Chikua does not have an extra Dendro to do a skill unless they want to tune something.
Yeah, it looks like Arc is being very intentional in keeping Eula healthy.
Yeah.
Saving that 5 damage for later, because I think Arc is really looking to take out Linny.
Right.
You know, he's definitely...
Oh, using Stove God early, too. Ooh.
You know, I've seen it used a lot more often these days on round 2. I think some players do like to prefer... I mean, on round 2, if you think about it, it's still a strategize, right?
Yeah,
like, strategize is a card people still play. You know, 1 dice, draw 2 cards. The Gorba Stove God card is just, you know, just 0 cost to draw 2, so it's like almost as good.
Yeah. That's only a very, like, emergency situation. Because ideally, you still wouldn't want to use that.
Yeah, for round 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, curious what Chico was looking for there. Usually it's a specific card you want to draw. You want to hope to take it off the top, but Chico's dice is not great.
No, not at all. All right, Phantom coming back out, which is quite nice to have.
Yeah, and we might see Arc here. He has an option of either equipping a weapon or dropping Paimon as those last 3. It really depends on how he sees this matchup going. If he thinks it's going to go for 2 more rounds, we might see Paimon. If he thinks he's going to get clean up next round, we might see a weapon go into Eula.
Right. You don't want Mona to die yet right here, because you do have that Ito card, so you do want to make use of it if at all possible.
Of course.
Moving forward.
Yeah, it's pretty unlikely. It's actually pretty likely that Mona will go down at end of turn, which might actually limit the usefulness of having that I haven't lost yet.
So I think you should switch off Mona right now. At least. I don't know, because Oz, well, there is the damage reduction from the Phantom. But
Oz is going to do, let's see, 2 damage plus 1 from the seed. So Mona will still be at 2, but Chikua can have the option of doing another attack.
Yeah. Okay, this might be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense given Chikua's die. I don't think you want to tune that many. Ooh, it's going to be the Paimon.
Wait, what might happen? Will they take out Mona or will they not? Because you wouldn't want to do that. Maybe Arca is banking on that because they might know their Mona is safe for now.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you almost certainly need to use up your die. So, so going to be a tune, refresh the Oz.
Okay.
Get that quicken underway. And this is going to take out Mona end of turn. So Arc has one less character.
What?
Yeah, because it's 2 damage from quicken.
Right, because the seed will come up again. That's true, yes. Okay. Oh, yeah, and then there's a catalyzing field. Is that what it's called?
Yeah, catalyzing field.
Correct.
Yeah, from the quicken.
Yes. Okay. Unfortunately, we can't get the Ito play here early then.
No.
All right, yeah, there they go.
So Chikwa is in a pretty good position. His opponent's already down to just 2 characters, and he's very healthy. But of course, we've seen how explosive the Wanderer Yola deck is. The damage can pile on very quickly.
Yeah, the Hydro application is there, so it won't go away too quickly right now, as long as we don't freeze anyone.
Yeah, one thing Chikwa also has in his favor is Linny right now doesn't have Hydro, so Yola has no way to freeze him, and he's really one of the bigger threats coming into round 3 in this deck.
Well, I think pretty quickly there's going to be Hydro on him right now. Maybe get Instructors on too for that extra die.
Yeah, Chikwa has a lot of cards in his hand that just deal damage. I think those Gamblers are going to come in pretty crucial here. Like, if Chikwa's able to take out Wanderer here with the Gamblers activation, that could be a pretty big swing in his favor.
Yeah, they do need to start trimming some cards away though, because you can only have up to 10 in your hand. Yeah.
I think we saw, who was it? I think Z Crimlet currently is the only person who has burned a card due to overdrawing on camera.
But to his benefit though, thankfully.
True. It ended up not being an important card at the time.
It was another Tenshukaku he was carrying, I believe.
Didn't need it.
Yeah. Let's see here. Interesting plays going on.
Yeah, Opera being played here, immediately fixing one of your die.
All right, there is going to be a swirl. I think that is probably the best move you can do.
Yeah, this gets Hydra onto Linny, which I think is definitely what Arc wants to do.
Yes. Now, do you quick swap off to another character and start trying to build Nahida's Burst here? A pretty standard playbook for the, I keep forgetting, Finally deck.
Deck, yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah. I think Nahida makes the most sense. She is at 8 right now.
Yeah.
Okay, but the problem with going to Nahida is that means Wanderer can hit Linny.
That was going to be the next thing I was going to point out.
Yeah.
Because it always goes to the right side, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Does it ever alternate, or does it always
No.
right?
The thing about Dvalin, which we haven't seen yet.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, one of the new characters added. Dvalin has a skill that goes, I think, it goes in the middle one, and then right, and then left.
Yes. Interesting.
Which is really cool.
Yeah.
Like, I hope someone tries to bring
Dvalin. I would like to see more of the boss decks come into play. Because we have Dvalin, we have Ajdaha, which is another one we haven't seen. We'll probably see in like the final type tournament. Yeah. So that'll be very exciting to see.
Ooh. Equipping Vorakash, not Vorakasha, the lower cost one.
Kavarana, I think.
Kavarana, yeah.
Something like that.
Kavarana, yeah. Some of these names.
The lore of Genshin Impact is really interesting. Yeah, I highly suggest people to do their world quests to learn these things and read like the little text in between, because some of the cards here you don't even get to see unless you do the world quest.
Right.
Like one of the best examples I like to think of is Mamere. Yeah, the most gacha card that I think everyone should run in their deck, because it's such a great card to just like turn the whole game on its head.
Ooh. Interesting move by Chikwa, staying on official to normal attack.
Yeah, just to save some die here. Oh, actually.
Well, it looks like what Chikwa is doing is just really prior. And if you swap to Nahida, then Linny gets hit by Wanderer here. So Official's the only safe character. And I like that he's building up to her burst now.
Right, because Official's burst should do 4 damage. Correct?
Yeah, it does. It will take out Wanderer.
Yeah.
Although, we see not great dice here from Chikwa.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of tuning if he does decide to do that. But to only have Eula left is still pretty dangerous.
It is, yeah.
So the Gambler is coming. I think, that burst is going to come out.
Yeah, that definitely commits him to the burst line.
Yeah.
So all he's thinking about now is what to tune.
Yeah, I would suggest Calx at this point.
Yeah, Calx makes sense.
Calx.
Oh, yeah, calling it.
Probably Ito and the other Gamblers.
Yeah.
Will it be Ito?
I don't think it'll be Ito. I think I haven't lost. It's going to be really important. Both the other characters are on 1 energy.
True.
And if Official goes down, then that's a way you can generate another energy, another character.
I would say, no, you want to keep Temptation.
Yeah,
Adeptus. Okay. They got rid of the Liar Song.
Liar Song, yeah, okay. That's true. Yeah, they haven't drawn any gilded yet, so that makes sense.
That's fair.
I think you want so maybe it's the Leave It to Me, the quick swap.
So here comes a burst. So
it's only 3. Yeah.
Wanderer will get taken out here.
2 more dice now going.
And there will be an Electro application to Eula at the end of this. This is not looking good for Arc right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this was a pretty bad matchup for him to begin with, and he tried to play it a little bit slow with that Paimon card, But this is what I was saying. Like, if you play Paimon, you're saying that you are going to try and force the game into another round. But so far, this round has proven pretty fatal for him.
Yeah.
He does have, of course, his own I Haven't Lost Yet.
Yeah, he has that. He has the Gravestone, and he does have Gamblers. He could take someone out right now because he does have the Grimheart, too.
He does, yeah. And he has a Fresh Wind of Freedom, so we could see a Fresh Wind of Freedom.
Yeah, so here this comes in. Probably a burst, yeah.
Yep.
It'll freeze Fischl.
Yep.
It'll force Chikua to either switch with a quick swap, but it doesn't take them out because then now Chikua can't use his Ito card. I keep forgetting the name.
I haven't
of
lost
it.
yet. Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah, I really want to point out that it's a really important play that it was crucial that Arc didn't take out Fischl there.
Yeah.
Because Chikua was at 3 dice. If Arc takes out Fischl, then Chikua can immediately use another skill on Eula, but this denies that, and this allows Arc to potentially take out another character with Eula's burst.
I think Arc should wait, though. Take the turn advantage next turn. Because then you can at least do another freeze and force another swap.
That's actually,
right? You do not. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Take the sword now. Gambler's on. Yeah, end your turn here. Because you don't want Linny to do the first move for sure.
Yeah, and I think Arc's really going to be able to leverage that Fresh Wind of Freedom as well. So even
yeah, that's right. It's still there.
Yeah, it's still there. And even though he's giving up kind of the damage on this round, he's going to get it right back as soon as the Fresh Wind comes in.
I think the best thing right now would be a Lotus Crisp for Arc, if it can show up. Let's see. What will it be?
Some kind of food? Ooh, no.
I still think Arc is still... I think Arc could probably finish it this round.
The one thing, though, Chikwa does have that... that Leave It To Me might come in pretty clutch.
Yeah.
Even with the Fresh Wind.
Yeah,
but it depends.
Got a good die roll. Arc didn't get the best roll there, unfortunately.
But he does have Paimon.
Paimon did come in.
And I think Opera should trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, 11 to 8. Still really good. And we still have the Grimheart. Is it called Grimheart on Eula?
I think it is Grimheart.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. I believe that is the Grimheart stack.
So that should be... yeah, okay. So they're going to take Linny out here.
I think this is going to be a huge time because Gambler's... Yeah, Gambler's fucking...
So that happens there.
Oh, actually, wait. Is there a Lotus... Oh, no. Hang on. So Chikwa has the I Haven't Lost Yet Adeptus Burst. That's 7 damage. No, this is... I think Arc had to make that play, but he had to bank on his opponent not having this exact set of cards.
Wait a minute.
But this is it.
Hang on. Yeah, you're right. What a turnaround of the Adeptus and the Burst and the Ito card coming in just to smack Eula right out of the game. Holy... Wow.
That was so close.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And I guess we can see why Chikwa chose to keep that I Haven't Lost Yet. You know, with decks trimming down to 1 copy, if you put it back, you're not very likely to see it again. But we saw how important it was in that.
Right.
I mean, to Arc's credit, again, I mean, I think we've said this before, but Arc didn't really make any particular misplays.
No.
But he had just it was a pretty bad matchup, and he was forced into that play no matter what he did.
Right.
He just had to hope his opponent didn't have the I Haven't Lost Yet plus Adept. He needs those 2 exact cards, basically.
Right. I think he did the exact what he should have done.
Yeah.
That was like the perfect setup for him. It was just that.
Yeah. And that's sometimes how it comes down
it happens.
TCG.
Yeah. Unfortunately, really unlucky actually. Once again, like you said.
I mean, to Chico's credit, again, like, you know, I'm sure he really knows how to play that matchup. You know, managing those applications from Mona. You know, again, realizing that it's Fischl and Linny as important key characters. You know, in the early game, choosing to open those 2 characters to force his opponent off of Wanderer and go to Eula, which I think it's strong, but it's not ideal.
It looks like Arc is going to bring that deck back too.
Yeah.
And then now we get to see the Ningguang deck back in action.
And this is the same matchup we actually just saw Chikua play against Gold Olive in the last set. So we'll have to see if Chikua can keep that momentum in that matchup.
I'm surprised Arc didn't opt to use the Finally deck though.
I think Finally deck has a bad matchup.
Really?
So again, cleansing is one of the main ways that the Ningguang deck functions, and Finally lives off its reactions, right? You need to get that Electro, get that Pyro applied, you know. I mean, the whole point of Nahida is her seeds only deal damage when there's a reaction. So there's a lot of ways for the Ningguang deck to deny those elemental reactions. But, of course, Arc didn't choose to ban that deck, so maybe he feels pretty comfortable playing to it. But either way, he's going to have to face this matchup no matter what. So that's kind of the pattern we've seen, you know. The players are going to start with the deck they think is good against the other 2 decks, and then even if it loses, that still remains true for the second match.
I don't know. I just feel like if you rush with the finally deck onto that deck, though, you force them to use the cleanses. That will still waste die, which prevents you from equipping other things. But you're going to be losing damage at the same time.
That's true. Yeah,
Right.
it's kind of a race between like how quickly Chikua can put up the defenses. Obviously, I mean, what if Chikua does lose this game? We are going to see that matchup no matter what. But for now, we do have again this Ningguang double Hydro stall deck.
So will Chikua just like hold the burst for a while again? What is the maximum damage Ningguang could possibly do, actually? We saw
It's 13.
12. Is it 13?
Oh, wait, actually, this deck doesn't run Ningguang's talent anymore. I just noticed that. That used to be an inclusion bear, but instead choosing to use Barbara's talent.
Right. Yeah,
Which-
for the ultimate stall.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, Barbara's talent, of course, uses her skill and lets you swap characters for free,
Right.
which is actually really valuable for a slower deck like Ningguang.
I think Arc needs to rush this deck, though. For sure.
Yeah, the opening is going to be very important here.
Yeah.
We'll have to see if Chikua chooses to open the same way. You know, one of the advantages Arc does have as well is Arc was able to probably see the game against Gold Olive. Like, he knows how Chikua approaches this matchup, how he, you know, handles the cards, like what he starts with, and he might be able to use that to his advantage to kind of predict and outmaneuver his opponent in that way.
So probably see another Kokomi start then?
I think so. I think so. I think that's the right one, the right play in this matchup. You know, you want to avoid getting Ningguang having that Hydro application, and ideally, you know, we saw at the beginning if Chikua can have a hand where he can just dump all of his cards and then end turn first, that puts him at a significant advantage against the Wanderer deck.
Yeah, interesting. All right, well, let's see what happens here. But there was one more point I wanted to bring up, but it escapes my mind for some
I mean, we've
reason.
seen a lot of TCG today. I mean, and we're not even halfway done with the event.
Yeah, this is
This
only
group stage.
it's only day 2. We still have 2 more days to go of this, and then the final event.
Yeah,
where all the
week.
ones that qualify from here go into like the larger, like 5 decks per person, I believe, right? Yeah. So we
And
will
currently
see.
we have 3 players.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the players here are going to make it into a top 8 into the lower bracket though, but they'll be joining your LO Rise with Stranger from yesterday, and then today we saw, of course, Z Crimlet, and then either Chikua or Arc. So we'll have to see if another Prince Cup champion can make it in, or will he be knocked out by a fellow competitor.
The players are ready to go. Chikua looks. They looked calmer earlier. Now they're looking a little bit more concerned, but let's see how this goes.
Chikua's had to play a lot of. I mean, both these players, I think, you know, when you make it to the stage, it's getting to late in the day. It's the 3rd game you've had to play in the day with very tough battles. Like stamina, like mental stamina, starts coming to play here, right? Because it's at these high-level tournaments. It's not just about who can bring the better deck. Like the decks are all good quality. It's who can make the fewer mistakes.
Yeah, Arc looks really chill, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, he's focused. I mean, his tournament is on the line here, right? Like he loses this game, he will be knocked out of contention for the top 8, and he still has to win 2 more to be able to make it in there.
All right, let us begin round 2 between Chikua and Arc. With what did you call the Ningguang deck? What was the name?
I mean, it has another name which I will not add on to, but it is Ningguang double Hydro, right? Like
okay,
a
fair
lot
enough.
of the time you just call it the resonance effect.
Yes.
Ooh. Keeping that calc starts there from Chikua's side.
I think that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chikua having that Dunyazad Paimon, very strong combination of cards. You know, going to be feeling good. Oh. I don't know if that's good. I think that's too many.
Yeah, but you can draw your weapon out right now, which is going to be really. I think that's going to be really good.
I mean, one thing though, it's kind of like weapon gacha.
Yeah,
that's actually really funny. I didn't think about it that way. The new weapon, Wagner Tamias, it's kind of like gacha as well, where you play one and you like roll for a weapon and you see what you get. Is it on banner? Is it off banner?
Yeah. Oh, wow, they really brought that element into TCG, didn't they? Wow.
That's actually really funny.
All right, but yeah, didn't you start into Paimon play right there?
And it's a Ningguang start.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ningguang start.
Interesting. But the die rolls aren't agreeing with Chikua here.
No, unfortunately not. Can't even do a normal on Ningguang. You have to switch off.
He's gonna have to tune. We might see the Dunyazad tune here.
Yeah,
like,
you
I
already
don't
got
think
one
that
out.
second one is very important.
Exactly.
So it could be a normal attack.
On Arc side, probably going to be your standard Phantom. Probably switch over to. You could do Wanderer. No wait, can you? Yeah, you could.
I think it's short one and Nemo die.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's almost certainly going to be Mona skill into, I think, Timaeus and Wagner. He could equip, I think that's a Fruit of Fulfillment in his hand.
Yes, that
His
is.
dice aren't very good, so that could be a reason
Right.
to equip that onto Wanderer, draw 2 cards right away.
Yeah.
Not the best weapon, I think, against a
Right.
stall deck, but weapons are traditionally very good against stall decks because they accrue damage over time.
Yeah. That might be a good idea, though, to get that out there after you, like, draw a weapon. Maybe you either get it or maybe you do get it and see what else you can add to your hand.
Yeah. So Chico's, yeah, he's going to end
It's going to end there.
with 2 dice remaining. That really hurts.
Yeah.
You know, I think if he had
Alright.
drawn like a Liban off of the Dunyazad, that would have been perfect, but unfortunately not going to happen.
Liar Song and Calcs coming out here. What would you play, Wagner or Timaeus at this point?
Well, since one already has a weapon, it's almost certainly has to be Timaeus, right? You don't care.
True, yeah.
I mean, it could be important to draw Wolf's Gravestone, but there is a
Right.
chance you draw another Catalyst, and I think it's too
Yeah.
high, too much of a risk against a deck
Right.
that, you know, if you stumble a little bit and let them crawl back into it. Because I think Chico is off to a rough start, having to waste 2 dice at end of turn. Oh, it is Wagner.
Wagner.
Wrong again.
Yeah, the players are surprising us every day.
Yeah.
But they can equip that lamp if so need be. Maybe, yeah, no, they can't retrieve the weapon, though.
They
Those
can't
cards
retrieve
aren't
the
in
weapon,
here, yeah.
no. But, you know, I think it's still fine, right? You still get that equipment for free. I think Ark was mainly just trying to use his dice efficiently, but that I think that is the worst of the 2 weapons he could have drawn.
Ark puts a lamp on Mona and really throw us off.
That would be something.
Yeah. You get Yulu to apply cryo, and you get Mona to do the reactions.
I mean, unorthodox plays could
Yeah,
be what he
they
needs
could
right
be,
now.
Yeah. Let's see how this goes here.
Yeah, it's still pretty even. You know, despite Ark not probably drawing the best weapon that he could, Chico has also stumbled a little bit, but he does have turn priority, so Chico can swap off, as
Yeah.
we've seen him famously do against the Mono Wanderer Eula deck.
You do have 3 Geodine. That'd be such a waste. But you could equip the that sack rag onto. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, he's gonna stay on Mona.
Yeah.
Sorry, stay on
Ningguang.
Wow.
Use the Jade. Okay, yeah, Jade Speed's always up. It's a good idea to get energy onto Ningguang quickly.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
really surprised how different Chico's strategy has been in these early rounds compared to the previous game, despite it being a very similar matchup. Ooh.
Ooh, a quick swap over. Is there going to be a freeze? That is going on. It is going on Mona!
Yeah, well, I believe the effect still works.
Yeah.
Even off field. So you saw, wait, yeah, Eula there. It should have done 4 damage, but Jade Screen reducing it by 1.
You're right.
So that's one of the unique things about Thousand Floating Dreams. You have that +1 damage on the character that's equipped,
Right.
but the +1 reaction damage actually works.
really?
Yeah, across
I
your
was
whole team.
unaware of that.
Yeah, so I guess there is, you can actually use like this double equipment here, and it's actually fine.
I wasn't. Wow.
Yeah, it doesn't
I
come up
wasn't
very
aware-
often
yeah.
because it's not a card that's used.
Interesting.
You'd much rather have it on Wanderer,
Right,
Because
right.
that +1 damage.
Yeah, plus
adds
1
up.
damage. Yeah, you
But
wouldn't want to use a Mona, but hey,
it's free.
There's an option. There's some bizarreness there now. All right, wrapping up with Paimon coming up for Arc. Kua does not get turn advantage here. Will they switch off, or yeah, just end their turn?
Just end
Fair
their turn.
enough. Yeah, they
Wasting another die though.
Yeah,
I think
unfortunately, that would be an interesting statistic to keep. How much
Yeah,
die
yeah,
wasted
how
at
many
the
die
end of the
wasted.
match? Yeah.
I mean, Chico can't be happy about that, right? Like, it is a pretty close matchup still, I think, and you need every edge you can get. And having to drop 3 dice total now, like, had he drawn, it's such a shame. Had he drawn a Liban off of that Dunyazad, he would have been able to perfectly use up the 3 dice, get 2 more dice and 2 more cards now. But unfortunately, the random draw on Dunyazad not in his favor.
Yeah. Arc did a reroll, correct?
Yeah,
I think
I
Chikua
believe-
is deciding what to do
believe
here.
No, I think Chico already real. I think Ark is deciding.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's correct. Right.
He needs to
Okay.
decide: is he going to go Wanderer or is he going to go Eula? Looks like he's going to.
He's got
it's
options.
Unclear. He's got options.
Yeah. He's got
Not
options.
great options, but still 10 die on each side.
Probably get Phantom out, I would think again.
Yeah, there's no auras on your
Yeah,
opponent's side.
gotta get
at
that
all.
Hydra over on that side right away.
But Ningguang not very protected here, unfortunately.
No, not yet. There is, well, you need to
Lotus.
be aware of the quick swap.
Yeah.
Still. But fortunately for Arg, there's none on the other side yet. Right. Okay, Opera Epiclese being played to fix 1 die over.
Yep.
2 being played. All right, that's right. They do stack.
They do stack.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty good matchup. You know, you have 2 weapons equipped. It's not likely that your opponent's going to be able to
Right. So yeah,
overtake you.
That Phantom does come out. Golba gets played now. In turn 3, so 3 cards come in, and we get. Oh, there's the
Okay.
quick stop to heal and the
Tenacity,
Yeah,
yeah.
Tenacity's there now too.
So does Chico have a window to equip this tenacity? Because I think that can really start adding up for him.
I think for Chikua, that is a definite for sure. You need to get your Ningguang ready to go. If it is going to be Ningguang. I don't potentially see anyone else, but...
Yeah, I mean, you're almost 100%. If you draw a second one, there's a potential to equip it. But, 3 dice is a lot of dice as well. So you can't just freely equip it if you don't have enough time or defenses to kind of set that up. So
Chikua does have dice advantage at the moment, though.
Yeah.
Well, now they do because of that. So that is okay. But they got to watch out for the Paimon giving 2 more die to Arc on the next turn, as well as Opera because fixing 2 of them.
Exactly.
As well.
Arc's game plan is delayed a little bit because he didn't have a great start on round 1, having to use fruit. But he's clearly setting up not this turn, but the next turn. That Paimon's going to pop off. We're going to have Mona being able to apply a lot of Hydra here.
I think they should probably switch over to Wanderer and just get his skill activated. No. Put Hydra on there too. Okay. Oh, yeah. Mona can do 2 damage now with the Lamb. Which is quite nice.
True. Yeah.
So she's a little bit more viable now.
Yeah, and maybe that Mona burst is one way that Arc can really pile on damage quickly. It could be pretty good in this matchup. It's also very threatening, right? If Arc has that Mona burst up, as Chico, you can't ever safely go over to Ningguang.
Yeah. As long as they can find a way to make sure Chikua is locked into position, they can use Mona to burst and then quick swap to the next character, to whoever is going to do a really big hit.
Actually, now think about it, Mona's burst does work on Wanderer's attack, right?
It should. It buffs anything. I think it's just a full damage buff.
So we could see a situation where if Arc can set up the Mona burst and Wanderer at the same time, he could threaten Ningguang from off field with up to like 8 damage.
Does it work on piercing?
No, I don't. I mean, but most piercing damage is like follow-up damage, not like primary damage, so it wouldn't buff that. It has to be skill damage, but the attack should count plus any buffs.
Yes, it should. I believe it's like the next attack gets doubled, regardless of what it is.
Unfortunately, though, Wanderer doesn't have win favored right now, so he's not able to hit off field. So I wonder if Arc is going to swap.
Yeah, he should just get it on.
I think so.
Right. He can right now. This is probably the perfect time to do it, to get Hydra onto Ningguang. Yeah, here it comes right there. And you got Phantom to follow up too pretty soon here.
Yeah, Chico is in a tough spot here.
Yeah, you might want to start healing up your characters here again, but not getting Hydra onto Barbara if at all possible. Okay, off to Ningguang.
Chico does the option of bursting here, though. He does have a Calx Arts, but Ningguang without Jade Screen or a weapon is only going to do 7.
Yeah, do you do it next round and take her out right away? They did not equip Tenacity. This would be the best time to take out the sole DPS of Chikua's team.
What we're probably going to see from Chikua is a Hydra Resonance plus a Hash Brown.
Yep.
The thing is, though, Arc has a Calx Arts, which is going to be able to get 2 energy onto Wanderer right away. I don't think that's enough, though, because of Barbara's heal.
Right. And like you said, there was a heal played.
Yeah.
So Chikua is okay for now.
Yeah, almost certainly going to see... It's either going to be a Hash Brown or a swap. If we swap, we're probably going to see a swap into Kokomi. But swap into Kokomi lets Wanderer attack Ningguang with the normal attacks. I don't think you want to do that.
Yeah, but do you want to force Arc to use more of your Omni and other Animo dice should they appear?
Yeah.
And then just... Oh, actually, yeah. Okay, so that's going to hit Kokomi if they do a normal attack, correct? Okay.
Yeah, this will apply Hydra to all of Chikua's characters, which makes Eula a little bit threatening.
Very threatening, in my opinion. Hands, face in his hands right now, hoping for the best draw. Not sure what he's looking for.
Yeah, the next turn's going to be really critical for Chikua because Arc is about to have Paimon and 2 Operas trigger. That's giving him +4 die for the round. And that's going to be really scary.
Really good die roll for Arc too. Wow.
Yeah. You know, one of the ways you beat... wow. All cryo anymore.
Okay.
The Dvalin special.
The Dvalin special, true.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
That's quite the lineup.
12 dice.
4, 4, 4. Very even, too.
Actually, this could be a great setup.
Yeah, this is one of the scary things as a stall deck. You know, one of the ways you beat them, they tend to heal a lot over time. But if you can pile on all the damage in a single turn, that's when you can really kind of turn the tide in your favor. Especially with Ningguang not equipping the Tenacity yet.
I think this is absolutely the turn to start rushing.
Yeah.
Yeah, either force them to start equipping, because Tenacity won't take effect with the shields here.
Right.
Right. But they do have an egg. Chikua does have that up their sleeve still.
Yeah, so could have the option of playing egg. I mean, no characters going
Yeah,
down
not
just
down yet. But there's that like surprise factor still coming in there. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if Ark knows that's in there. They do get the look.
They do get to look at
has
the
been
list.
watching,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think,
Yeah.
you know, you have to maybe play around it, but it's probably not on the top of your mind right now.
Right.
Especially because I think you definitely have the advantage here, right? Egg is
Yeah.
great when you're trying to turn the tide on that final turn, but
Yeah.
this isn't a good turn for Chikua to even play egg because he's down
Right.
already so many die.
Yeah. I guess it's just something to be aware of. Because if you do take someone out, you know that egg is going to come up somewhere.
Yeah. Chikua
Yeah.
actually has the option of a quick swap burst here.
Yeah.
But Ark surely knows that. I think. Oh, but you know, if Chikua does that, Eula does have the option of coming in and cleaning up.
You would have to protect Ningguang
with a Lotus.
The
or
Lotus
something.
for sure.
Ooh.
Oh, actually, not a bad idea. Get
I didn't
everyone
see
healed back
that.
up. The prime strategy of Astal, keep your characters healthy. That's actually really, I think that's the best move.
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah.
Ningguang was really looking threatening there. This might give Chikua the opening he needs to equip Tenacity, because I think that's one of the things he needs to do to, maintain his advantage in this matchup.
Yeah.
But when you get a full heal off Barbara, it's just so efficient.
Yeah, you want to try to draw some of those die out of Arc as well.
I mean, unfortunately for Chikua, though, if Ark's die rolls weren't so good, he wouldn't be able to skill on Wanderer there, but is able to do that comfortably without any issue.
Yeah.
It's still looking very threatening because, of course, we have Wanderer Burst and Gamblers still to factor in here.
Lots of bursts there. They also have the Liar. They also have Gilded in their arsenal as well.
They do.
Yeah, I mean, Arc is in a really good position right now. Chikua, I think that was probably one of the best moves they could do.
Yeah, I think, you know, if Arc had a Yayoi right now or a Tamias on board to open up that Gilded for low cost, this might have been game over for Chikua.
Yeah.
But as it stands, Chikua does have a window to kind of equip Ningguang here and hopefully have her take over the game.
Yeah. Now, it's a fact of stay on Barbara and potentially lose her, or do you go to Kokomi and lose her instead?
Oh, it's no.
They could still add that, throw that dice out there.
I think you want to use probably use a food here, right?
You do have an option of food, yeah. Barbara could still eat. You do have Lotus Crisp too.
Wanderer Burst would take out Barbara here, and you have to be thinking if your opponent has Gamblers, that's gonna give them 7.
Oh,
okay.
Just gonna eat the die with Lieben. Okay, let's see what happens. So yeah, Barbara could take it out here, right? Because that Jade Screen only does. Was that Jade Screen or what was that?
That is Jade Screen.
Oh, it is Jade Screen.
Protects
Okay.
1 damage, but looks like Arc is not gonna even go for the burst, and instead
Right.
just going to normal attack. Prioritizing damage on Ningguang over pretty much everything.
Well, they could do a skill again and swirl water back on everybody here.
They could.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Ningguang will be nice and readily equipped for the next turn.
Oh, it's possible they did that. Arc did that first. Oh no, it's still gonna be a normal attack. Wow.
Okay, they take Kokomi.
And no Gambler equipped either. Okay.
Interesting. All right. Well, Kokomi is now taken out. Got to be aware of the egg though.
Yeah, the egg might come into play. I mean, it does reduce effectiveness swallows. I'm surprised. I guess Arc is just holding on to that burst only for Ningguang and kind of using it as a threat. That's one of the things that you can really do with character burst is you don't have to use them for them to affect the flow of the game, right? By holding on to the Wanderer Burst, Chikua doesn't really have a good window to go onto Ningguang and burst himself. And all the while, Wanderer is doing significant damage with that weapon combination.
And there is a lot of, like, almost all the bursts for Arc are ready to go, but there are some shields to try to get through here at this point.
Yeah, and Chikua did use up, so he no longer has the way to generate energy on Ningguang for that burst. I think he would love to do that right now at this moment.
Yeah. What is Wanderer's skill thing called again? The passive that gets added?
Wind Favored.
Wind Favored,
is
correct.
the name of it,
All right, what will Chikua do here, though?
Could be a Lotus Crisp swap onto Ningguang. Although his dice aren't great.
Nope, actually. Yeah, because they want to get that die.
Ooh, Adeptus.
Use your quick swap. Probably do Jade Screen again?
Yeah, it's going to be... It could just be a normal
or
attack.
Or just a normal, yeah. You don't want to lose it. Well,
Nope,
you're going to have to
maybe
lose
Jade
it
Screen.
Omni.
What are you tuning here, though? You really want... Yeah, okay. Adeptus. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. Jade Screen comes back up.
So we'll give them a Geodite back from Sacrificial Fragments.
Ooh.
So almost certainly you have to Wander
Yeah.
Burst.
Oh yeah, Ark has a full hand. We gotta figure out how to trim this down a little bit. Yeah.
It's gonna go down pretty fast. Oh, one important thing to note though, there are more equipments now on Chikua's side. So you see these 2 operas did not trigger at the beginning of Ark's turn. That is because he no longer has the equipment advantage. Although he does have that gilded in hand, and that's really quickly going to tip it. As soon as he equips that, it will be 2 extra dice. So we'll have to keep an eye out for that.
What if Ark quick swaps to Mona and use her burst on Ningguang to remove the effects of the shield and the Lotus? Mona gets probably taken out, but either that or Mona can quick swap to anyone else with that burst in hand could probably take out Ningguang from that point.
Probably.
Yeah.
But we'll probably have, in that case, Chico will probably just swap over to Barbara and then maybe look for an opportunity to use Egg. But looks like Ark. Yeah, it's just going to burst.
It's going to burst here, okay.
I mean, he was saving that burst for Ningguang, and
Right.
at some point, you know, no matter what your opponent's defenses are, you have to
Yeah.
get through it in some form. Ooh, Chico kind of like, almost like hoping that would happen.
Interesting.
What's the play now here? I don't think you want to take out Wanderer. Now that Wanderer's bursted.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. But now your defenses are low. Ningguang is vulnerable here.
Yeah, we might see an Egg.
Yeah, does Egg come back into play now and you heal Kokomi and try to get her back up? Because you do have 2 Hydra die too, so you could get some healing going.
Yeah, we could either see a Barbara skill as well, maybe in combination with Egg. Although Barbara is pretty vulnerable to Eula right now. You know, I don't think Chico wants to lose Barbara to that freeze here. But he almost certainly can't go for the Ningguang burst. He needs to save that for Eula.
What will Chikua do?
Yeah, there's 2 Hydro die in his hand, not quite being effective right now. And it's gonna be scary as Chico going up against an opponent with a full hand of cards, right? You have no idea what they're gonna come. I mean, we can see them here. 2 of those cards probably aren't gonna be that useful into Timaeus and Wagner, but everything else could be really devastating.
I feel like Ark could have still gone over and did a burst with Mona. Even if you switch to Barbara, I think your best option there is to go to Eula at that point. Because you could use Calc's Bring Energy to her, bring out your Lightfall Sword, and then try to whittle down the shields on Ningguang and let the Lightfall Sword finish her off at that point.
Yeah, definitely could have been an option. But of course, Ark also doesn't know what's in Chico's hand, and Chico with 5 dice is also pretty threatening. Another Chef Mao.
I think maybe sometimes you just gotta go for it, you know? Chef Mao. So definitely an AO there. Here comes the Egg. Brings back Kokomi. Still their turn. They got 2 extra die in their hand. And Pete said hash brown as well. But you can't. Yeah, no one can eat anymore, I think. Or is that like a different debuff?
Barbara can still eat.
Right, okay. So that is a separate buff.
You can only use 1 egg around, I believe, is what that bottom status is.
Unfortunately, you share the same icon, which gets a little confusing.
Yeah, very interesting. I'm not sure. Chico's kind of just like dragging out the game a little bit, reviving Kokomi there pretty much only just to take the Wanderer attack. Like, he's expecting Ark to take out Kokomi. Ark does have a Gamblers, but has no way to equip Gamblers, and are just going to go for a swap.
Okay.
And I think he's probably going to play Timaeus here, just to draw. I think he really wants to draw another Gilded. Could also be a Liar Song Burst.
Yeah. Were there War Princess in Ark's deck?
I believe the deck does run at least 1. Let me take a peek real quick. There is 1 Ball Princess, and he has not drawn it, so it is somewhere in his deck.
Oh, Wagner again.
Oh, actually, this makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Wolf's Gravestone is going to be very good at finishing off these low HP
everyone
characters.
is below 6 HP here. No shields right now, but only Ningguang would probably survive the hit.
Ooh. Oh, that's okay.
Oh. Okay, round 6. Get real close here. Ark needs this win to force another match.
Yeah, everything is on the line for Ark here.
Yeah.
His art rate is climbing up slowly.
Yeah, now it's starting
this
to
is
going to
be the critical turn.
Yeah. I think Shikuo should be aware of this, though, because what other weapons would come out at that point?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, so he needs to watch out for this, too.
Chico knows there's a Wolf's Gravestone that Ark can basically equip for free.
Definitely. You got 7
yeah.
7 charges of Wagner. He's impatient. He needs to equip a weapon right now.
Yeah, Ark has done a very good job of keeping Eula at full health, so isn't going to go down to a Ningguang burst, and also is threatening that second attack on her skill, which is going to do 5 plus 3 damage with Wolf's Gravestone, so that can really take out anyone. on Chikua's side in one shot.
Maybe, yeah, you quick swap to Eula right now. Equip the sword. That should take Barbara out one hit, right? If
It
that were to
will,
happen,
yeah.
Oh, hang on, though. Chikua is keeping their die supply really good. And they have the 2 extra Hydra die still in their hand.
Mm-hmm. We might see a quick swap out to Ningguang. A Jade Screen to take out Mona here could be an option. Oh, actually, the hash brown is going to be really important because it does bring Ningguang above the threshold for Wolf's Gravestone.
Yeah, that is important. And to be protected behind the shield, too.
Mhm.
And they do have another healing card.
They do?
Yeah, Hydra Resonance.
Hydra
in their hand.
Resonance.
Yeah.
Definitely will come, almost certainly needs to come to play
I
this
feel
round.
like this match is still really close.
It is very close. Both sides are pretty much working with equivalent die here. Of course, Arc only at 8, but does have that free weapon equip of Wolf's Gravestone, thanks to Wagner.
Yeah, and they have Gamblers.
Gamblers and Freshman of Freedom are still live as
Yeah.
well. Calc's quick spot. Yeah, Arc has a lot of options. But, you know, having a lot of options can make it tough because there's so many different lines to think about and you have to make the right decision.
Maybe you maybe you burst Barbara with Mona right now.
Wait, is it? No, it's Chikua's turn right now, I think.
Right, sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah, but I think on Arc's turn, perhaps.
Well, we could see Mona go down. But
Yeah.
it's also possible Chikua is playing around something like I haven't lost yet, you know, not wanting to take out Mona here. But I think a
Right.
Mona burst could be pretty bad for him. Ooh, he's going to be a slow swap. He's going to leave some open to that burst. Which probably isn't coming based on the dice on Arc's side.
You sacrifice Mona now. Get rid of those shields. She can't eat.
I mean, the burst here looks pretty good because it'll take out the shields.
Yeah, take out the shields.
It will basically mean that Chikua has no way
Oh.
to safely go on.
They're going to use
Ningguang.
Wander to do that. Maybe save the burst for that, perhaps.
Maybe.
Yeah. These kids.
It's interesting.
Alright, okay. Gamblers on.
Oh.
Calc's coming. Ooh.
Calc's burst.
What's going on here? Will that take her out? Oh, it will. Huh. That's right. The lamp is in play.
Wow.
Wanderer does have the fruits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Chikua did not see that coming. I mean, look, once the Ningguang deck loses Ningguang, it's pretty much game over.
Don't count
That's
Barber out yet, though.
As much as I would like for that to be true,
right.
that's not the case, man. Chikua's... I don't think there's anything else he could have done. You know, it really took a long time. I still think this is an unfavorable matchup. You know, we saw Chikua win this match against Gold Olive before, but I think that was really due to Gold Olive equipping those weapons too early and allowing Chikua to play around that. Arc not doing that this time, saving the weapon equips for when it really mattered, using those Wagner to his advantage, and that really is making all the difference in this matchup.
On a sec here. Barber is not out yet.
Yep. But soon will be. Yeah. You can see how quickly Arc is going through all these motions. He knows that he has this in the bag. You know, Barbara, unfortunately, not enough of a threat at all to do anything.
Yeah.
Oh, you can see Chikua's heart rate has plummeted.
Yeah, just kind of relaxed now a
Yeah,
little bit.
he's honestly, Chikua is thinking about the next game already. He's thinking about you know, playing this deck into the one deck Arc has remaining, which I believe is the Linny deck.
Yes.
Yeah, because we banned the Yelan deck.
Yeah. Wow. Look at
Yeah,
that
what?
dice.
Quite a game.
Oh, let's see how this goes here. Barbara is still not out yet. She's got shields. She's got heals.
Well, I guess
the
you
only
could
thing that you
still-
can do is freeze her right now.
Yeah, I mean the freeze.
Yeah, here it goes. Like, stop, Barbara. That's enough.
And then the Wolf's Gravestone is probably going to come down.
Yep.
Actually, this is just enough to take her out. This is 8. Yeah.
Wow. Oof. All right. Arc gets that win, fortunately, to force a sudden death.
Yeah.
What an exciting round we've got so far here. Yeah.
Yeah, everything is on the line for one of these two players going into the next game.
Yeah.
Honestly, though, I think, you know, if Chikua can play the Ningguang deck well, I believe he has everything he needs to kind of take on the Linny deck. You know, the cleanses really are a nightmare to deal with any reaction-based deck, especially Fischl. Fischl kind of lives off of all her efficient reactions, and if you can use Barbara and Kokomi in efficient ways to kind of cleanse everything, then there's no damage that can come out, and then eventually you equip Ningguang, and then you'll slowly whittle down your opponents. We could be in for a long one.
We could be in for a long one.
Just to finish the day. Not as long as the one we had in the morning, but
so if you're Arc right now, how would you want this match to roll out?
The one thing you're hoping is your opponent doesn't draw Tenacity early, because that's one of the cards that really starts to pick up. If your opponent doesn't equip Tenacity round 1, you have a little bit of a window to press an advantage using like Nahida, especially. I think Nahida Seeds going to come in very critically to apply the seeds to all the opposing characters. And then it's also about, can Arc play around, like who is going to be better at playing around the Hydro Cleanse from Kokomi and Barbara? Because if Chigua isn't careful and he lets Arc kind of help, like if he uses Barbara or Kokomi against him to help generate more reactions, then you'll instantly lose that matchup. Like it's very difficult to play, I think, well, but in a, if Chigua knows how to play this deck, I think it is slightly in his favor.
I think Arc should lead in with Nahida this round, personally. Get that seed on everybody
actually,
right off the bat.
Yeah, one of the ways you can fight against Hydro is, Dendro. One of the things, for those of you who don't play that much, is if you cleanse Dendro with Hydro, the core that gets generated goes still to your opponent. It's one of the ways you can avoid getting that cleanse.
And you do have the electro reactions there, and you can create burning too.
You have everything you need.
I think the classic strategy, what I used to do is just summon. Bring out all the summons you possibly can.
Summons are another way for
Even
sure.
if you can cleanse things, things are going to come back anyway.
So I think I mean, actually, that's a good point. We might see a Nahida opener here. Get that Dendro application right away, so your opponent doesn't have a good opportunity to use those heals.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chikua does not have Timaeus in this deck, so they're going to have to gamble and hope they get TOTM right away.
Yeah, Tenacity is going to be a key card to watch out for. Vorikasha also very good though, until you draw Tenacity to keep the healing going.
Yeah, there's some pretty good draw power in Chikua's deck. Yeah, I would expect to see a Nahida play right off the bat here. Yeah.
I mean, I think Linny definitely is the less important character in this specific matchup. We're probably going to just see a lot of Fischl and a lot of Nahida.
Yeah, I think as long as you can spread the damage to all three characters using Nahida and Fischl, I think Arc should be able to do this. But once again, that Tenacity comes in super early for Chikua. It's going to be a long match again.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, if you spread out too much damage, that's when Barbara can really come in and make your damage less efficient, right? Because her healing, of course, heals 1 to every single character on the team. And provided you heal 1 on each person, then that's actually a really efficient way to mitigate damage. And it kind of lines up perfectly against Seeds, right? Because Barbara's heal goes twice, heals 1 HP on everyone twice, and the Seeds is 1 damage on everyone twice.
That does force you to use Barbara, though, right?
It does.
That's a thing they'll have to worry about. Because then you'd have to consistently try to have Hydra die. Ningguang won't be able to do anything otherwise.
I mean, Ningguang here, I think we're probably going to see her take the field a little bit less than in the previous 2 rounds against the Wanderer deck. I think, that was really much a result of that specific matchup where you want to build towards Ningguang first, threaten it a little bit early, and your healing isn't as important. But this is really going to be about the cleanse. This is really about that self-Hydra application, whether or not Chigua can properly play around all of the elemental reactions.
Also, we haven't seen Jellyfish get played at all.
We haven't. It's been normal attacks from Kokomi all the way.
How does the Jellyfish work again exactly?
So when you cast Kokomi's skill, it applies Hydro to herself right away. It's instantaneous, unlike Barbara, which goes at end of turn. And then it does 1 Hydro damage, I believe. And then at end of turn, it'll deal another Hydro and heal the active character for 1.
I see. Okay. Well, here we go. The final match of today, Chikua versus Arc. The Ningguang Hydra Resonance, I guess you could call it, right? Versus the Finale deck. One of the most feared decks that we've seen throughout this tournament that gets banned consistently, but we get to see it come against a pretty strong stall deck.
We'll see if Chikua will regret not banning that deck. I mean, I think that is still the right choice. I would much rather be playing this matchup than against the Yilan deck with Ningguang.
Yeah, correct. But you never know. We'll see.
You never know. Yeah,
I mean, Arc leads in with Nahida. I think it's going to be very interesting.
I think he might be right.
Let's see
that
what
could
happens.
definitely happen.
Yeah,
I think that's the right call. I mean, Nahida is a very good character to take against the stall decks. Ooh, there's Tenacity and a Vorikasha.
Oh, unfortunate. But let's see who they lead in with. Fischl still. Okay.
Fischl.
All right.
And Arc is starting first. So we're almost certainly going to see it. So you said we haven't seen Jellyfish yet. I think we're about to see that change.
Okay.
Because this is when you want... Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh, much better rolls now from Chikuo though.
Yeah, Chikuo got a nice die roll there. Not so much for Arc, but
yeah,
Opera Epicles coming in to help out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta lead in with Fischl. If you're gonna, I mean, you're gonna
Yeah,
send
if you're
Oz
gonna
out
open on
there.
Fischl.
What else are you gonna do? Yeah. Oz comes out. Electro on Kokomi.
Yeah, almost certainly going to see. So Kobe, if she uses her skill now, will be able to cleanse that Electro. Ooh.
Ooh. Switches the
interesting.
Barbara. Okay. Now, do you switch to Nahida and just do a normal? Yeah, perhaps.
I see. So I believe what this is going to be trying to do is deny the quicken reaction. You know, if you stay on Kokomi and cleanse, Nahida could use a skill, but doing this will probably see Chikuwa go back onto Kokomi.
Yeah.
I think, okay, so Chikuwa's hoping that Arc will use a skill here
Yeah.
and then end first.
Yeah.
And then I think swap back onto Kokomi, take the hit of Oz because Arc's summons will go first, and then cleanse it right away. Effectively cleansing 2 Electro hits with the 1 Barbara skill. But I wonder, Chikuwa's making a face.
Yeah. So I think Arc should probably use up the rest of their die, end their turn here, so they can have that Oz advantage. Oh, hang on.
It's going to be a normal attack.
Normal attack. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, the dice on Arc's side not cooperating.
Right.
So I think we're going to see a swap back onto Kokomi, almost certainly. Because you don't want to trigger Quicken here.
You don't want to trigger Quicken.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is going to cleanse. And this is kind of how you want to play this matchup, right? Like really managing the elemental reactions.
Yeah.
We're probably going to see Chikuwa not really do much of anything in the early game aside from keeping his characters healthy. Find a window to equip that tenacity.
Yeah.
You know, I like that he didn't do it round 1 because he really needs to spend his dice kind of setting up.
Yeah.
But he has that setup.
Another Opera there. Except Barbara does have something equipped, so not in their advantage right now.
That's true. Yeah. Arc, he's going to have to equip something. He does have a Gilded in hand, so that's going to pretty much guarantee that he will be able to use Opera for the upcoming turns.
So if you equip Gilded right now, it will still trigger the
It
Opera
will still,
there. Okay.
The way Opera is worded is very specific. It's before you
Yeah.
take your action, so it checks
Right.
every time you're about to start your turn.
Right.
So you'll see here, Opera will tick down to 1.
All right. And if you play the other one, it should fix another
It
die,
will,
correct?
yeah.
Okay.
Depends if Arc needs it this round. You know, it is limited in usages, so you
Right.
want to make sure to save it for rounds when you can actually make
Yeah.
use of it.
So we're on Nahida right now.
Yeah.
You do have 4 die. You're just short of the big hits.
Yeah, I think Arc's deciding he could play if he plays another Opera, it will fix that last
Right.
die, and he can use the 5 cost. Unfortunately, though, once he uses the 5 cost, he doesn't actually have enough to skill again.
Okay, they're only going
So
to
let me
do
think.
the skill there. If the seed, okay, so once the seed is on a character there, if they didn't have a Dendro reaction, but if Oz were to hit someone with seed, would that still trigger it?
No, you need to have a reaction on a character that has that effect, and then it will chain to every other character with that effect.
I see. Nahida's burst is ready to go though, which can come in handy for sure. The artifact did get equipped to Ningguang though, so that we're probably going to be in for a long one once again. Alright, prop arrow.
Here we go.
Here. Okay.
So this is going to be really interesting. If Chikuwa ends now, he will be able to cleanse that Pyro. He will get overloaded by the summons onto Barbara, but I think that's... No.
Oh.
He's going to trigger Catalyze instead. Okay. So now he's passing over to Arc. So now Arc has will have to be forced to end first because he is out of dice, which means we'll have Quicken coming in, then he's Pyro, but then it will be cleansed.
Right.
And I think this is smart. So I think Quicken is one of the less threatening reactions here because it forces Arc to use Nahida and Fischl in order to make use of that damage.
Right. Oh, interesting. Okay. Let's see how that works.
Yeah, Chico's in a pretty good spot here. So he has a Tenacity equipped. He's at perfect health.
Yep.
Not a thing has happened.
Yeah. Not enough energy, though. The energy does favor Arc side at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's typically how it will play out. You know, Chico is spending his dice on equipment and healing over burst. So Arc is going to need to be able to leverage the damage of those bursts in order to overpower all of the healing that Chikua has put up.
Right. Okay. Favorable dice for Arc once again, though. Favorable dice for Chikua as well.
Yeah, dice rolls pretty average for both sides.
Yeah.
A lot of food on Chikua's side, which comes in very clutch. Like food is one of the main ways you're going to be able to overcome. And we see that Barbara's talent that actually will probably come into play this round.
All right, we swap it back to Fischl, probably to get Oz out again.
Yeah, you definitely want to keep Oz up. With that catalyzing field as well, is going to be quite good at using damage.
Yeah, and you do force them to use some sort of cleanse as well. Yeah.
Have to see. We could see Chikua swap to Ningguang here, tank that hit from Oz, and then get rid of that Pyro on Ningguang while also getting... I guess you wouldn't get tenacity value because you'd be swapped off.
Right.
So maybe just a Barbara skill. I think that talent is going to come into play here because I think that's one of the ways you can start building up a dice advantage. Of course, the talent when you play the talent with Barbara, when her skill is on field, you'll cost you 1 less die to swap.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
And here we go. We're going to see it in play now.
Right there, yeah.
Oh, you know the other things they're going to do? So Opera Epicles actually counts talents.
Oh,
so
yeah,
by
it does,
equipping,
doesn't it? Yeah.
So now Chikua has a 7 total cost of artifacts.
Right.
Arc only has 1. So not only is the Opera he's already played no longer going to be active, the one in his hand isn't going to fix anything. So he needs to find more artifacts very quick.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to overdraw right now.
No.
He does have Stove God, so he does need to get rid of some cards here.
Yeah.
All right. What is that one called exactly?
Seed Dispenser.
Seed Dispenser, yeah.
Yeah, so it reduces the cost of one cost, like the specific subset. It's not everything. It's only character and event and location cards and other support cards.
Oz. Mao just thrown out there just to kind of like fix your card hand. Your hand, sorry, rather. Oh, yeah, that's because the Celia was coming in too.
Yeah, the Celia with 3 cards there. Mao, just making sure you don't overdraw. And you definitely want Mao on the field.
Okay.
Yeah, going on to Ningguang now. Yeah, this is a good window to use Ningguang. Your opponent's already used Fischl, so they're not likely to use Fischl skill again.
Right.
And so Ningguang is a pretty safe swap.
Yeah, you also don't want to let her hit you at this point either.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, so Chico's gonna basically try and balance, keeping Ningguang safe, but also building to a burst so that he can threaten Linny.
Yeah.
Because I think if Chico can take out Linny, he's gonna be the one that can really deal the most damage to Ningguang.
To Nahida. Switch to Nahida. Okay.
Yeah, this makes sense. I think Nahida burst is another way, of course, you're gonna be able to catch up getting that reaction damage.
Yeah.
But we might just see a normal attack from Ningguang here.
Not a Jade Screen? Oh, yeah, you can't. That's right. Not enough die.
Not enough die. I think you're better off saving that die.
Right.
So it depends on how threatened. Oh, it is going to be a swap.
You don't want that burning and burst reaction
That's
either.
true. Yeah. So Chikua here definitely prioritizing avoiding elemental reactions above all else. Presenting the character. It's funny. He has Dendro, Pyro, and Electro. One on each character. He's just going to put in front of Arc whatever one already has that applied.
That burst does come out though.
Yep.
And that 5 damage
from the catalyzing field. Yep.
Right, correct. And then the Nahida's burst only on reactions will it do extra damage, correct? Right. So there's a lot of potentially, and it lasts the whole turn. So I should
it lasts 2 more rounds.
Okay. Yeah.
So provided. Okay.
All right. Cool.
So he's going to let Ningguang take that hit, which makes sense. You have those 2 tenacity shields that aren't going to be used anyway. And even though you don't, since you already ended your turn, you don't need the dice.
Still did 2 damage though, regardless with the shields and everything. Dang.
Yeah, so it was, what was it? Was +1 from the burst from Nahida though.
Yeah.
But I mean, Chikua is still at is very healthy, right? And Arc has already used one of his bursts.
Right.
And this is not a great spot against a stall deck that you want to be. Linny hasn't really been able to do a lot of damage. Your opponent only has 1 Dendro Aura as well. So Chico's been doing an outstanding job. I mean, this is why I think this matchup is so favored for Chikua, provided he knows how to play around these element reactions. And definitely showing us is very capable at doing that. Is if you can manage those auras, it's so hard to make anything stick on between Kokomi and Barbara, and if you can't make an elemental reaction stick, not only do the seeds don't matter, but Nahida's burst, of course, you have to trigger reactions to get that damage, and if you're not doing that, then it's not a very powerful burst.
Right, they add another seed to Barbara, who now gets 2. Okay, now they got 2 crisps there. A whole feast is going on.
Lots of food for sure.
Yeah.
And Chico did draw a sacrificial fragment, so that's part 2 of the puzzle, right?
Yeah.
Ningguang, part 1 is tenacity, part 2 is a weapon, then part 3 is you're dead.
Yeah. All right, back to Ningguang here.
I like this a lot. I mean, he's kind of, again, playing around what the opponent wants to do, which is, spread those seeds across the characters. But with Ningguang here, Nahida would have to skill again to apply seeds. Then it would be on all characters, but Nahida had to do it the hard way. She had to use her skill 3 times.
Yeah. Ooh. Very interesting match.
Yeah, this is tough.
Yeah. And yeah, you can't really do anything on Nahida right now either, unless you use Gilded on Official, I would think.
Yeah. You might have to play Gilded onto one of the characters. I mean, Ark does have Ball Princess, so he could. No, he's going to play on Official. But that's only going to give him 1 Omni.
Right. Ooh. Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, let's see what we get here.
4 cards.
Ooh.
That second Chef Mal is going to be pretty nice. I don't know if he needs the Sealy at this moment. He's already got a handful of cards. Yeah, it's going to
Sealy, yep. For Dendro, though.
Yeah. I feel like you almost certainly play that Chef Mal. I think you can replace it with the Seed Dispensary.
Yeah, Seed Dispensary, probably your best bet.
Yeah. It's a funny interaction. Like when you play Chef Mal, it makes you choose like a card to replace because it's full, but the act of playing Chef Mal removes the dispensary, so you can actually, you're totally fine to replace dispensary there, and it'll just do what you would expect it to do.
Yeah.
A little bit unintuitive though.
Very interesting little matchup here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Ark, I think. Ark has to do the right things in order to come out ahead. Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think, against a team that has like high health all the time. Probably don't want to bank on a gambler's strategy here.
No. Ark does have a second Gamblers.
True.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I think, tuning it there is pretty good. It could also tune I Haven't Lost Yet. Like, that's definitely a card that may not come into play until later. I wonder if that would be better than Gamblers. Okay, here's a Chef Mal.
Came in, yeah. But now you got 3 Dendro die. What do you want to do with that?
I mean, it's probably going to be another 3-cost skill.
Think so? Oh, yeah, just to get the seed on.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to use a 5-cost here. We're probably going to see a 3-cost. We might go back to Official and build it to Official Burst.
Yeah.
I mean, there's only so long that Chikua can avoid a reaction, right?
Yeah. Ooh, okay. All right. So that's going to rip some shields down. But that's going to give Chikua a lot of dice, though. Still very heavy hit from Nahida.
And now, finally, all the characters have the Seeds of Skanda.
Finally. I see what you did there. Finally has. Oh, Seeds of Skanda. Finally on the opponent.
Nahida's like bursted already, and then she's already back and forth.
And she's got another burst ready to go, so maybe it's worth protecting her. Banking on that.
I mean, you were saying that earlier, right? Like, if your opponent is playing around this heal from Barbara, then one of the ways you can get around that is by applying Dendro and not letting your opponents cleanse as easily.
Is adding Lotus onto Kokomi the right idea, though?
I mean, I think at this point, because of how much food you have, right? Each character can only eat 1 food at a time. I think what Chikua wants to do is find a window to equip that sacrificial fragment, so that Lotus is probably going to give him a little bit of extra buffer to make him feel safe. And it kind of counteracts the Tandoori.
I think switching to Official was good, because you don't want to get Hydra onto Linny either here.
Right.
By accident. Right. But I think right now, Ark needs to switch around and try to draw that dice out of Chikua.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here another 3 dice get used.
Of course, using skill here would not be a good idea. It would give a Dendro Core over to Official.
All right. Refreshes Oz. Okay.
Here are the seed damage.
Seed damage. And Official is ready for burst.
Yeah.
So that is a big threat coming from Ark here. Interesting.
Oh, actually.
You see something?
So Chikua has the calcs.
Yep.
And he has the option of doing the Ningguang calcs to take out Fischl. The match should be really huge. Fischl's burst is quite a lot of damage. And Arc has been building up to this the whole time. Oh no, just a normal attack. Okay. Maybe we're going to see the same play from earlier where we're just going to go for the burst.
It might happen now, though. You still could do it.
He could. Yeah.
Still could totally do it.
Maybe just making sure the opponent is ended.
Yeah. Thinking if it's worth risk here, though.
I mean, the Fischl burst is going to do a lot of damage. It is piercing damage.
Yeah.
Right? So it is going to hit...
You definitely want to get rid of Fischl now, or Fischl's going to do some major problems because there's seeds on everybody. There's going to be an Electro also coming up here.
Well, the Electro will get cleansed by
true.
Barbara's skill because Arc ended first.
Okay.
Oh, I think it's coming.
Is it coming?
I think it's coming. Nope.
No, wait.
Okay.
You can't count. Oh, yeah, they do have an extra die, though.
They have an extra die, so they could have done it.
They could have done it, but they opted for the safe route here. The extra die. Back to Kokomi. Okay.
Okay. Again, just keeping those elemental reactions in check.
Yeah, I had to play Lieben there because their hand was getting full. They still have Stove God too, actually.
They still do, yeah.
Ooh. So Nahida's burst effect should be going away on this. There's that Catherine.
There is that
Hang on. Okay, this could turn things around really quick, I think. Catherine alone could.
I mean, it could. It's a very
random card to have in this kind of deck.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a lot of this matchup can depend on Chico being able to predict what Arc is going to do, and Catherine could be one of those cards that throws into the plans. The one downside of Catherine in this matchup is against another stall deck, it's pretty important to be able to slow swap when you need to, and Catherine does remove that option. We'll have to see. I mean, it's in this deck for a reason.
They switch to Nahida. Okay.
Maybe refreshing Nahida burst here.
Probably a great idea.
But it is possible we see...
He is super healthy right now, though, too.
Yeah, Chikwon might go to Barbara here just to keep up, you know, with denying elemental reactions. Maybe refresh that Barbara skill.
Yeah, but maybe try to bait someone onto someone with a reaction. Barbara probably the best bet here for the most bang for damage right now.
Yeah, but Chico does have to play around. I mean, even if it's not Catherine, it's still some kind of fast swap effect, right? So
yeah,
if he swaps onto Barbara.
Arc did keep the Pyro die, though, so there might be a Linny play coming up here.
Interesting. Playing Dunyazard. Might just be for time.
Right. Wouldn't you just tune then instead? Wouldn't that also buy you time?
True.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think, you know, you still have like a Paimon or like another, some other companions left to join your deck. A second Chef Mao.
Fair, true.
I think would be very good.
Correct.
So I think you have that Gorba card. So at some point you'll probably draw 4 cards and you'll find another thing to use Dunyazard on.
So now, Ningguang out on the field.
Also a very good option. Has that Dendro, so no risk of getting extra reactions. But this could be Catherine time.
Catherine into Linny, yeah, perhaps.
Linny or maybe Fischl Burst could be coming in here. Although
I wouldn't say Fischl Burst. You want to save that burst for sure.
I mean, Ningguang is the one.
Oh, here it is. Catherine. It's got to go to Linny.
No, I think it's the Fischl. It's got to be Fischl Burst. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah. Here it is.
What are you gonna tune though? Oh, you gotta tune all that. Though.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
You might tune that I haven't lost yet, or maybe the artifact isn't gonna be all that great now. All your characters are already equipped with artifacts. And I think no, we haven't seen the Boar Princess yet.
It's gone.
Yeah.
It was there earlier, was it not? Or am I crazy?
I think we either already tuned it or it's gone. Yeah, there goes that I haven't lost yet. I think that's probably smart here.
Okay.
And okay, finally the next seeds are going to trigger.
Yeah. Ooh.
There's a Liar Song.
Here comes the damage. Ooh. Catalyzing field still works for Dendro reactions, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Nahida does have.
Yeah, Nahida
a very healthy Nahida. Yeah.
Do a lot of damage here, so Chico's have to be careful. Ningguang's already eaten food as well.
Yeah. 10 dice. Oof.
Yeah. The dice are going to be like really important. You know, we might actually see a Barbara Burst come out pretty soon.
Yeah. You need. Ooh, Lotus.
We're gonna see a Barbara Burst.
Okay.
The question is Chico going to skill, or I think we'll probably just see a skill into a burst. That's gonna be so much healing.
Yeah.
That's gonna max out like almost everyone.
Probably swap to Nahida then, just to, you know, make sure we don't get other Hydro spread around here.
Yeah, I think it might have to be Nahida. We might even see. I mean, it might be time for Linny.
I don't know. They did. I was really sure they're. Oh, okay.
Linny.
I was really sure they're gonna use Linny on this round just because they kept the pyro down. But
I mean, so Ark, having drawn that Lyre song, has the option to do the Gilded Lyre with Yayoi out, so he's going to get +2 die, 2 of which is Pyro, but looks like just be a Hash Brown.
Okay.
Oh, but this Barber
That's right.
Burst is going to be devastating.
Now here comes a Lyre. Free Gilded onto Linny.
But this is not
Do
enough
you
to
tune
kill.
and create Burning, though? That could be an option.
Yeah, you definitely tune. I think Linny's Elemental... No, Prop Arrow, yeah, that makes
Arrow,
sense.
yeah.
You want the Summon.
Yeah. Another Lyre song. Wow.
Okay, he can keep the trade. No, oh, so
No,
he's
yeah.
already used Yayoi
that's
once,
right.
unfortunately, so he's not going to be able to get up to 3 more
But
die.
this does help him at least swap off if he need be and just like you know, burn the dice off Chikua right now.
Yeah.
Oh wait, yeah. That's
The Barber Burst is coming in.
Yeah, Barber Burst will come in.
Oh boy. And just like that,
Oh,
Chico was able
boy.
to undo so much damage that Ark has
Yeah.
been able to put out. Basically counteracting the official burst there and then some.
Very interesting fight going on here right now.
I mean, a lot is on the line here, right? Like, any slip up by either of these players. Unfortunately, though, Chico hasn't been able to find a window to equip the sacrificial fragments.
Yeah.
He's also... Oh, he's also not done anything with the Stove God card.
Yeah, Stove God, nothing yet either. Still got Calc, still got an egg.
Mhm.
Still very healthy. A lot of the cards have already come out at this point, though.
Yeah.
Back to the Hida. Probably a good idea.
Yeah, if Ark doesn't, if Ark ends the turn right now, that gives Chikua a window to cleanse elements.
Right.
And so, yeah, Chikua wants to make sure that Ark is the one that has to end first. And that's exactly what's going to happen.
Can't the Lyre song bring Gilded back out and get that die? Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, gonna save it for next turn. You know, you want to combine that with Yayoi whenever possible. That just gives you an extra die.
True.
There. But Ark is slowly running. I mean, you see Ark on this deck there. Not many cards are left. The deck, you know, you draw a lot of cards with this deck between like Vorikasha and then things that find it. But once you run out of resources, Chico's definitely counting down all of the cards that Ark has been using. And once he feels safe enough, he's gonna be able to take over the game with tenacity and the sacrificial fragments. So does Chikua... Okay, is going to normal attack. Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah. Ooh, there's that other Gamblers you were talking about.
Yeah, that second Gambler's probably going to keep this one. He's probably going to need it in order to mount a comeback. But the window is closing pretty quick.
All right, we're going to get an overload here. Ooh, that's still quite a bit of damage.
Quite a bit of damage, but you know, that pizza is probably going to come onto Ningguang pretty shortly. And
yeah.
I mean, perfectly executed by Chikua here, right? Like, starting the next round with no... elemental auras right after this cleanse is devastating. Oh,
Catherine and 2 quick swaps in
right
hand
on the bottom
now.
too.
Yeah,
Wow.
Dang.
I mean, I think you really would have liked them early on, and those are not going to be useful for him for the rest of the game. So really, Ark's last card left here is that Lyre Song and the Gamblers, right? The Lyre Song with Yayoi is going to be 2 extra dice off of Gilded, and then Gamblers potentially 2 or 3 die. But if Chikua, all Chikua needs to do is not lose any characters and think Ark is not going to be able to catch up in this game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, just play the stall right now. Don't make any hasty moves here. But 2 bursts ready to go in Ark side.
Ooh, and Chikua has an Adeptus too.
Yeah.
We saw Adeptus burst do 12 damage before.
All right. That is going on the Barber. 5 damage. Wow.
It's a lot of damage, but I think this opens the window for Chikua to go onto Ningguang. Because Ningguang is very safe now. And yeah, we'll probably see Chikua swap onto Ningguang, and then Ark doesn't really have any other good options. If Ark goes to Linny, Linny goes down immediately to Ningguang, whereas he does have 2 quick swap though, so...
Oh, to Kokomi.
Of course, Catherine of course is still active, so Chikua even knows that there's a quick swap possible here. So still playing the slow strategy.
Nice.
Okay.
To Linny.
Yeah, I'm going to see a Linny burst.
See how this goes. All right.
So Linny is up to 3 stacks on his prop surplus, which means his skill is going to do +3 damage. And I think it's just been, I think Ark's been slowly building that and saving.
Oh, hang on.
Linny's going to go down with 3 stacks on him.
Yeah.
That's going to mitigate all of that setup that Ark has been doing. Oh, no. Oh, even tuning the Adeptus, no longer needing it. Oh, that's rough.
Ouch.
I think.
Yeah, but hang on a second here.
I think that's going to be it. Like, it was so important for Ark to kind of keep that 3 damage on Linny and, you know, find a way to get that damage onto Ningguang. But now that Linny's gone down, first of all, you know, you lose one of your reactions, right? When your opponent's cleansing your reactions, every element you lose is so crucial. This is one more pyro application from the summon, but almost certainly Chico is going to find a window to cleanse that on Kokomi.
Yeah.
So there's really nothing you can do. And he also, I think he lost his Gilded. Does he have any Gilded?
No, I think
dreams?
Gilded's on official right now.
On official, okay.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, yeah. So he still has access to 2 more die. But I don't think he has any moves left.
Hash brown.
Yep. Okay. That's right. Generating more dice. Every resource here is going to be really crucial for Ark. Oh, he's going to end. Wow. Not able to use those 2 die. So Chikua actually has a window to just swap onto Kokomi and equip Sacrificial Fragments if he wants to. He can also just stay on Ningguang and then it will automatically cleanse it right away.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kokomi.
It's going to go for... Oh.
Yeah, just keep the health up, right?
Yeah, that's going to heal everyone by 1. Wow.
Yeah. Maybe Chikua probably taking that tactic from Kremlin from earlier. Better to just stay alive rather than just rush this.
Yeah, I mean, even though the dynamics of the deck play pretty differently in the end game, the strategies are almost identical, and this has even more cleansing than the Dionivera. You know, you have... Well, I guess you have Xingqiu there as well, so it's very similar here.
Right.
But you saw the power of having a high damage burst like Ningguang, be able to take out Liddy. You know, I think Chico has that 1 quick swap, and that's exactly what you save that card for in this matchup. You know, snipe off a key character on your opponent's side. Yeah. I think that's kind of it. Like, there's just not enough damage, I think, left for Ark to overcome.
Skill onto Kokomi.
Very well played here by Chikua so far. And I think, I mean, it's not even just the play, but just the choice of deck here, right? Like, knowing, bringing 2 stall decks in this format, and then knowingly not banning the Linny deck, which has a bad matchup against this specifically. And we're seeing why. That is, right? Like, we can see exactly why Chico was not afraid of this deck. There's a frustrating position.
Yeah. Another skill onto Ningguang.
But Ningguang's still at 9.
Yeah.
There's just almost nothing. I mean, Chico's still going to play it very carefully.
Yep.
You know,
I think... You don't want to make... Just don't
Yeah,
run their cards down first.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line, right?
Yeah,
like
a position into the next round. Yeah, play
chance
it
at the
safe.
grand prize.
Yeah. Quick swap over there. Ooh, here comes. Okay.
Yeah, we might even just see a Barber skill here. I mean, that's the safest play.
Yeah.
Is to just set up Barber skill again.
Yeah.
Cleanse that Electro at the end of turn. Probably drop the Hydro Resonance as well, and maybe the Mushroom Pizza. Like, your opponent is out of cards. You have Tenacity, and they do not.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
Yep. There goes the Chef Mao.
Yep.
Dunyazan not even have any companions left to draw.
Another crystallize. Yeah. Get those defenses up. Yeah. This is not looking good for it. I don't know how he's gonna come back from that.
I don't know either. We're probably gonna see a swap back onto Barbara here to cleanse that Electro end of turn. Wow. Chick was held on to the Gorba card for the entire game and not play. He doesn't even need it.
Yeah.
He doesn't even need an Arcane card.
Oh, pizza. Yeah, that's just really rubbing it in right now. But yeah, Chikua definitely just, you know, keeping it easy. Don't do any, like, big moves. Yeah, just...
Yeah, but, I mean, the writing's on the wall. You know, you can tell by their heart rates have both come down significantly. Arc starting to drop here. Oh, you know, it's pretty tough, especially playing a slower match like this, just to, like, see you know, your chance at a spot in the top 8 slowly being drained away point by point against a deck like this.
Yeah. Let's see what kind of die we got here, though.
Oh,
I think the Dendra was kept, right? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, but Ningguang here is almost untouched. Same with every other character. And oh, Chico still has the 2 Hydra resonances.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Lotus.
almost impossible, I think.
Okay, hang on. Ark is still cooking something here.
Yeah, Ark is trying his best. I mean, you know, you have to play to your outside. At these high-level
Yeah.
tournaments, there's never, until the game is done,
Yep.
the game is not over. You need to try everything you can. There could be something that your opponent misses that you can take advantage of.
Yep.
But Chico has shown that his play is just so careful, right? And every step in this game has been very deliberate. Being able to get all those equipments on, not even, he hasn't really found a good window to equip sacrificial fragments, and, you know, that's okay, right? He doesn't really need it in this matchup. He doesn't need the damage or the dice, provided he can keep up all the healing.
But in again, let's not break it. Obviously, we're going to see Fischl come in here.
Yep. Deal some additional damage here.
Is that, that does trigger the seed.
Yep.
I still don't think that's going to be up, because there is also an egg.
Yeah, there's an egg that you still have to fight through.
Yep.
2 Hydro resonances. There's the Calx burst that is probably coming for Nahida pretty soon.
Yeah.
I think Chico here is probably just going to Jade Screen again, take out Fischl, one less character to worry about, one less reaction, or just, okay.
Ah.
Interesting.
I mean, they could do it again.
Well, if they're doing that, they're probably signaling that they're not.
Chikua is playing this as safe as possible.
Yeah. I mean, all respect, I mean, we might see a Paimon drop in the, wait. Oh, the Liban. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Finally going to get triggered, not even going to be drawing any cards.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's this kind of careful, methodical play. Like, this is what it takes to be on stage at something like the Asia Invitational. You know, the stakes are so high and the competition is so fierce that you need to have this consistency.
You see, Chikua is getting excited because the heart rate is climbing back out because you know he's going to win it.
Yeah, I think he knows it.
But
I mean,
he's just trying to keep his cool here.
Both players know it, but they don't want to assume too much, right? Like this.
Yeah, because you never know, something just out of left field just might happen all of a sudden.
Yeah. But we'll probably just see Ningguang do a normal attack here.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, the safest play might just be to swap off here. If Chico's playing the absolute safest, we might see a swap off onto Barbara or Kokomi.
Yeah.
But I think Chico's doing the math in his head, like, what his opponent could have at this moment? What would the last card be?
Right.
Can they generate, 7, 8 dice out of nowhere on one card? It's going to be the swap.
It's a safe play, yeah. Still good.
Yeah.
And it's gone.
That's the last card.
Yeah.
And there is the burst. Of course, he knows this is coming, but the damage doesn't go where it's important. And I think we're gonna see a swap back onto Ningguang.
Yeah.
Finish off with a normal attack and a burst, and it's gonna be lights out. Yeah. Just gonna quick swap there. I think Chikwa sees the window closing.
Get the Jade Screen on probably for the most damage possible. I think he's going for a record again. Yeah.
Well, I don't think he's gonna beat his record without.
No. Wait.
Oh. Okay. So Jade Screen. Oh, but this is gonna be enough to burst now.
No.
Well, because the sacrificial.
Oh, there's a sac frag.
Refresh.
I think. Is this it? This has
This
to be.
is it.
Yes, there we go. And the burst comes in. And 12
that
damage?
is going to be 10 damage.
10
yeah,
damage. Okay,
exactly.
Okay, yeah, and Chikua, after a long fight, suffering through their own stall,
they did.
Brought it back against Ark. Look at that sigh of relief. Fortunately for Ark. Ark did a pretty good job still, I think.
Very good job, actually. I mean, again, going down against one of the best players from, the Prince Cup Japan, the finalists. I mean, we had 2 finalists now in the lower bracket, but advancing to the top 8, so proving that they really earned their Prince Cup champion title, earned their gold card backs, but taking a lot of effort to get there.
Yeah. Wow. Staldex. still in style, it looks like.
Yeah. I mean, definitely Staldex favor the better player, right? The better player you are, the more you can think through decisions. The longer the game goes, the more decisions need to be made, right? And the more decisions need to be made, the more likely your opponent is going to misplay, and that's how really stall decks capitalize it. I mean, it can be very punishing to play it if you're just trying to get into co-op and get a quick game in, and you face off against the Ningguang deck. It's very frustrating. But, you know, bringing these decks to these high level tournaments is making quite a statement, saying, you know, I am perfectly confident in my abilities to play a long game, understand my deck and your deck, right? That's kind of the thing. Stall decks not only require to know what you do, but exactly what your opponent does.
Yeah, maybe I think Arc probably should have done like a different play. Lead in with Nahida earlier. Try something different. Like
maybe.
Get off the regular playbook. Maybe try something else.
Yeah, and I think definitely we saw, you know, was it Chico being able to use that Barbara skill very early to cleanse a lot of the reactions. I mean, as we said, we did see Nahida come into play, but she had to manually tag every single character on the other side one by one with the seeds. It was very difficult. I mean, it's a tough spot. Just again, that matchup is so not favored, I think, for a capable opponent playing the stall deck.
Yeah, Chikua always having a die advantage too didn't help.
Yeah,
Nahida, the 5 die cost would have been wonderful to use.
It would
have been the biggest risk to do, but perhaps at this point, maybe early on, take the risk at that point.
Take the risk.
Right?
I mean, the other thing is as well, you know, we saw Chikua at one point, once that Barbara talent got equipped, it shut off the Opera on Arc's side.
Correct,
and Arc, and Opera is one of the cards that lets you get a little bit of a dice advantage, get that edge over your opponents. And I mean, it's those tiny edges, right? Like stall decks, again, balance on a knife's edge. You know, some games will either look not close at all. We saw, you know, when you lose Ningguang, everything just goes down the drain. You know, you have a solo Barbara trying to do her best, but not going to do anything. And then we have the other side of the coin where it almost looks like Arc had no chance in that game, right? Like he kept trying to do damage and it kept getting healed. We had that Barbara burst come in, but that was just all due to the careful play from Chico, just countering everything that Arc put out.
Considering we've seen Barbara at the end of the play, maybe we will see a matchup where it's like a Barbara versus Barbara.
Yeah, maybe. I would hate to see it. Here we go.
Yeah, what do we got here? Average for
Oh my god, 6.7.
Oh my gosh.
But another double-digit strongest single strike. So Chikua has 12 and 10, first and second place right now in the tournament for the strongest single strike, partly due to deck choice. It's one of the few decks right now that can do it. I mean, I think I would like, you know, the only way to beat that record is with that Mona Burst.
Yeah.
If we had that Mona Burst come out, look at those heart rates.
Yeah. Chikua going in pretty high.
Yeah.
But fortunately for them, made it through.
Yeah,
because their first match was an 0-2, wasn't it?
It was an 0-2, yeah. That was it. I mean, this mentality, of course, matters as well. You know, you don't want to get too discouraged, but you know, these players have played on this big stage before. They've been in this situation. They've won and lost when the stakes are high. So I think it really goes to show just like how capable these players are at playing at the highest level.
Yeah. Well, that was still a wonderful match to watch.
I think so.
Love to see new characters always come into a tournament and just show like different kits rather than, you know, because I guess with TCG, if we keep seeing the same thing all the time, it does, I don't want to say get a little dull, but it gets a little, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Predictable.
Yeah.
Right? So it's nice to see some variance, see some different strategies in the play because, TCG is more than just finally deck. Yelan Magic OTK, Fatui Manifestation, et cetera, right? So
that's very interesting that I think both, you know, Z Kremlin and Chico here, they didn't bring Thunder Manifestation or Signora in their list, and you know, maybe they've identified a gap in the metagame, right? These big tournaments are very easy. If you can predict what your opponents are doing, count on their strategies, then you have a huge edge.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially in this conquest format.
That is exactly the type of play I like to see. The anti-meta, considering the characters that I play.
True.
Yeah, so I very much appreciate seeing these different cards coming in here. I really hope to see the finals with even more characters come into play. These best of threes, of course, with one deck ban is really only 2 decks that we're going to see from each play. It's a little bit different from, you know, I've had a couple of, the Prince Cups usually have a format where, you know, players bring quite a few decks. They can ban a couple, but it's a blind pick between which 2 decks play against each other, and they don't have to beat every deck. It's not conquest format. And so you usually see 3 different decks kind of play off. But here we're down to 2. So we can definitely get into a little bit repetitive state, especially if players start bringing the same things. But I don't think we've seen Yelan Magic OTK also get played effectively like it should be at all in the 2 days so far.
I mean, it's tough. Like
it is tough, yeah.
I've been playing that deck a lot on Cat's Tail. You know, currently there is the current season live there, so I've been playing a couple of competitive matches.
Yeah.
People are starting to get predictable with that deck, and people understand how to counter it.
Okay. We're gonna go to the highlights of match 5. We'll be right back, I believe. Yes. A lot of those highlights we just saw had some massive finishers there. Did you notice that? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Chico's kind of been the person who has done, you know, the most damage with all those skills.
Right.
Been the flashiest, I guess.
Yeah.
Both in character and in gameplay.
Right. Actually, yeah. A lot of the time, I see players, you know, when they know they have that guaranteed win, they're just gonna like set up to that.
Yeah.
Just for that like really nice number. But Chikua, no, just straight to the point. Keep it simple. Keep it efficient. Like a true assassin.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he did, of course, you know, I think in that first game against Ark, he did, you know, when he about to have the win, rather than just doing a normal attack, he chose to put on Adeptus, go for the burst, to put out that 12 damage, I think on a 1 HP character, just to, you know, punch, put that in that final punch.
Yeah,
and
just a statement.
Yeah, a statement. A very good statement.
My Ningguang can hit this hard.
Yeah.
What can you do? Yeah. So,
but we've had a long day.
We've had a long day, yeah, especially with with Leah and Safa, and that 13 round. God, because we were sitting in the commentator room just watching it and kind of like watching it ourselves and seeing what's going on. I will admit, I did kind of doze off just a little bit, right? Because it is a long match to go through, and I'm sure people watching at home too probably.
I mean, if you stuck with us from the beginning, from here until now, like hats off to you.
Yeah.
You know, Linny will take off his hat to you, bow deeply, because you've really hung in there just as much as these players.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Linny was on the losing team this way.
That's true.
Our team, where I guess
Linny's not had a good run.
No,
he's getting banned left and right, and when he does not get banned, it's because he probably is going to end up losing. Like, it's really tough.
Yeah, I guess players have just know what to do exactly when to come out against those decks, right?
Yeah, I mean, don't let the coverage here fool you. You know, if you're looking for a really strong deck to just play randomly, something fun, different, I think the Linny deck is very good. It's strong. You know, there's a lot of different ways that you can play the deck, so it's flexible.
Yeah.
It's flashy, you know, Heater Burst, Linny Burst, all of those things. So very good recommend. I don't recommend you play the Ningguang deck, especially if you're a newer player.
Yeah, this is a very advanced deck to like try to
Chico made it look very easy, but it is not easy, I guarantee it.
I personally like stall decks, in my opinion,
Okay.
I'm really big promoter for stall type teams. I know it sounds a little crazy.
Yeah.
I don't want to make games really long though, because I would like, the perfect example of the stall deck for me is that the Dia Animo team, actually, because it can kind of flip on itself, right? It could be very offensive, but can also be very defensive at the same time. But wow, look at the results for today. So Crimlet, our first player to go 4-0.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Securing a spot in the top 8 winners bracket.
Yeah. And as we go down the list, what happened here? Oh yeah, there's a bracket. So Crimlet and Chikua. Actually, that happened again. Because yesterday, the first match.
It is.
Both of them advanced. So yeah, fortunately for Chikua, also gets to advance after a really not the best start. So
no, I mean, again, it was I think again a lot of these matches can come down to who brought the right choice of decks, who banned the correct ones, and in this case, Chikua, I think Zekrom definitely had the superior kind of stall deck into those other matchups, and I think both of their choices were geared towards the other players, and so when they faced off against each other, like they were each other's worst matchup. Zekrom though did convincingly come out with a 2-0 lead, so very well done. But so far, 2 Prince Cup champions are in the top 8, but both of them are in the lower bracket.
Yeah. Oh, and look at this. Tomorrow's matchups. We have Star versus PP Pig. How do you say that? Voicend?
Voicend,
yeah,
I believe.
Voicend, yeah. And it Maytel. Do you know any of these players?
I don't personally. So, Star, PPP Pig, Voicend, all from the Dynamic Cup. So 3 of the Dynamic Cup players seeded into the same group.
Right.
Which does mean that one of those players will be knocked out for sure, because 2 of these players are going to go. Maytel, a very strong player who was in the Prince Cup Japan. I know they're very active on Twitter. They're a very big guide maker, actually. Yeah, they're very similar to me. Yeah, I make a lot of guides as well, but I see Maytel post a lot of visual graphics.
Yeah.
In not in English though, so you have to go on, find his guides. They're very helpful. They quickly summarize a lot of the deck strategies and cards in a very concise way. So I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, actually, there's not a lot of TCG content creators out there right now.
Yeah.
There's
it's pretty niche.
I've done it a little bit in like short form on my own channel. But yeah, just to the people out there right now, TCG is open. We would love more people to join this community. So
yeah, it's a fun game.
Yeah, it is. As you can tell, you can see all the things you can do with your favorite characters. And every character in Genshin will eventually show up in Genius Invocation TCG.
Yeah, and this competitive play is one side, but I think right now especially there's like the heated battle modes that come on. I think it's a fan favorite. It's like a rather than coming in with a pre-built deck, you have to each pick characters one at a time.
Yeah.
And you kind of get your deck built for you on the fly, so you don't have to think about the deck building.
Right.
But you also get to use a lot of different characters that probably aren't going to show up at a Prince Cup tournament, but might be good in that mode. So there's a lot of fun. There's a lot of fun you can have with TCG. That's not just this competitive format, but of course here at the Asia Invitation, Astro Carnival Asia Invitational is all serious business.
Yeah.
Right, we don't cut corners anywhere. It's too much on the line.
Right, I think it's important for people to secure that spot in the next round, but it will enable us to see different decks, hopefully, right? But now that Grimlet has featured a lot of the stall, as well as Chikua, maybe those next 2 hands might just be those stall decks in everyone's arsenal.
Maybe. I mean, we'll have to see what they decide to bring in. They do, of course, get to choose new decks once they get into the top 8. And I wonder if we really are going to see some of these players start adapting to what they're seeing, on camera, especially when they know who their opponent is going to be.
Yeah. All right. Well, and with that, day 2 is finally complete. So, yeah. We still have 2 more days of this. So thanks for watching the Genius Invocation TCG Asia Invitational. Tune in tomorrow, same time, or today now, I guess, right?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, and I believe you and Staffa will be starting the show tomorrow.
Yeah, we haven't casted together before, so we'll be back here same time tomorrow to bring you the action of our next group.
And I'll be taking the late shift once again. But anyway, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.